ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dalẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pa Jíṣà Tádàdé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Akọ̀bí.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Subramia, baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemo, Anamana, Wana Mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri tukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimo, Eguma Tuba jọdịrị Chukwuma dukwu tuba jọdịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo ayandaba 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 Baby, Subramia. Soko sunu baby, Subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Tomo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am 20 youth. Akuna motangu akuna koga book.
Well, here it is, South Africa, the new national anthem. What?
South Africa, are we still generator republic? Are we still generator republic? Are we still generator republic?
My fellow Nigerians, listen, first of all, South Africa, well done. The boys played a good game, but at this point, it's time for the boys to go to sleep. It's your bedtime. But you know, as you go to sleep, a song comes to mind. You have played, you have missed now, you have lost your breath, you need water. You have played, you have missed now, you have lost your breath. You need water, but if there's any consolation, it's Grammy water. But you know what? We'll be praying for you as you go for the third place, you know. But guess what, my Nigerians? God, no go shame us. God no go shame us. We are taking the cup. We are bringing it home. Amen? We are the Super Eagles. We keep flying. I see you next.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. We started, pardon me, we start today's session on a sporting note. We cannot start it anywhere else, but we start today's session on a sporting note. I watched the second half of it. It was nail-biting stuff. Nail-biting stuff. We went and scored the second goal, which was perfectly legitimate. And then the referee went back 5 minutes to what purports to be a foul, which he could not have said. If he was making that judgment on the clip that we saw on that screen, on our screens, then there's a conspiracy going on there. We score a legitimate goal, and as a reward for that, he gives them a penalty. But then, of course, the Egyptians and the South Africans, You know, if there's any people that you want to worst come up against, is those people as a Nigerian. They just, for every puff they're being, they are envious of us. But there it is. The boys have done it. You know, when we were discussing this match in earlier sessions, people were saying anything but penalties because their keeper was so good and ours was so bad. Well, there it is. The roles reversed. So there it is. The Super Eagles soar to new heights. That cup is coming home and is never leaving Nigeria ever again. So that's the Super Eagles doing us proud. So the Super Eagles doing us proud. Now you do me proud by clicking on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join the screen. So do all those. So click on like as a celebration of the victory. Click on subscribe for the same reasons, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and talk about the performance of our team. So there it is. I cannot recall the last time we got to the finals of this, but I'm sure somebody will remind us in the course of conversation. But there is it. There it is. Our spirits soaring high within the Nigerian space. So no, Ichoma, we did not get lucky. In the course of that game, we deserved to win it. We should have won it we were the better team all the way through. So justice was done. Even though the Egyptian referee tried his best to favor the South Africans, justice was done. So justice was done. Breaking Nigeria qualifies for AFCON final. And usually when teams start slowly in the way that Nigeria started, often they make it to the final. And we've seen the Germans do it endless times. They'll start in a very sluggish manner, the group phases of any competition. And as the competition progresses, they grow further into it. And by the time the competition reaches its crescendo, the Germans take the cup home. So that seems to be the trajectory. The Super Eagles have advanced to the finals of the African Nations Cup after beating South Africa on penalties at the Stade de la Paix in Ivory Coast. The Eagles took the lead after our skipper, William Trust Ekon, converted the penalty won by Victor Osimhen. South Africa star player. Anyway, we all watched the match. So whatever this is describing, we've already seen all that. So there it is. Spirits soaring high within the Eagles camp. So spirits soaring high within the Eagles camp, but will that spirit be sufficient enough to dampen this? Nigerians lament as bags of cement cost over 6,000 naira. So there it is. It gives with one hand and takes with the other. Nigerians have expressed their grief over the hike in the price of a bag of cement as it cost over 6,000 naira. Reports gathered by correspondents on all social media platforms revealed that a bag of cement now sells at the minimum price of 6,000 naira and more in different states of Nigeria. Nigerians who engaged the report, let's do that entirely over again. Nigerians have expressed their grief over the hike in the price of a bag of cement as it cost over 6,000 naira. Reports gathered by correspondents on all social media platforms revealed that a bag of cement now sells at the minimum price of 6,000 naira and more in different states in Nigeria. Nigerians who engaged the report on all social media platforms revealed how much a bag of cement cost in their locales. Lamenting on the sudden hike, a Facebook user mentioned that he bought a bag at the rate of 7,600. I bought it for 7,600 today. The lamentations of Nigerians over the hike in the price of cement came barely 3 months after the management of BAU Cement PLC announced a reduction in the price of its cement from 5,500. Yes, I do recall when they made that announcement, and so what's now happened to that? Because that was barely 2 months ago. So a lot of these things they do it for the cameras, and they should hold him to this obligation. By the way, this Rabiu guy, the lamentations of Nigerians over the hike in the price of cement came barely 3 months after the management of BAU Cement PLC announced a reduction in the price of its cement from 5,500 to 3,500 per 5 kg bag. The company's chairman, Abdul Samad Rabiu, had disclosed plans to lower cement prices after a meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the State House in Abuja. About the same time, BAU announced its price slash. The Cement Producers Association of Nigeria also assured the federal government and Nigerians of its members' eagerness to support the federal government's infrastructure drive to reduce the price of cement and ensure its price stability if the federal government will only revisit the backward integration policy of the late President Umar Yar'Adua on cement. The association also gave its assurance. And by the way, although I'm throwing missives in the direction of Rabiu, but of course, when he made that promise, the dollar exchange rate has not gone haywire as it has now. So you have to factor that into their costing as well. So everything always revolves and ends up just about everything around the Nigerian economy revolves around the exchange rate. Right. About the same time, BAU announced its price slash. The Cement Producers Association of Nigeria also assured the federal government and Nigerians of its members' eagerness to support the federal government's infrastructure drive to reduce the price of cement and ensure its price stability if the federal government will only revisit the backward integration policy of the late President Umar Yar'Adua. The association also gave this assurance in a letter written to the Honorable Minister of Industry, Doris, whatever her name is. Fast forward to February 2024, Nigerians are still lamenting over the unstable and astronomical rise in the price of cement nationwide, regardless of the brand. James Obi reacted. Abuja 7,300. Our leaders are gradually destroying our only country, Nigeria, and we, the youths, just found our hands. Just fold. They wrote found, but just fold our hands and do nothing as if all is well. So what exactly can you do? You know, there's always an undercurrent of a dog whistle to this sort of a statement. Is it an invitation to take? You know, that invitation to take to the streets, it almost carries through with every criticism of the government. And the citizens are just so docile, and they are continuously inviting people to take to the streets. Well, every day is for the thief, but surely one day certainly will be for the owner. Another user, anyway, goes on and on. In Kano State, 8,500. Also reacting to the huge difference in price of cement. It's terrible. Last week, 5,400. But it doesn't tell us where. 6,700. So on average, the price of I just bought for 8,500. I cannot believe this. Actually, somebody is saying they just bought cement for 8,500 in Yobe. I cannot and I do not believe this because they will price according to the locale. Nobody in Yobe State has the affordability to afford cement at 8,500. So that is to tell you then that they can price it at that somewhere in Lagos, Ibadan, wherever, Onitsha, but not in Yobe. Where is the economy in Yobe State that supports that price point? So I bet my last dollar that's a lie. I just bought it for 8,500 in Yobe. In my place and some parts of Kwara is 6,500. So on and on it goes. So average is 6 to 7,000. Here in Maiduguri, Dangote was sold around 9,000 and BAU at around 10,000. But still can't get due dealers hoarding. Due to dealers hoarding is what that means. So there it is. The price of cement now seems to be the metric by which the Nigerian economy is being measured. Let's go on from that to this. EFCC freezes 3 billion naira traced to former aviation minister Hadi Sirika's brother's account. So this guy should really be in jail. I'm not quite sure. This is the guy that painted some toy train, some toy aeroplane, and told us that he had bought the new now airline fleet for Nigeria. Ibadan explosion. 3 persons of interest identified to be prosecuted. So I'm not quite sure. Are they foreigners? Because a lot of that narrative wraps around the possibility that they may be foreigners. Oyo State government has identified 3 persons of interest in connection with the cause of the Ibadan explosion, which occurred in January this year. Fatai Owosheni, a retired commissioner of police and special advisor on security to the governor, who briefed journalists shortly. Fatai Owosheni, a retired commissioner of police and special advisor to the governor on security, who briefed journalists shortly after the presentation of the official report of the unfortunate incident to Governor Makinde, stated that the identified persons will face prosecution based on the investigation carried out. The report, it doesn't tell us who they are. I just wanted, because they speculate that they are foreign nationals and they are Chinese people. And then if they are Chinese people, then you want capital punishment to be applied to that. You can't come into our country and do that. So now, to resolve the food situation, our federal government to release food items from national reserves to crash food prices. So we've been speculating, we've been advocating to that space that the real thing that fixes temporarily a lot of things is for the food price to crash, the food prices to crash. If that crashes, then people are able to feed, and then they are then able to contend with other matters. But they are contending with so much, and on top of that, they're also contending with hunger. So that overwhelms. The federal government has announced that food items will be released from the national food reserves as part of the measures to crash food prices. This was made known by Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, after the meeting of the Special Presidential Committee on Emergency Food Intervention, which was at the instance of President Bola Tinubu. The meeting, which was convened by the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, and the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, is part of the federal government's move to stem. And by the way, there's a lot of complaint about Gbajabiamila and Nuhu Ribadu actually holding this level of meeting, because they are bureaucrats to all intents and purposes. So what capacitates them to be making those level of executive decisions on behalf of the country? To all intents and purposes, but Gbajabiamila is a civil servant. He wasn't elected into that role. To all intents and purposes, this guy is a civil servant. So why are they convening meetings and giving national instructions to ministers? This is a lot of people angered by that. Idris explained that major millers and commodity traders would be engaged by the government in order to make the food items readily available. So we just rounded, yes, the minister said, we just rounded off a meeting. It is a special presidential committee to address the issue of food shortage and lack of enough food on the table of most Nigerians. What I will tell Nigerians is that the president has directed that government needs to step in to stem this tide. Government will not fold its arms and see the way Nigerians are suffering in terms of the availability of these food items. It goes on. Now, some of this will involve unlocking the food that are available in most of the storage facilities, national food reserves around the country. You know that the Federal Ministry of Agriculture has some food reserves. They are going to be made available to. So why would you have food reserves and your country and your citizens are starving? It's just a farce. The government is also talking to major millers and major commodity traders to also see what is available in their stores, to open it up so the government will provide, so the government will provide some intervention, discuss with them, and provide some intervention to make food available to Nigerians. So yes, they are unlocking food silos, essentially, what that means. So this one now is an international story, but it struck me as curious. Airline announces it will now weigh passengers as well as their carry-on luggage. So this is happening in some Scandinavian country. Airline announces it will now weigh passengers as well as their carry-on luggage. So that carry-on luggage, by the way, is those are things that you put in the cabinet on top of your seat. Often they are never weighed, but it looks as though now some airline is making the move. An airline in Finland has announced that it will begin weighing passengers with their carry-on luggage to better estimate the plane's weight before takeoff. The controversial move comes from Finnish carrier Finnair, who told journalists they began measuring passengers departing from Helsinki on Monday, February the 5th. So far, more than 500 volunteer customers have participated in the weigh-in. Finnair, which services the United Kingdom with budget flights, noted in well, that's what they're doing anyway. Still, it's reading too funny. So let me just give you headlines and then we'll come into the room. No kidnapper or bandit can ambush me. So this is the Oluwo of Iwo inviting, as ever, a catastrophe upon himself. The Oluwo of Iwo, Oba Abdul Rashid Akanbi, has said no kidnappers or bandits can ambush or kill him. Addressing newsmen in his... did he actually call a news conference just for this? The guy is that ludicrous a person. Addressing newsmen in his palace on Wednesday, February the 7th, the Osun monarch said those who want to try such will be testing the efficacy of the authority that he is representing. Oba Akanbi also spoke against the killings of 3 monarchs in Ekiti. And by the way, another monarch was killed today again. Another monarch was killed today. So that makes, in Kogi State, that is, I don't know, man. There's an orchestration to what is going on. And we also saw the interception of about 150 terrorists that were being bussed into Ondo State by Amotekun just as early as yesterday. So essentially, the Northerners, they are trying to test the Tinubu administration. Oba Akanbi also spoke against the killings of 3 monarchs in Ekiti and Kwara State. He lamented over the degeneration of traditional stools by some monarchs. He said, no bandit or kidnapper can attack or ambush me, not on this earth. They can try it. Then they want to test the efficacy of the authority that I am representing. Kingship institution is owned by God, and I am his representative. You can't kill me nor kidnap me. But once kings fail to acknowledge God, there will be a problem. So 3 kings have been killed. So why not you? It's just, this guy is just a ridiculous. It makes a farce out of the most serene and difficult, serious situations. Pardon me. There is no kidnapper or bandit who is born that can attack me in such a manner, nor war can conquer me. What is happening in Yoruba land to kings is not good at all. They are removing kings at will. So essentially, it's telling us that is inviting the bandits to come and test the efficacy of its ogun. So we'll leave that there. We'll leave that there, and we'll come into the room. Hopefully there are people there. So we'll kick it off. Let's play the K guys. Yes, let's play the K guys, and then we'll see where it goes. Hopefully it's not a funny little session, but we'll play the K guys, and then we'll see where it goes. First, the K guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yeah, she go for me, water. Only water, where they see my. Hapa welcome o. Apa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Ikuko ni riwa agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Panel assembles. American First Rifleman joins us. I wonder what's going on here, but good to see you, my guy. War Peace in the house. Konnichiwa to him in Japan. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko, in the house, and Kenny joins us as well. So please still plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on, make like a rabbit, hop. So if you want to hop on, like a rabbit, hop. Good to see you, American First Rifle. I didn't know you had interest Nigeria related. Have you come to celebrate the football?
Yes, I wanted to send a congratulations and a shout out to the Nigerian national team. They did a hell of a job, and it was great to see their victory over South Africa. So I did want to say that. And plus, also, I do watch your channel from, because I like to learn. And you give me insight into Nigeria and kind of the political intrigue that goes on in the country. So a lot of the times I just sit back and watch and don't say anything and let Tunaja yell and scream and stuff like that.
All right. How much of that space have you been following? Because the country seems somewhat delicately balanced at the moment. The government is introducing a whole raft of policies and measures to try and realign the country, but the weight and the pain of those realignments is proving too heavy for the people. So there's hunger in the land, which is something that Nigerians have never experienced. We always throw food away in Nigeria, and Nigerians are now scraping to eat. So what are you then making then of that delicate balance between trying to do the right thing, but not whilst the people starve?
Well, it's a really difficult thing, because anytime there's change, any type of change, the hardest parts of it are always kind of on the backs of the most vulnerable. And I really don't know what I could say to kind of, add anything really worth saying to the conversation. I would just say that just do what you can to be more united. I know it sounds easy to say, because I can tell you right now, just in America, we're the most divided we've been since, I would say, 1860s or 1850s and stuff like that. So I would just say, do what you guys can to find the issue, to coalesce around. I don't know, because the issue is very, like I said, I don't like talking about anything positive or negative about Nigerian politicians, because I find because in the past I thought I knew stuff, so I started taking sides. So now I need to just sit back and just listen. That's why I told you I really came on just to congratulate the national team more than anything about any politics.
All right, brilliant. Before we let you go, Rifleman, not getting political, but just as an outside observer, when you look at the Nigerian space, what are your expectations? What would you like to see? How do you see Nigeria in the broader global space? And what sort of future would you like to see for that country in terms of its position within the black race?
Well, the thing about it is, where Nigeria go, Africa goes. They're always going to be the strong man or the sick man of Africa, and so it's just I see division in Nigeria, but I also see I would say there are certain, I would say like the South and the West, things seem to, correct me if I'm wrong, things seem to be going relatively well. And there seems to be a lot of innovation happening in several places around there. And I know the North is still having its problems, its security problems, but I just believe that if we just keep that innovation going, it's going to spread, because Nigeria, I don't see it collapsing anytime soon compared to other countries. So I expect more or less Nigeria to be around. I think Nigeria is in a better spot than most. Like, there's going to be problems, but I don't really foresee Nigeria disintegrating or anything. And Nigeria is still strong. I guess the best thing.
And just the last one, the Nigerian position within the American space. What is it? How do you see it? How do you see the Nigerian position within the American space?
Like position as in what? Like.
Okay, they are new entrants into your space, but they fall within your demography. So how is that playing out? Yeah.
Out of all the African, I guess, countries, when average American, when they think of a Nigerian, they think of Britain, they think of doctors, they think of burner boy, they think of, just doers. They don't really, like the Nigerian Prince scammer thing is kind of like almost 20 years ago. Like nobody, people are aware of that, but it's kind of like dated, and really more what people think of is just like kind of high class Africans, if that makes any sense, because and obviously in Britain they're already like doing great things over there, and obviously there's not as many Nigerians in America, but the Nigerians that are here and the first generation of Nigerians that are here, like they, there's nothing but like I said, no white person, Hispanic person, Asian person has ever said anything negative about Nigerians. I've heard them say negative things about other demographics of Africans, but like I said, Nigerians in America, from what I've seen, they're just too productive to have a bad reputation.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the magnificent American Rifleman who joins us with his dulcet tones. So that's the American Rifleman. Join us as often as you can. We need that just that breakthrough, different voice to add to the conversation. So thank you for that. Let me go from you and go to Bishop and kick it off from there. So Bishop, are you ready to go, Bishop?
Sorry, maybe you can push me down the line a little bit.
All right. I'll come to you in a bit. All right. Let me go then to. Let me kick it off with Larry. Larry, are you ready, Larry?
Yeah, I'm ready.
About it.
All right.
I can still hear the euphoria in your voice. Those boys, they took. Their spirits dropped when they gave them. When they canceled their goal and gave that penalty. And you could see them struggle, and I thought they were going to lose a goal before they recalibrated. But they saw the game out. Oh God, it was quite something.
I couldn't even watch the penalty because I couldn't even watch it because I can tell you.
Because the South Africans were playing for penalties,
Yeah,
so that then tells you that they feel they were more confident. They feel, but there it is anyway.
No, they actually believed in their keeper, right? They felt
Mm.
the guy is is this penalty genius. Because but I'm happy, right? And I'm very sure that everybody in Nigeria is definitely happy now.
Can you recall the last time we were in the final?
Yeah, was it not 2010? I think it's like 2010, right? Was it
Wow.
2010 or
That
2013?
cannot be correct. We
2013.
won in 2013. So cannot be
2013, 10 years ago. Kind of like 10 years ago, right?
Wow. So there it is. I hope they go on now. I think the country needs the good news. So they need the feel good of a good win. We're up against the host country though, but that's the thing.
That's gonna be tough.
Mm.
It's gonna be tough with you're playing against the host country, the fans and everything. So it's gonna be a little bit tough.
And the pressure will also be on the officials because they usually go in favor of the in 50-50 decisions. They usually go with the home country.
Yeah. And even if you look at the journey of Cote d'Ivoire to this point, I think to me, right, I've seen several instances where I just felt, the officiating has always been favoring them, particularly when they played with Senegal. Yeah, I thought, to me, I felt, Senegal will have actually won that match.
All right. If they go on and win that cup, how do you think the Tinubu government are going to spin it?
Bros, don't even go there.
they will spin it nothing to no end. All right, let's get to the politics of it. What are you looking at in the politics today? What caught your attention?
It's a lot, but probably you can actually be my guy and just talk to one or two things.
All right. Let me kick it off with let's kick it off actually with the price of cement, which has now gone to 6,000 naira a bag. We had conversations around this yesterday, and we were speculating as to yes, we were speculating as to who can afford to build a house in Nigeria now? So I'm watching the comment section as I'm talking to you. Yes, we were speculating as to who can afford a bag to build anything in Nigeria today. What are you making of this headline now, Larry?
Oh, I think it's really tough. It's tough for people in Nigeria. We need to be very candid with ourselves. It's really tough now. The only people that you can actually see, building now, are basically probably politicians or probably those that have actually had enough money stacked up somewhere. But in most cases, when it comes to building, most cases I used to, look at a normal civil servant in Nigeria. Will a normal civil servant at the end of 35 years be able to build something good for himself? But with the way things are going, and at the end of 35 years, it's getting more difficult to at least have a home of your home, of their own. And I think at this point, it's a lot of things that needs to come into play. Even though some of the key players in that industry have been trying their best, particularly Boa. Boa has actually been trying to see how he can actually get this.
Yeah, but did it crash the price of they are not saying it in the shops now. So in fact, somebody was saying that his cement is more expensive than Dangote's where they live.
No, I don't think so. I think the major problem is transportation, right? I think he tried, right? He tried at a point, particularly when you want to get it from the factory. But if you factor transportation into it with the fuel price and everything, it's if you put everything together, that's why you're having this increase. So I think they've actually done much because most of the things they actually use are basically in Nigeria, and it's not like they are importing things like that. But I think it's the transportation. If you factor the price of transporting things into it, so definitely go up.
All right, brilliant. And the government releasing food from the national reserves. I didn't even know we had a national reserve.
Yeah, we
But
do.
if we do have that, then why have they not released it earlier? As people have been priced out of their ability to the capacity to eat.
No, no, I think they've actually been releasing it, right? They've been releasing things from that reserve. But I think what people need to know is just that federal government cannot do everything. People need to start, we need to start looking inward and start holding some of the state governors accountable. Look at what happened even in December, right? There are rights and everything that were released, through the National Assembly. And at the point before that time, there are things that were released through the state governments. And a lot of all these governors, I'm very sure, look at what they did during COVID-19. Even when things were released to them, some of them kept it in their warehouse. Not until people started looking for those warehouse and boggling it, that was why they started sharing some of those things. So federal government will always release, right? But how does it really get to people? That's the major thing, right? Are you still using the same process, going through some of the state governments to release some of those things? Who would definitely, we all know they would definitely hoard it. And some of them can actually even turn it to party, party gifts and some of those things, giving it to their party members and not really getting it to people. So I think the federal government still needs to look for a way, way to really channel things where things from the federal government will get directly to people, not using some of these intermediaries, because some of those intermediaries are not really working. Federal government release things and it's not really getting to them. Look at the state government, for instance. If you look at their allocation recently, I was looking at some of their allocations. It has really increased. And are you really seeing the impact on their state? Take for instance now a state like
Yeah,
Delta.
but that increment though, you have to put it within context though. It has increased. That's as a result of the removal of the all subsidy, as you know. But then the value of the naira has depreciated by about 50%. So that increment is actually even cut by half just by the you
Yeah,
know.
one thing is for us to say the value of the naira has actually depreciated. Another thing is what exactly are they really using some of this money for? Right. If you look at some of the state governments, a lot of them are it at this point, right? I don't really expect some of this state governments to go for some of the elephant projects. Do more, a little bit of all some of those elephant projects and do things that would definitely benefit people. And that's the major thing. This issue of everybody waiting on the federal government, we need to be very candid with ourselves, right? Federal government cannot take care of everything. Take, for instance, now look at the local government. Some of these local states are still sitting on local government finances, and that is supposed to be the nearest unit to the people. And what exactly are we really saying now, right? Everybody in the states are looking up to the states because they've actually, they've collapsed this local government structure, so which is supposed to be the closest to people. So federal government, even if federal government release everything we have in reserve today, I can actually tell you there will definitely be sabotage if it still go through some of these intermediaries.
All right, brilliant. And 3 billion naira confiscated from Hidi Sirakas, the former aviation minister's brother. So, what are you making of that? And why has this? Because this guy stole in open glare. So, why has it not been addressed by the authorities?
You see, one thing I have always been saying is if Tinubu really wants to leave politics and face governance, we all know that a lot of these guys actually stole a lot of money. And if you look at most of the problem that we have now, right, dollar and everything, is a lot of all those guys, they stole a lot of money, they had a lot of money, and the next thing they could actually do is to turn some of those money into dollars, which basically means that a lot of them are going to push some of those money. If you look at towards the end of Buhari's government, you could still remember that some of these guys were still spending money, and a lot of people were asking questions, right? Why are you spending money at this point when you guys were going? They said, they are going to keep spending till the end of their tenure. So it's for me, 3 billion is still small. I think the EFCC needs to do a good job, go after some of those guys, go after some of their bank accounts even outside Nigeria, look for a way to trace some of this money. Most of this money
Do you think the longer they let it the longer they let it lie, the more difficult it will be for them to make a recovery?
Yeah, exactly. We all know that, right? We all know that. A normal thing is for you to go all out after these guys. But
Because
when
they are leaving them even more and more room to move
yeah,
that money around. Yeah.
they are leaving them room, which I don't really, but I think it's more of politics, right? Because ordinarily, if Tinubu had wanted to do the normal thing, right, go after some of these guys, trace all the money, whatever it is, anywhere in the world, trace the money, get the money back, bring the money back into the economy. You remember what Obasanjo did at that point, right? Obasanjo was, if you need to bring all of them into a room, right, let's talk to them and bring this money. You understand? At some point, so plea bargaining might not even work. Because some of those guys, if they want to go into plea bargaining, somebody will steal like 100 billion. I want to go into plea bargaining and bring in like 20 billion. So who's going to...
Maybe the approach of the Saudi prince. Do you remember what the Saudi prince did when he corralled all of them and just slung them in some 7-star hotel and told them that, look, I need 500 billion from all of you, and I need it within a week. If you don't do it, I will shoot you. Maybe that's what we need. Something like that.
Yeah. Well, that's that can't happen in Nigeria.
No, maybe not. I will shoot them, but pick them all up on so many reasons that you can pick them up, lock them up, and tell them to cough up the money.
Yeah, I think the major thing is it's based on the kind of like getting EFCC to that point that EFCC is independent and EFCC is ready to run after the money. If EFCC wants to run after the money, they can easily do it, right? Just ensure that you are able to really, use the bank system, use international community, trace the money, right? I know some of them can actually, if you give them time, they will look for those tax haven and look for a way to take some of those money to Bahamas and some other places like that. But at this point, I think it's more for EFCC to do their job, trace our money, get our money. Even if you ask people, right, a lot of people know what's actually happening. Take, for instance, look at how much they've actually collected from this former Minister for Humanitarian Affairs. It's a whole
Sadia Farouk. Is she in custody?
No, I think they've collected over 30 billion from her. I think they've collected over 30 billion from her. I think for Edu, they've frozen some of these accounts. There are some accounts that, they were using and they've frozen some of those accounts. So, and I think there are still several other people that they still need to go after, right? People like Malami. There are a lot. Go after all of them and look at what they've done. Look for a way to bring the money back. If they have the money in dollars, let's get it. Let's look for a way to bring some of this money back. That's what we need now.
Larry, can I interject?
Yeah.
Yeah, that lady, Farouk, she's on bail, but they had her passport. She cannot leave the town, but she has returned the 30 billion that caused problem, that caused problems between her and she and Edu. But there's still on that 40 billion that is outstanding that she also returned.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
From that, I think from the secretary of something that one is 40 billion is that one care. But again, it baffles me and it pricks my soul that people like Bosunto Ojo is still working freely.
How do you mean?
He's involved in all this. He's involved in all this proceed. And when I was arguing that I was talking to my learned lawyer, Ogbeni, and I was trying to argue with him that day to put a point to him that there's this thing have been established, conflict of interest have been established. And people were arguing with me, no, there's no conflict of interest, you didn't commit any offense. And how come you don't commit any offense? You are facing ICPC, you are going to the ASO Rock to defend yourself, the ministry, and the company, you said you have relinquishing your, I said relinquish or release how which language should I use?
No, it didn't commit it didn't commit an allegation was
it's not
made
an allegation. It's not an allegation. You can't be calling an allegation of billions. It's not an allegation. It's proven. Yes, that they're suppressing it. If they go through.
I'm not even, for me, right? The people that I need for them to go collect money, everybody that served in Buhari's government, because those are the people that we can pursue now, right? Before they take that money.
No. See, there's something going on. There's leakage going on. If you don't block this leakage, the corruption will not stop. Everybody's looting, mass looting. Mass looting is going on in Nigeria. We must say the truth. Well, I'm tired of.
Who's going to collect all
okay,
money?
No, what's the problem now? Is the Nigeria now is in between budget. Sure, you know that they're in between budget from the old budget to the new budget. So everybody's trying to loot and everybody's trying to hide from the old budget. Not even the new one now. The new one is not in circulation yet. Everything they are spending is from the old budget. So anything they take now, you can account for it. It will be carried over for recurrence and expenditure and recurrency. How they call it recurrence and how they call it. That which makes budget too fast.
So are you saying they should leave those Buhari's guys and start?
No, both of them.
They should pursue because those ones can all easily run.
I didn't call all the ministers. I didn't call the ministers. I said both. That means Ministry of Immaterial Affairs. That's Farouk have a co-partner they're looking for. Better Adu and Joe. How they call it? Joe.
Wow, but it's not even only those ones. For me, I don't know why people like Malami are still bring Malami.
You know, Larry, I'm really surprised how late into the conversation that name came in. If you get hold of Abubakar Malami, you probably recover at least 20-30% of what was looted. That guy was the chief looter now under Buhari now, Abubakar Malami.
There are a lot of those guys. Bring those guys in. Bring Tunde in. Where is Tunde?
So hold on. If we want to bring Tunde in, a lot of people will go down. Even don't be surprised. Oshomole might go down. Don't forget, Oshomole is the head of. Hold on. Oshomole is the committee, the Senate committee of Ministry of Affairs. I don't know. The position that Tunde is heading. He's the one supervising it. Now, if that money.
No. He means Tunde Sabiu. The one under.
Tunde Sabiu. I don't have any.
No, I know. I'll go to Tunde Sabiu. I'm talking about just the 5 something million. Now, if you really want to follow it, trace it, you will see that there's so many people hand will be caught in the cookie jar.
Oshomole is the chairman Senate Committee on Interior, and there is nothing on Interior now.
No. I'm not talking about Interior. That money that was paid.
Why are you bringing Oshomole into the picture?
This is what I'm bringing Oshomole now. That much. This is where this is me saying it. I'm not saying that this is what happened on paper, but this is how these people share money. You know, like it kind of something like you know about the Yakuzas in Japan, the mafia, what they call Yakuzas. Now, any deal they do, they only send 10% to their organ or any other person. That they'll send it equally. Because when the deal gets fucked up, it will involve all of them, and those people will always come and defend them.
Yeah.
Where
does this concern Oshomole?
Then I'm coming now. This is how this push share, man. I'm saying there's no way that 500 something million that you're accusing Ojo for.
How?
Oshomole do not have a little cut from it. They share among themselves.
What 500 and what are you talking about?
The consortium fee they pay into his account now. They pay to him now. The company that they said he's no longer the chairman of the company.
Yes,
that money.
Yes.
If they really want to investigate it, you find out that they have shared that money among themselves.
No. Hold on. What are you saying?
Okay.
That money was a consultancy fee. And
yes.
there are receipts to show that the activity of the fee was carried out. The only thing that you can accuse him of is leveraging his relationship with Better Edu to get a contract for his own firm, using his colleagueship within the government in order to get a sweetheart deal. It wasn't stolen money. What are you talking about?
Exactly. What I don't understand is because
I'm just hold on. Sorry. it might be like randomly. I'm saying randomly, but I'm saying if we really want to look at it holistically, we want to investigate that money. We'll find out who shared those proceeds to Shomole, because Shomole the one headed the committee is the one headed the committee that supervised Ojo.
Hold on.
But again,
Stay where you are. Don't run away, because you are making an allegation that has no foundation.
Of course.
You are
I'm not running away. I'm coming now.
No. Stay where, because you want to run away from what you said and then add on to it when what you said it has no substance. You are alleging that there's a 500 million naira story. That 500 million naira was a consultancy fee to the Humanitarian Affairs Commission Ministry, and the consultation was carried out. All of the receipts for the consultation are documented. So there's no fraud in that money. The only thing that stands accused is that sharp practice took place, that he used his relationship within the government to get a contract. What are you alleging?
What I'm alleging is how we investigate what the job he carried out. What job did he do with 500 million? What did he consult with 500 million?
Nationwide.
The same job they gave to him, they gave to almost 7 people, 7 other companies. There was only him that had that contract.
What's 7 on that company?
He was not, see, the money they paid him, the consulting fee they paid to him, his company. Right. It was not only his company that did the consulting stuff. There was other company involved too.
Did they pay the other?
Yes, I'm saying they paid the rest people. Everybody's involved.
If the other company didn't do the job,
that's what I'm saying. What the money they got in, all they got in is about $1 billion plus. Now, what did they do with $1 billion plus to check a record of what people that received money?
That is left for EFCC to.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just what's that left for EFCC? You guys should hold on. Don't you guys should not run too, because I'm saying let's investigate that.
You are busy bringing a lot of.
I'm not painting. That's why corruption. That's why corruption keep happening in this country.
No, don't run away. Stay in the conversation.
I'm with you guys. I'm with you. I'm with you in the conversation. But hold on, let me carry my talk. I'm listening. I'll carry my daughter. She's crying.
Yeah. The ministry that the thing happened is the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs.
Yes.
Oshiomhole is the chairman Senate Committee on Interior.
Right.
And that was why I asked you.
There's nothing correlates in what he's saying.
Was there an issue with Ministry of Interior? You said no. You said because Tunji Ojo was involved in that, you think he would have actually shared money with Oshiomhole. There's no.
And what is even 500 million to Oshiomhole that is cutting a share? What will he get? 5 million?
No, Mama, that's a very wrong statement. If somebody is a public office, is a public office holder. He does not supposed to have 500 million in his account.
You don't just.
So why you say that?
Hold on. If somebody is a public office holder, it's not meant to have 500 million in his account.
No.
So if Dangote now gets a public position, he should give away all of his money.
No. This is what about you guys doing? No, you cannot be clever by this.
No, I'm asking you.
No. I'm coming down. Let me answer you. Someone has been a public officer from a tailor to a national leader, for labor union chairman. From there to become a 2-time governor. What's his salary? And now he's a senator. What is his salary for him to now have 500 million naira in his account? What is hold on. Let me land.
No, don't land.
Does he have a second address? Does he have a second address?
Does he have a factory? No, guy. Don't do that now. Do you know that he has 500 million in his account?
He doesn't have. He's not supposed to have.
No. Do you know if he has 500 million in his account?
I don't know, but I say if he has, you're supposed to hold him for corruption because he's not supposed to have 500 million. You don't have that.
No, don't run. Just stay. I will just.
I'm not running. I'm standing with you.
Yeah. So what's the basis of this righteous indignation? You don't know if the guy has 500 naira or 5 kobo in his account. You don't know what the source of his money is. You don't know anything about his finances, but you are saying if he does have 500 million, I don't. Am I missing something?
No, you are missing something a lot. Yes, you are missing because what you're saying now, you are hold on, please, Larry. Sorry, I'm digressing. Sorry, I'm stopping you. All right. Now, this is what we do, and that's why our public officers now, our public office or position is a shortcut to become a millionaire in Nigeria. I will not declare like, oh, if you have 500, what's the Shomole? 500 million is not supposed to be anything to Shomole. Actually, what's the
No,
salary
do,
from?
do you know how much he has? Do you know how much he has?
Nobody knows. That's why I said if he has 500 million in his account, he's supposed to be arrested.
So why are you saying if he has 500 million?
Yes,
hold on. Just hold on now. Hold on. What's led you to that statement? You don't know if or whatever it is that he has. So why would you just randomly, why not 5 billion or 500 billion? Why would you just randomly say if he has 500? What are you talking about?
You said it. And I'm telling you what you said. You said what is 500 million to Shomole? And I said if Shomole has 500 million in his account, according to his record as a public officer, he should be supposed to be arrested and be said by EFCC. Because all the times being no, listen now, that I was pushing back on what you said. You were saying what is 500 million? Because I was saying they shared 500 million, they pay 500 million to Ojo's account. You now said what is 500 million to Shomole? And I said no.
I said what is a cut of 500 million? Will he get 5 billion naira out of that 500 million? Is that what does he get to compromise his name?
What
I don't know.
Understand is the correlation. You see, because one thing is for us to come and start putting up accusation and one or two things, right? But it's always good that we look at what we're actually putting out. Because take for instance now, you just said because Oshomole is the chairman Senate Committee on Interior, and you felt because Ojo is the Minister of Interior, obviously Ojo will have actually given Oshomole money, which to me, right, we should have actually gone past this throwing accusation here and there without any valid evidence, because you can't even pinpoint. I did been Oshomole have to be probably chairman Senate Committee on Humanitarian, Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs or something. Probably, yeah, we can connect that. But you saying because you just felt probably Ojo will have given Oshomole money, for me it doesn't really make a lot of sense, and it's not two things. It's two different things. So.
All right. I didn't quite know.
Okay. I just want to push back. But anyway, I'll still hold you and one man accountable to this argument next time. You know me, I will not let go. But now I'll let Commissioner go on. So we'll not deviate.
No, it's good to hold. But what I won't do is to start putting out accusations when I don't.
I'm not accused. If you say I wasn't accused, I say if we have to look at it holistically, we found out that Oshomole is involved. I didn't say directly is involved. It was everything we're saying just assumption, but which we see happen every day in Nigeria.
Involved in what though? The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, they found the need. We have to go and look at the details of the contract. Now you are pushing that space, but they are awarding consultative contracts to carry out a piece of nationwide work. A company owned by the Minister of Internal Affairs, whatever ministry it is, they bid for that contract and won it. So I mean, what?
Don't worry, we talk this matter. The session is just starting. We'll have a day to really talk about this matter. But let's go to the next topic.
All right. So I hope you understood some of that, Larry, because I didn't get most of what was being said there. Court orders Nigerian government to fix price of petrol, other items. So, what does that even mean?
No, I saw this thing. I saw it, I started laughing. You see, court fix what? How can government fix price? I don't know. At the point they were saying fixed price of rice, you fix price of tomato, fixed price of this. How is it possible? Do you expect government to now go out, right? To now say, okay, fine, you, madam, selling rice. Okay, this is how much you should sell it, right? Is it possible like that?
Is the court ordering the government to reintroduce fuel subsidy? Is that what? Because that's the only way they can fix it, isn't it? Is it a court order to reintroduce fuel subsidy?
Those are courts. Sometimes you just laugh. You understand what I'm saying? And you just laugh because most times I think, look at all some of those judges and you ask them, do they even listen to themselves? You understand? Or because everybody you go to someone comes to court and say, okay, fine, you just come, you deliver a judgment. Because in actual sense, this kind of judgment we all know it's not even possible for anybody to implement this kind of judgment. Had it been government actually have their own, probably government have their own reserve where they sell their things, they could actually say, okay, fine, we're going to fix this price. So if government now come out tomorrow and say, okay, fine, everybody's selling beans, right? So this is how much you must sell your beans. How is it possible? Is it government that actually, that actually bought what they are selling? It's not possible. I don't know, probably during military, right? Probably, you could go to market and take soldiers everywhere in the market and say, okay, you must not sell this above this and some of all these things. Sometimes some of these judges, they are just too funny. Because this is not, it's not a judgment that can actually be implemented. It's just, I think probably you could just say, okay, fine, probably government can look for something to do, kind of like help people in the market, people selling some of these things to reduce their prices. But fix, it's not possible.
All right, let me take you to this space. When I saw this, I thought I'd just bring you guys a making of it. Airline announces it will weigh passengers as well as their carry-on luggage. So this but I can see a sense in it. So because I've sat next to some awfully fat people on the air. It's an uncomfortable journey when you're sat next to. You can't cross over them to go and use the toilet. What are you making of this as an innovation to the space?
No, this one cannot fly. It can't fly. You understand what I'm saying? It can't fly. Because even if you try it, right?
You can't try it in America anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
That litigious.
If you try it, right? They can cancel your hairline because you start seeing cut. America, there's a lot of obese here, right? Immediately you say that, you know them, court cases and everything will start flying. They can even by that cancel that particular hairline. It's you want to start weighing people. So obviously, probably someone that is slim will pay lower or what. Oh man, I mean, some of all these things. Sometimes it's just good. You read it and you just laugh. And,
But there be some sympathy for it though, because
no sympathy. Which sympathy? No sympathy for it.
And they want to start weighing your hand luggage as well, which a lot of people use.
They can actually do that because obviously, there is actually limits to what you can actually carry, right? Like in some airlines, yeah, right. Most cases, probably it's just your handbag. Extra luggages, sometimes you just have to like pay for it. So, which is actually obvious. It's even when you are booking, you see some of those things there, right? That you can't even, extra luggages would definitely be. They have to like, you have to pay for it. But still, there has to be that, that small bag that you could actually take into the plane. So, which is not chargeable. So, but I don't know how they want to go about it. Everybody's, you just bring a lot of things. Let them try it with international flight and see if it's going to work. Not if they can try it with international flight and see if it's going to work.
Well, I think it's an international flight though. It's Finland is the Finland-London route.
Finland. Okay, Finland, London. They should try it now. I don't know about anything in Europe. I don't know, but I know it can never work in America. So Europe, I don't know if they allow it. Good. Probably it's a way for them to reduce obesity, though.
Yes, people will start becoming self-conscious just to board a plane. Naira gains 4.49 in 1 week, driven by CBN policy. Have we seen the apex of this? Have we seen the height of it? Are we seeing the Naira bounce back? We've had so many false dawns. Are we now about to see the Naira now starting to put up a fight?
I think all the CBN measures are good, but it's just temporary. I think the major thing that they need to do is what they've started doing. I was reading something this afternoon against dollarization of the Nigerian economy. EFCC going all out, right, to go against this dollarization of that economy. And if EFCC can do that, I've always said it here, CBN can always bring some of this policy on the monetary side, right, with the banks and everything. But the major implementation, if you really want these things to go down, I think it does more with the with the security agencies, EFCC in this regard, to really go all out, right? Like, because we've always said it here, we don't see any reason why people, organizations would definitely be charging dollars. Now it's now beginning to be something new that all of them are now keying into. Private schools, private secondary schools are now beginning to ask for dollars, which doesn't really make sense. Even some universities, I was looking at this new university that this Access Bank guy is building in Port Harcourt. I think it's in River State, and they were quoting dollars, and a lot of people were really saying, why are they really quoting dollars? Why are they expecting people to pay in dollars? Though it's good if you quote dollars for foreign international students, but for domestic students you don't quote dollars, right? So I think major thing, if they really want this to go down, EFCC need to go all out, go against dollarization, negate this issue of people collecting dollars and everything. You will definitely see that thing coming out. And look, EFCC should go all out and look for those guys that have actually stocked that dollar. And if possible too, right? So probably they need to kind of like, put some limits to how much you can actually, push through the banks, right? Put some limit to it, probably $10,000. If you're pushing over $10,000, then there has to be a way to report to EFCC like they used to do here. Because if you're doing over like $10,000, the banks report to FBI and they kind of like look at what exactly you're doing. So there's a lot of things, and it's not just a CBN thing, which a lot of people felt, oh, CBN can actually do this. And I like what the CBN governor actually said, right? For you to stabilize the currency, it's not just CBN thing. You are looking at the CBN from the monetary side. The fiscal side too is really, really key. So, and I think they all need to work on hand in hand, which I'm not really seeing, because I saw some lapses in that particular conversation where the CBN governor was more like, yeah, some things are trade policies, some things are fiscal, and it's not really monetary. He's not expecting people shouldn't expect him to do their job for them. And that's not how we really want it to work. We expect them to really work hand in hand, as he's doing his own from the monetary side. The fiscal side are also doing their own too. And the Minister of Trade and Investment too is kind of like doing one or two things, from that side. And, if they had to go all out to kind of like, discourage import of one or two things, they need to go all out, right, on some of those things. So if they do all those things, obviously, the Naira will definitely find its true value, and, exchange rate will kind of like be normal. So that's
what do you think the true value of the Naira is?
You see, the true value of Naira now, I've seen a lot of people talk about one or two things, but I've not really seen anybody that is really being realistic. I've seen some people said, oh yeah, the true value of the dollar, look at CBN. At the point they were like, okay, it's 800, it's 850, is this, is that. So I think the major thing is for them to do all what they need to do. And obviously, for me, probably 1,200 or a little bit over one.
That's where you think it will settle.
Yeah, that's what I think personally, right? But I don't have.
I disagree. I think the dollar will settle round about. All the way through, I've been insistent that the value of the Naira is 700 to the dollar. But between 700 and 800, I think is where the value should be. Probably will end up.
Yeah. So that is when everything has been taken care of. Right.
That's what I mean. When all of these are going, so when they settle the debts, chase away the crooks, and let the economy run. Yeah.
If everything has been taken care of, right, and they've cleared the backlog, the EFCC is going all out, right, to really discourage dollarization of that economy. The trade guys are bringing their trade policies, looking for ways to, some things are not even supposed to be imported in the first instance. So, which I think the trade minister should definitely look into. So it's a whole lot of things. So that's why I said, until they all work hand in hand, and a little bit of patriotism too from Nigerians, right? And see how they can actually, because one thing is for you to have a country. The next thing you need to is for you to have the power of your currency, which is actually something that is key, because people don't really respect you when you don't even have a currency, that is strong. So it's a whole lot of things. The government is going to do its own. The business people are going to do their own, being patriotic. And at the end of the day, if everything works out well, so obviously it will definitely, one way or the other, go back to that value of probably like 750, where it was then, right? When before the whole thing, particularly what they were selling at the black market, because that was what they were selling at the black market then, which is basically you're not getting from CBN. It's just a normal thing on the black market. So.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else that caught your attention in the news today?
Oh yeah. I think I'm good, and congratulations to Nigeria. And
yes,
obviously, I just pray we're able to really, finish it and finish the whole thing.
There is a sense that we are going to win that cup,
There is a sense, but I think people should just go there with her, may they no grief for anybody.
Yes, no grief, no grief for anybody here. So that's brilliant. Let's go on from you, Larry, to Bishop. See if he's ready for us now. Bishop.
Mama, no. The network is still. I will see. I will indicate when in a good place. Just go ahead.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Ajale Koko then. Let's see if he's ready. Ajale Koko. All right. Ajale Koko is not ready yet. So we go on with you then, Larry. Or we could just wrap it up.
Let me come in there. I mean, I just don't want that fluctuation when the network is bad. So if you are hearing
it's only you and Larry really effectively here. So we'll see how we go.
Good evening. I mean, everyone, good evening. If you are listening to us, please come join us. Let's have a robust conversation as usual once again. So thank you very much. So let's roll. Let me start from the football. I mean, I managed to catch a glimpse of it, even though I was emotional. I want Nigeria to win it. I don't know what happened. The goal that was disallowed, I was really kind of surprised. And just like you, I listened to some conversations before about if this match gets into the penalty, how that we are out automatically. So even though I don't know the basis for that argument, but I was a little bit apprehensive. Why did we consider go? 1 minute it was to go, and before you know it, one goal disappeared to one the game, and before you could say Jack, there was an equalizer. I said, what? How? But then I think all is well that ends well. Cote d'Ivoire, I think we'll beat them again. We've been at this stage before. I can't remember which match. I think it was Tunisia or which Nations Cup edition was that we were in the same group. I think that team beat us in the opening match, but we now met again in the finals, and we were able to carry the day. So in this case, we beat them in the group stage. You remember Cote d'Ivoire was in our group. Am I right?
Yes, I think we beat them 1-0 or something.
Yeah,
we beat them 1-0. So if we beat them once, I'm sure we'll beat them again. I mean, not even with the morale of the boys. Yeah, from the little I was able to catch a glimpse of, there were a little bit disorganized at some point. But I think, by and large, I think we played the better game. I really want to see the playback to see how would you have to go back, how many minutes after they have scored to go and cancel the goal, not immediately, not as a result of.
And then I want the penalty. I don't think I've ever seen it in football before.
It's a little bit ridiculous. It's not actually ridiculous. But it is what it is. If it is the same conspiracy we always had before, unless the batters continue, ultimately, another one is to remain. But this one, we Already. So final on Saturday, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, final on Saturday. So let's roll as we used to do. Maybe we have a little bit of break from the usual lamentation of Sodom as we have always been having. So let's see how it plays out. Congratulations, Nigeria.
All right. This really is a follow-on from the conversation we were having yesterday, Bishop. So the Tribune has done an audit of the price of a bag of cement in Nigeria, and it averages about 6,000 naira. But then they reminded us that BAU, they actually promised that they were going to be price pointing it at 3,500. So what are you then making then of Nigerians being priced out of the capacity to be able to build?
Unfortunately, these are the dark reality. Now, cement is one commodity among several other commodities in Nigeria. And every commodity in Nigeria has been affected one way or the other. Cement is not an exception. I am not saying it has to be so. But it is a commodity, it has factor and cost of production, and the cost of production somewhere along the line has been affected and it's gone up. Is it even likely to come down? I don't know how far it will come down. But immediately, hopefully, when monster of inflation maybe it's going to 6,500 is high. I mean, it's high. So every other thing is affected. So, and that's why the president and the government of the day's job is cut out. It's well cut out for them. Where do they want to start from? I don't know. And the first thing is to change inflation and the aspect of building. And if you go and check, it will not be only cement. It will affect sand. It affected blocks, rod, everything about building materials generally. Because, like we've always known, it is the trajectory that cement go that other building material also will go. If they started implementing the concrete road policy of Umahi, we say maybe there is a competition for cement and the demand has gone up. But they've not started that. So I think I would just say that government should do something about it and do it quickly.
Do you think the government should license importation?
Well, if we say government should license importation, with previous experience, has it helped in any way? We had a debate about, if you remember, about government opening up the border so that grains can come in. When people were crying that rice was expensive, and people were saying, "Oh, let government open," so that if they flood, you said so that if they open the border and they flood the Nigerian market, the price will go down. And I was against it. I remember that. Look, how much are they going to buy it? People will make profit. People will profit there. Now they did that, and everything is still where it is, if not worse. So for me, because it's not like that is cutting, it's just that the cost has gone up either as a result of production. Because if it is cut, it can get the price will go up. But the other factor that can drive cost up is the cost of production and inflation, as we have seen and we have still seen. So it might not be a valid argument that if they open the border, but if they experiment with it and it works, why not? If they experiment, okay, let's bring in bulk cement, maybe not packed cement. Because we used to
because there seems to be so many cartels within so many industries. If Dangote and BAU, if they agree on the price of cement, then that will set the price no matter what. There's not sufficient enough competition in that industry. And the only really thing that can push even more competition is importation.
That in itself dangerous, and I'll tell you why. If Dangote and Bua sit down, you are saying you actually it's PUA. If Dangote and Bua sit down and decide that, okay, let's crash the price of cement, that would be too dangerous for the industry, because they're going to run some people out of some smaller manufacturers, cement manufacturers out of business, and that is not good. That is of fear. That's of fear. What do they call it now? Price gouging or something. What is the name they call it? I mean, that means they are undercutting those other producers, and those one will run out of business, and it will be detrimental. You know, so they can do it. They will survive it because they know that immediately we are able to run them out of business, we will not leverage on their absence and expand our whatever, and that will be too dangerous. We'll be laying a very dangerous precedent. So for me, yeah, the competition is not. Let anybody that wants to survive. People will go and look for a buyer that can better the next. I mean, a seller that can better the other seller. Even if it's 10 naira, even if it's 20 naira, and there are people you will give incentives to. That okay, don't worry, if you are buying up to 500 bags or 600 bags or what, we will deliver free for you. We will bring it to your doorstep and we will deliver for you. You know. And they tell big consumers that, okay, we're not going to sell you bags. If they are buying so many tons, we'll give you in what they call this jumbo bag ton, and we'll come and deliver for you. You know, that like it will reduce some cost of bagging and shipping. And so it's unfortunate, but that's the reality we have. And can government force it down? That let's add it, join it to Femi Falana suit against the Justice Alagwa's court. Is Falana suggesting that we go back to the era of price control, whereby government, some people, we set up a task force that will be going about with Koboko to force people to say, come on, that's really, really ridiculous. When somebody don't get something to do.
You know, I'm laughing because, you know, when I saw that thing, I was just laughing. I said, you know, some of all these judges that even give some of these judgments.
I mean, even look, yeah, the judgment apart, but even Falana dying, instead the suit itself. What was they expecting to that federal government should force the price of bicycle should come down, and the price of bicycle spare part, the price of motorcycle and the motorcycle spare part, the part of motor cars.
You know, a lot of what Femi Falana does, he does it for the cameras. A lot of it is attention seeking.
Yes.
If the government forces down we're saying we're running a free market economy, and people are importing these things and putting their margin on it. So if the government wants to set the price, so who's going to buffer then the cost of importation and the profit margin of the entrepreneur? So that is then essentially is going to court to ask the government to subsidize the living standards of people.
Then, I mean, when I first heard it, I thought you would add that government should regulate the price that lawyers attach to. You go to some lawyers,
But do you personally, right? Personally, in terms of lawyers, that for me, that I respect, Falana is not there. It's not there. I think, like you said, he's always looking for.
He's a Nollywood lawyer now. It's an Instagram lawyer.
You know, he's an Instagram lawyer. He's just, you know.
No, it's an Arise and channel and what do you call it? AI. Just from one of camera to another. Sometimes
are you guys serious? You're calling Falana Instagram lawyer? Are you guys?
Yes, a Peperimpe lawyer. Yes,
you guys are just trying to mock. Are you mocking yourself, or who are you guys trying to mock?
If there's somebody,
are you guys trying? Are you mocking yourself, or you? What are you guys?
Hold on, Bishop.
Constitutional lawyer.
Hold on, Bishop.
One of the best, or even the best constitutional lawyer in the country. Instagram lawyer.
Hold on,
leave you guys alone.
Yes, look at that.
Leave you guys alone with your
noise making.
Baba Salah.
What's the difference between Falana and Serap? because he has turned to is it Serap or what's
It's a rap now. It's a rap.
yeah, there is always everything cut and cut and cut and cut and cut. There are several cases that Falana can look into, not others, because every time is sometimes, people like take for instance now Serap. A lot of people don't even take them serious because it's a normal thing. Oh, we sue, we do this, we do that. Falana
They
should
always
just
giving 7 days ultimatum and it's a rap.
Falana should
There
just
are that was going to sue Buhari for using toothpick. Now, how can you be fucking Nigeria with toothpick when Nigerians are hungry? Bunch of. So let me go that out. So for me, I think it's just for comedy relief. Maybe there are other issues going to take us back to the era of military regime where we set up price control and give some people kubuko to be going across the street or confiscating people's market to sell it at price control. What are you doing to the economy? Who wakes up? Which side of the bed did you wake up from? Look, the best we can describe that is just for the comedy relief, and that's the joke that Falana has become. No matter how analysts want to do it from. I don't want to say more than that. That's the joke he has become. Because
I wouldn't say he has become a joke, but he has moments sometimes that he gets ahead of himself. Sometimes I think he's just lost in the attention of the publicity that he gets, But he does do some good work sometimes.
Okay, so let's just do that. For me, I think it's a non-starter. We cannot go back to the era of price control now. You can't tell Omoyibo that know how much he has spent to import his specially used spare part from Japan or from America and tell him what are the parameters? What yardstick are you going to say? Okay, your brake pad must not be more than 400 naira, or your headlamp for Mercedes 2022 must not be more than 30,000 naira. What parameter are you going to do?
the Falana is just
What parameter? So that's why I think it's so.
There are some cases you don't even expect to see coming from senior lawyers like Falana. So there are some cases that you just look at it and you're like, yeah, if it's one of these, I want to be lawyers that is trying to pursue cases like this. Yeah, you just look, okay, fine, this one is looking for publicity. But a person like Falana, right, because even him himself, he should definitely know that how is the implementation going to be? Do you expect them to carry soldiers to Kodumota and start flogging people? Okay, how much are you selling your tomato? How much are you selling your this? Oh, you must sell it. It's bigger than all those cases, which I think it's
so for me, that's my take on that. What else?
All right. Let me take you to Hidis Rika. They've frozen 3 billion naira in an account belonging to his brother. So it brings back that question then that a lot of the marquee names that have corruptions written all over them in the last 8 years, they are still walking the streets free. I'm talking about Abubakar Malami especially, Sadi Sirika, even more so. A lot of them. There's one guy, Umar Gandu, who was the sub of Abubakar Malami within that Ministry of Justice. Just so many of them. Why has his name not even cropped up yet in all of this corruption space? So what are you then making then of freezing monies almost certainly belonging to Hadi Sirika, and why has it not been arrested? All right.
Did you lose him?
No, I think he's having a systems issue.
Oh, okay.
Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Maybe I did for his moment. And the network is okay. It's not as good as it has been. Anyhow, let me just continue before I completely run out. I will put this at the doorstep of Tinubu's quelling. Before I say that, let me tell you, back. There is no system in the world that puts every criminal behind bar. It is the ones that you catch, you make the scapegoats out of them. Especially the ones that are so clear. Now, this is my work. If Tinubu inflict this amount of pain on Nigerians, the generality of Nigerians. I'm not going to talk about the Naira, whatever, but on the fuel subsidy to get it right. I don't think it should scare anybody, whether it is Sirika or Sarika or Malaba or anybody. All you need is verifiable evidence to bring just 10 out of this. Not one of them.
Yeah, but you see, Bishop, the problem with that Abubakar Malami narrative is that he has gone and packed his immunity under the Buhari name, because shortly, just before the administration went out, he went to immediately marry one of Buhari's daughters, and of course, then he becomes Buhari's in-law, which is a form of immunity in itself.
Let me tell you for a fact. If there is a fact, evidence today, and the president approached former president and put the file on the table, Buhari is the first person I would say pick him up, because he has said to them openly, nobody should use him as a shield. If they call you,
no, that was just a stunt. Now that was just okay.
Let people try it so that we will know that there is this man that wrote a book. They used to call him Demas Uwoko. Demas Uwoko is a sculpturist and an artist in the age category of probably Wale Soyinka and the rest. He used to live in Ibadan. I know him very well personally. He said the poor man and his white clay rags. The poor man, I have a copy of the book, and his white clay rags. I think you wrote it sometimes around 1996. Now, Buhari, one thing he has that everybody says, whatever goes on around him, Buhari will not sacrifice, will not soil his clothes now, his white clothes now. No matter how old or tattered they look, he will not soil them. If Tinubu wants to put that to test, let Tinubu gather enough evidence against Malami and take it there. And let's see if Buhari will now come in his defense. We will now know that everything Buhari ever stood for is a fact and is a management beginning. But you cannot just say, oh, because you don't want to, and you're not going to prosecute. If you have evidence, bring it out. If you have evidence against Malami or whosoever, bring it out. Because you cannot inflict this amount of pain on ordinary Nigerians in the sense that we want to change, and do things better. And now we have sacred cows in the bowl of Malami and Hadi Sirika. So the ones that are so obvious, this one now, carry the man. You don't need to waste time. If there is evidence, forensic evidence, carry him. So if it is Buhari's in-law or Buhari's son, Buhari is there saying he will not even defend his son if he saw his hand. So I don't think they will just and Tinubu should just speculate, oh, Buhari will be angry. And so what? If Nigerians are happy, what's the man, an individual? Buhari is 82, 81 now. This is 82nd year. So for me, Tinubu should do the needful. He should just bite the bullets once and for all and take the fight to these people. Because they brought us where we are now. This sorry state. Yeah, of course, I said the last thing that maybe there were some mistakes, but it's so clearly. And the man that we counted that he was and all these mafians, mafians are now showing up. Then we should be able to press up and say, oh, we moved. Then let's open the books. So, irrespective of the man that is the same party, we should be able to ask questions so that we will set a good example of precedent for people that are going to come, that the day of reckoning and the day of accountability will come at some point. So for me, Tinubu will be doing himself and even his maker, his God, a service if he gloss over all these big allegations. He will be doing, and he will be offending some of us. So for me, I think Tinubu should do the needful.
But he's coming up to 1 year in government now, Tinubu, and apart from Emefiele, he has not yet picked up any high-profile person to give account of how of the Buhari administration. So why do you think that is?
One man.
One of my problems before with Buhari is this. I would rather that you arrest to complete investigation on 2 persons, arrest them and prosecute them diligently. Look at Amosu. What's that name? Yeah, Vice Marshal Amosu. Look at the court dismissed the case yesterday against him. Do you know the reason of 2.something billion naira? Do you know the reason? Nonsensical technical grant. So instead of arresting everybody and just now looking for how you will get investigated, let them complete their investigation proper so that they will have a diligent prosecution. So it's not just about coming in and arresting. Eventually was a flight risk. He was almost going to go out. So maybe, and there were 2 glaring. I think he became a little bit careless in everything he did. I think he became, reckless and the rest. So he was leaving trails everywhere, footprints and fingerprints everywhere. So for me, if they are still investigating, let them complete their investigation. If it is only 2 they are going to arrest, let them arrest them. We have cases that have lasted 10 years and they cannot get anything out of it. 10 years. How do you prosecute the case for 10 years? And at the end of the day, the case was done for very flimsy, nonsensical excuse. So for me, I'm not really too much about the time, but the diligence is how proper that investigation is. But I bet you should do something about these people. Even if it is one at a time, pick that one. If investigation has been concluded by Seneca, pick Seneca to come and answer. If it is about Balami, pick him. If it's about everybody, take them one after the other. You don't need to make a party out of it. But he owes us that, and he owes his God, his Allah or whatever, his whatever he owes him that. You can interject that. Oh, somebody was trying to call me. Hello.
No, I think that was Larry, but I think it's doing something else.
I said, do you think one man was saying Tinubu is almost 1 year, and aside these guys and probably this minister of humanitarian affairs. So, but my question is, do you think Tinubu will even probe these guys?
I don't think it can, because it's too enmeshed in the
that's why, sometimes
an opposition party was what we really needed to take over from Buhari, because the moment his party takes over, then they get away with all the crimes they committed.
Exactly.
Do you want me to answer you?
Yes.
Tinubu will do it.
He will do what?
You said, can they prosecute Adisirika, right?
No, it's like, can he probe the Buhari administration? He's not really probing. He's going after Emefiele for obvious reasons, but he's not really going to probe Buhari's administration.
No, you cannot probe. Probing the administration will be a little bit too free. So, how do you call it now? If there are allegations and they are able to trace money, just do it on it. If you say you are going to probe Buhari and the same administration are going to probe, you are just going to throw spanner in the wheel of your own progress. They are going to destroy your own government. No white man will say, oh, what I want to do now is to probe my predecessor in the same manner. I don't think that would be helpful in any way.
Sorry, why would it not be helpful? The Buhari administration is one of the most corrupt in the history of the country. But snake swallowing whatever it is, all the atrocities of hold on, let me make the point and then you can disagree. All the atrocities of Abba Kyari, all the atrocities of Fantua, all the atrocities of Abubakar Malami, all the atrocities of just so many atrocities that played out in open glare. So all of these things, they played out in open glare, and the country wants them investigated.
Okay. So I just want to correct something. You use an example. Just to set the record straight. Snake swallowing money did not happen under this Buhari administration. It happened in 2012 or 2013. Just to set the record straight. So there are too many examples that you can use there because that will just be an easy way for somebody to puncture your argument. And having said that, Tinubu and Buhari at the same party.
That's
You
you see,
cannot
it's
link
good for
Buhari.
them. Do you think that is good for the country? It's good for them because they
Let
are
me
the same
finish.
party. I respect this man. This
No,
what
no, 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 no.
Sorry, Bishop.
Jumping the gun. You don't let me land.
Yes, Larry, that's why it would have been ideal for if there was a viable opposition. I would have preferred that an opposition party take over from Buhari because as soon as Tinubu came in, we all know that they will get away with their crimes.
When Buhari came in and everybody was shouting pro Jonathan and pro Ranja, what came out of it? Did he pro Jonathan and station? Were there no high level stealing under Jonathan administration? Did he probe it? That's the question. Did he probe Jonathan? Did he probe even this guy ran away? Dazuki for years. It was this same Valano that were shouting fundamental woman rights, fundamental woman rights, fundamental woman rights. Did they get anything out of it? It just ended up becoming like
Please, can I interject?
Your system is a bit grainy somewhat. Interject, but make it brief. Yeah.
Okay. The reason why it was difficult for the Buhari to probe Jonathan regime because most of the criminals in PDP actually flushed out of PDP and joined APC, so they were being covered. That is one of the difficult tasks for them.
Okay, so this guy flush out of the Datuki flush out of the from the PDP. How many people that held position there that came out? I mean that argument is what do I call it now? That argument is not. It's just the amount of distraction is going to cause. Because we've had some people say, oh, just ask them to bring the money and forget about prosecuting them and the rest. They try it, nothing works. So for me, my view, I feel saying you want to probe the immediate past government, which is your own same party, will be a distraction, and everybody will now hide under that cloud to escape justice. But if there are evidence, like the case
Bros, do you think there are no evidence?
There are what?
Do you think there are no evidences that they can
That's
use?
what I'm saying. If there are evidence against the individual that participated those crimes, no, you are missing it all. If you let me land my thoughts.
Okay, wait, let's look at one thing. Pick a ministry, right? Look at everybody is shouting humanitarian affairs, because we'll see how brazen those people were, right? How they were just spending and everything, no account for anything. The sharing money and everything. Now, that is just, let's put that aside. Pick any other ministry, right? Money were being pumped into these places, and these people were just basically spending money anyhow, without even doing anything. There are several contracts. If you just pick each ministry, look at what they've done with contracts, you will pick a lot of things. It was just more like, look at the whole thing. Everything that was happening in CBN then was basically almost every Tom, Dick, and Harry was having ability to get dollars. I still remember one of my friends during the Mayfield's period. What those guys were basically doing in Abuja is, they just ask you, right, do you have a company? Can you do one or two things? And at the end of the day, you go to CBN, they will, one way or the other, they will approve that 1 million for you. Collect 1 million and take it to Wuse, and it was so really crazy then. So, but for me, I know Tinubu, he has a lot of information, he has everything. EFCC has a lot of things, rather than them running after Yahoo boys, we want to go and bust one Yahoo boy and all those things. Collect our money from these people. We know, even we ourselves, we know these people have taken a lot. Imagine you were in a government that was basically just printing money without anything backing it up. Do you know how much these guys printed and shared? Ways and means, everything. They were just basically printing money, sharing money.
And you're saying that government, there is no evidence. There is a lot of evidence. All the money they share without ways and means, where exactly did that money get to? Which contract do you use it to finance? I've never seen a country where people are so they have that effort to print money the way they like. That is
hold
only
on.
Nigeria that happens.
Hold on. When we have conversation, let's try again. You just said something now that I never said that I do evidence. Did I say that?
No, you said no. What you said is if they have evidence. I mean, I'm saying there are a lot of evidence, even with our outside.
No. That's where you are. That's where you got it wrong. Now we are having a conversation. Now I am saying every evidence they have against individual in the ministry, because technically what is happening already is proving the Buhari administration. If you are proving 2-3 ministry, you are proving the CBN. Technically, now it is based on what facts available, evidence available. We don't want to go on the one that you will just arrest people and you will keep them and we will start a trial and you will be paying lawyers billions and billions, and after 10 years, some lawyer would have fed fat and there will be no conviction. So, saying you're probing the government, the past government, is a little bit too loose. Where do you want to start from? But if you are probing the CBN, you are probing 2, 3, 4 ministries, you are already probing the administration. It is just that the headline, the sensationalism that, we are probing the past administration, is going to throw clogs or spanners in the wheel of the government. It's going to cause a lot of, but if they catch you in one ministry or in one department or in one agency and they say, come and answer to these things, that is technically probing the government. It is not until you bring Buhari and say, okay, Buhari, come and sit down. No, every ministry, every minister that sat under him was a part of the government. If there is evidence today, some evidence will still come up tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. So
okay, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask.
All right, sorry. Before you ask that question, Pansat, to Niger, I left you a message in the private chat. I acknowledge it. Good to see you, Pansat.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. The guy who's speaking right now, the last speaker,
Bishop.
Do you know, Bishop? Do you know how much money has been recovered from Abacha? What's called Abacha loot. Could you give me a magnitude, a number? How much has been recovered?
Okay, Pastor, good
evening.
Good evening. Please. Are we going to have a conversation like they are having now? I beg you beforehand. Please, let's have a conversation. At least let's change.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
How are you? How are you doing today?
Do you know? If you don't know,
are you begging him now? Look at this is what you have turned into.
So let me answer you. Abacha died, and a lot of the money that were traced to him that is being recovered. A lot of money to him.
You're breaking up, Bishop.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you know how much has been recovered? How much has been recovered back? Forget about how much is out there or whatever. Do you know how much has been repatriated back to Nigeria?
Do you have a figure, Pansat?
I do. I have a figure. But if he doesn't know, if you tell me.
I can work on it.
Huh?
No, you don't have to work on it. If you don't know, just tell him you don't know. Yeah,
I have a follow-up. That's why. I will tell you then. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question. Now, it's $4 billion in cash.
Okay.
$4 billion in cash. I said dollars, $4 billion.
Yes.
And then $2 billion in assets have been recovered from our back loot from 1999 to 2023. Now, the question I have, do you know who Bagudu, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu is?
Is that not the minister of something or the other? The minister of defense?
No, that's the minister of planning.
Budget and planning.
Yeah. For who?
For Tinubu.
Tinubu. Right. That was his bag man. That was Abacha's bag man.
Yes.
And the U.S. government made a deal with him where he gets to recover over $140 million, right?
Yes. He actually sued the U.S. government to hold on to monies that he stole with Abacha, this Tinubu's minister.
Exactly. And France has a lot of that Abacha's loot. That's why Tinubu is going to, well, I'm assuming that's one of the reasons. France has a lot of Abacha's loot that's already been identified, right? So what you have to understand is that it is silly for us to, I'll conclude with this and give him back his time. So I wait for my turn. The point I'm making is that I don't even think it makes any sense to start accusing anybody. You see how Bishop is saying, where's the evidence? There's a lot of people from my section of the country, including the South, and a lot of women, they go to court to prove their innocence. Nigeria doesn't have the habit of saying, let's go and find the evidence, and then we can then accuse you, and then we'll go to court to prove, so you could tell it to the judge. All these Northerners and all these Muslims, they litigate their own case in the newspapers. You basically have to convict them before you charge them, which is okay if it's the standard. If you have to have evidence before you accuse, it has to be nationwide. You can't be going after Mayfele, for example, and then go and let him tell it to the judge. While Buhari is running around, Bagudu is running around, Tinubu is running around, all right? Appointing somebody that corrupt. I'm telling you, Bishop, if I'm you, I will never open my mouth in the public. I will not do it. I'm telling you. The point is that if somebody's rotten to the core, it's Tinubu. That's you cannot come here to defend a guy like that and then have some kind of what do you call it? You can't have face if you do that. You don't have to do that. Don't defend him because, number one, he's not a Yoruba guy. He's not a Nigerian. He's very corrupt. He's illegitimate because there's no respect in what he's doing. You cannot go appointing somebody like Bagudu to be in your cabinet. And then
I agree with that. There's no departure from what signal does it send? Somebody that was openly prosecuted for links to Abacha loot are clearly corrupt, and the Americans established that, widely known. They recovered money from him, and you put him in charge of budget and planning. What does that tell us? I mean,
it just tells us.
Carry on now. I'll come in at my.
It just tells us that Tinubu is more of a politician than a president. Because if it's not politics, if you look at it very well, right? If it's not politics, I don't see what those guys are actually doing there.
So it's more sinister than that. It's not about a politician, right? Everybody's a politician.
Yeah,
but you can't say it's a politician because what it is, what we're looking at, right? I'm telling you, this is forget about partisanship. Forget about everything else. This is the most disrespectful thing. And there's no country in the world that will do this. What's going on right now? Okay, because now sometimes somebody could get himself elected somehow from whatever means. Then when you get there, then you sober up and say, you know what, let me give him something. He has absolutely no respect. Release Showore, he will not do it. Right? Releasing Nnamdi Kanu, he will not do it. Try to unify the country, he will not do it. Right? He went over there for two weeks and a day. His people were being slaughtered. Right? So he comes back with hubris. As if how we measure the new standard of measuring our president now is if it's rumored that he's dead, then he shows up alive. Then shame on all those people who said he was dead. That's what we're going to be doing for the rest of. But the kind of money, the kind of corruption we're talking about, and then the kind of suffering that our people are having to go through, there is no way I'm going to be putting up with this much longer myself. I'm telling you that we're going to have to do something about it. We're going to have to do something about it. It's not going to stand.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Bishop. Back to you, Bishop. Bishop, are you back?
Yes, I am. Let me just try and I know I did not hear the better part of the question, but I can just take it from there. You see, Babudu, yes. Do I want him prosecuted? Yes. Do I want him convicted if there are evidences against him? Yes. But in Nigeria, there is no law. The law says every individual accused person is considered innocent until proven guilty. I mean, even if you go to court, but the one that has not been charged, the one that has not been tried, the one that has not been convicted, I think will be indulging in this catch up, 50 street mentality if we keep wasting our time on that. He said he was an Apache man. No court has called him one. No court has convicted him with complicity. I'm not saying he did not do them, but the law says you cannot punish him until the court says yes, he has done so. So instead of wasting energy on that, the ones we have recovered and that we can recover, let's recover it. The amount of money we have spent on some cases. Look at this Amosu case I'm talking of. That case is more than 8 years. Look at Otikalu's case. Look at some of the cases 10 years after. They are still on it. And if you know how much those senior advocates of Nigeria are charging to prosecute and the rest, and some of them will still go back and counter sue. So, I mean, it's not productive. It's not helpful. Yeah, I don't know how much we have recovered from Abacha. But if we have recovered 4 billion, it's better. At least we did not spend so much money on litigation on that one. And if there is still more, let us recover it. It's a shame that it happened. I mean, but the money could have as well gone forever, and nobody will even be able to trace them. So for me, yeah, Babudu is not guilty until the court says so. So if they give him position today, even
but the court has said so now. The Americans found him guilty.
The point is that how much do you know how much $4 billion is? First of all, $4 billion. Not everybody knows how much it is, right? Not everybody. I don't even know how much it is. Let's put it that way. $4 billion. Nobody's gonna give you $4 billion just to toy around. If they repatriated $4 billion, if by rule of thumb, it means that these Oyibos must have taken about 20 billion themselves.
No, let's not go to ridiculous lengths.
No, but what I'm saying is that it must be a lot of money for them to allow 4 billion. Hold on 1 minute. So now the point is this, Bishop. On top of that, Bagudu comes to America to negotiate for $140 million, so that he doesn't have to sue the Nigerian government. I don't know what it is, some kind of deal where he'll be paid that kind of money. So only a corrupt Nigerian leader would do that. Instead of grabbing him and toss him in the slammer, right? So he stole that much money. He was a bag man. He's the guy that's bringing the money over here, right? So instead of grabbing him and throw him in the slammer, right, for the rest of his life, he's blackmailing the United States. Now, remember, when you hear he's dealing with the Americans and they dealing with him, it's probably some lawyers here who are probably the shyest people you could imagine. Lawyers in the United States, right? They are nothing to sing home about. I could say virtually all of them. Now, what I'm saying to you, though, is that it's disrespectful, Bishop, for you to come here and you say somebody has to, they have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that they've done something, or they have to collect evidence that is very solid, right? Whereas in the same breath, on the same day, you're talking about Emefiele. What do you have on Emefiele, aside from policy differences, of which he has the right, as an independent agency, he has the right to formulate policy, even a bad one. He doesn't have. He's an independent agency whereby. Now, let me just land on this. Now, because this is why I pick a fight with you, right? The main reason is this. It's not your fault, right? I'm in the United States, right? I'm here. There's a lot of things that I know, a lot of liberties, a lot of freedoms, what an agency does, that you have no clue what the hell it means. You are basically there, probably smarter than your neighbors. You know, you sound to know. Let me land. Please. No, hold on. It's not a route. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me land. I'm not going that route. I'm trying to tell you something. That's a fact. You cannot argue it. I'm here in the United States, a first world country, a hegemony, $30 trillion economy. You in Nigeria, 26 billion here and there, budgeting 400 billion, if that's even true. So there are a lot of things that I'm privy to here that you don't have, that you don't know, you have no clue. One of them, for example, is the standard that somebody has to reach for you to take him to court. And the role of the court, the role of the prosecutor, the role of the investigators. You have no clue what that means. Because I'm also from Nigeria and I know what we got there.
All right.
It's not picking on him, but what I'm saying is through no fault of his own, he's ignorant of this thing. So let me learn now. Ignorance sometimes is used in a nefarious sense. That's not the way I'm using it.
I'm just trying to bail out. Yes, gentlemen. I have something early to do, so I'm going to bail out at this point to prepare myself for what I do have to do. But the magnificent Tunaija has kindly volunteered to step into the bridge. So Tunaija will take it on from here. Tunaija, Ajale Koko has not spoken yet. In fact, only Larry has spoken really, but I'm not sure Ajale Koko is fully ready, but you are experiencing this space, so you know how to navigate and coordinate it. So you got Pansat, and then you walk in Game Maker. So I can only really wish you good luck. But good luck. Tunaija, thanks for doing this. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and greetings everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Who was speaking, and have you finished, or you want to carry on?
Yeah, I was speaking.
All right, go ahead.
That was putting questions, but he has already left the trajectory that we are. So I will just continue to share my thoughts. Basically, we know that we have a challenge. We have problems, not just a problem. We have problems. We're talking about corruption, probing previous government, or probing some individuals that they found to be to have compromised or to have abused their offices. And I said, look, don't just go and announce for the headline day that, we want to probe the previous administration. Through every individual that you have evidence, you have been able to assemble evidence against to come and give account of their stewardship. Now, Pastor David, that I said, that immediately is answering. Yes, at the moment, there is evidence that he compromised his office and he's being made to answer questions. If that tie turns tomorrow and there is another person, so be it. I don't have a dog in that fight. Don't be any Balami, don't be my papa. Sinica, don't be my cousin, don't be my uncle, don't be my anything. Even I don't have anybody. So if there is enough evidence, which saw what happened in the city, we listened to the new CBN governor talk yesterday. That alone is a big indictment. We know about the ways and means. We know about how dollars were being allocated to people, whether it is necessary or not necessary. They said we have 7 billion backlog. The CBN said they did a forensic audit, Deloitte and whatever, and they were able to discover that 2.5 of those 7 billion were just funny. Some people that did not even apply for the dollar they were allocated, some people applied for, they were given more than they were. Let somebody answer for that. So yes, I will say to you, today, they told us that there is enough evidence to put a Mesiele on trial. So let him face the trial.
Let me, Tunaija, just 30 seconds.
I think it's a fair point, that he's wanting to find people suspicious or want to charge them with something, but they don't take them to trial. The same thing is happening with Nnamdi Kanu now. So please, go ahead.
Bishop, here's what I want to do. Maybe you and I, we could get along, right? If on one condition, here's what I'm saying to you, right? Like the statement you made now.
Sorry. Just hold on. Co-host, please show your face. I've been given a heads up that there are some spammers going along. So just share your face so that I can let you in the co-host.
All right. So, Bishop, this is technical, but it's the fact. You just have to check it. Now, when I give you these corrections, all you have to do is go check it. If it's true, then let it reflect in your attitude. The central bank is an independent agency. It's not with the executive. It's not with the legislature. Of course, it's not with the courts, right? So that CBN governor has independence. He could formulate any policy he wants. The president doesn't have to like it. And it takes a lot to remove him. You need two-thirds of that Senate to agree to remove him, even though the president appoints him. That's just the way it is. That particular Emefiele has independence. Now, they could be harassing him, doing all this stuff. Eventually, when he goes to court, at some point, he's going to be let go. Because those are policies. Now, they try to charge him with terrorism, believe it or not, with gun charges in the beginning. But because he's from the Southerners have been removed from the Southeasterners. Therefore, anything happens to their people, like when they elect somebody, even Jonathan or a Chief Justice on again, the Yorubas go and remove him from office. Let me just land on this. Therefore, what I'm saying to you is that there are a lot of people who did a lot of bad things, a lot of things that are under suspicion, including Buhari himself. Do you really think Emefiele could do anything without Buhari's approval during that stuff? He wouldn't be able to do that. So that's what I'm saying. The last person that should have been even arrested is Emefiele, because constitutionally, he's an independent agency, completely independent. He doesn't have to do anything Congress lacks as far as fiscal policy. He's in charge of monetary policy, and he's independent. And Buhari or Tinubu, none of them should lay a hand on him, period.
I have a problem with your line of reasoning. Now, as far as I'm concerned,
Bishop, your audio seems to be like you're coming from some kind of microphone or something. I don't know. It doesn't sound right. Or are you far from the mic or something?
I'm not far. I'm using my.
But we are hearing him now. Yes, we can hear him.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, I'm just going to address what Pastor. I'm not putting sentiment or emotion. The fact that CBN governor is independent does not mean that there are no rules that guide its operation. And if he has been found to have worked outside of those rules, all they are saying is that come and have your day in the courts. Look, they're putting this sentiment of witch hunting because he's from the south or from the moon or from the head. It's immaterial. And if we are going to move ahead as a nation, we just need to transition this biases. I don't care who the person is. If he has been found to have compromised his position, he has used it wrongly, so that he is an independent organization that can formulate policy. Does not mean there are no rules guiding that establishment. And it's before the courts of the land. Nobody is saying, well,
no, let me tell you how that works, okay? Let me tell you how it works. I was gonna tell you how it works, so that you're saying there has to be. Just hold on, Bishop, hold on. You make a good point, so let me just correct you on that. You take 30 seconds. When somebody is an independent agency or somebody's president, right? It doesn't mean they could do whatever they want, just like Tinubu, for example, right? But you cannot go and charge him with a crime. What you would do is to get him impeached first, right? Like that independent agency, what's his name, Emefiele or Tinubu, you could go and have him impeached, right? You have to have him impeached and then tried in the Senate and convicted. See, Tinubu is not, or the governors. They keep saying, oh, he has immunity. Yeah, they have immunity from your regular prosecutor to prosecute them. But they don't have immunity from impeachment, right? They could be impeached and then convicted by the senior body, the Senate, in the case of the federal government. Right?
Emefiele does not need impeachment now because he has been removed from the office.
Illegally, he was not removed legally from office. Well, listen, go and read the Constitution. To remove him from office, you have to go through the Senate. Same thing with Chief Justice Onegin, but the Northern Muslims do not obey the Constitution. They just remove the Southerners illegally.
Can you hold on? Can
Sure.
you hold on for a second?
Sure.
How was Lamido Sanusi removed?
He was not removed. He was not fired, right? What they did, Jonathan suspended him, right? The president can suspend somebody. The president cannot remove him, right? So he was suspended.
The same way Emefiele was suspended, yes, and somebody was put as acting. Yes.
Right, and both of those were illegal, by the way. I still let me just quickly add, it was illegal to even do that, but because the Constitution tells you what to do, you have to go to the Senate and get that two-thirds to have him removed from office. Right? That's the law. Okay, but if there's some kind of emergency, I
think we are discussing the minutia of these things now. The idea is that, from what I've observed anyway, Nigerian corruption, whenever they are fighting corruption, it seems to be politically motivated, for one, and
religious motivation.
Also, they also tend to not even prosecute it. So they hold, basically it's a kind of hostage taking situation here, where you kidnap people, say you charge them with something, and you just hold them for political reasons. This is the situation Nnamdi Kanu is in right now. And the way that's what Emefiele is. No, hold on. They are not trying anybody. They are not taking anybody to court to actually try them and convict them. This is not anti-corruption drive.
That is the most pedestrian argument I will ever hear, and it is a shame.
Of course, you are going to say that when it's actually real in the real world. How can you call it pedestrian when what I'm saying is more real? These people are not being charged to court.
It is very pedestrian, and it's a shame that we'll be holding. We call ourselves elites in
Come on. Don't do that. You are just being facetious now. Have they taken Nnamdi Kanu to trial?
Listen, if Nnamdi Kanu was taken to trial, the only reason that I've led to continuous delay in trial is the multi-suit. It's the Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer that has not allowed
going to trial for how many years now? They've not managed. The government has not managed to take him to trial.
Hold on now. I don't want to go down there, but I will tell you, it is Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer that have made that trial not to start. They are the ones that
lawyers cannot be able to prevent trial from going ahead.
Let's not go to Nnamdi Kanu, please. No, Bishop, hold on, Bishop. Do you know what kind of gall it takes for you to come here? I just told you something you didn't know before. That Bagudu was a bag man. Hold on. Bagudu was a bag man for Abacha, and they have returned $4 billion US dollars, and then $2 billion in other assets, right? But he was just appointed to be a minister, and you have the gall, you have the temerity. I mean, you have the unmitigated. You cannot come here and do that with me. I don't like that. Please don't do it. Right? They are capturing our people, and you are talking nonsense. You cannot do that.
Can you just keep quiet?
$4 billion, and he's in the cabinet.
Please let him.
No, that's not fair, though. It's not. He can't be lecturing us with something that he doesn't know.
We have to be realistic about it, Bishop. You can't just be calling stuff pedestrian.
Just hold on, please. Hold on for me. Pastor, I beg you. I went down. That can we have a decent conversation like I'm talking to a human being today? But you have just proven that no matter how much you dress up a pig will always remain a pig. And that's what you are, sadly. Unfortunately, you are a gutter person. And no amount.
You are not making a specific point. You are just making side points.
Let me finish. Keep quiet and let me finish.
Tell us what justice you believe is going on in Nigeria right now.
They just told you to keep quiet. Why don't you remove him? You have the button.
No, it's okay. I think
you don't have a button with this stand.
I don't own his mouth. Please, Pansa, let him. I don't own his mouth. He has the right to say what he wants to say. Please go ahead.
With you, like a human being. But you have proven once again, as always, that you are a pig that does not deserve.
Oh, come on now. You're not just insulting people. This is not edifying. Come on, you can't be doing this. You are the one that is claiming to be making a more substantial point, but you're calling people all kinds of names.
Abio. I beg, come on, now. You have the button there.
Did you listen to him?
I think
Did you listen to him?
I listened to what he said. He talked about bagmen and talked about why they are not, why they are being appointed into office. So how is that something for you to start using the kind of language?
I didn't say anything.
I think I will keep quiet and listen to that.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me just Adewale, if it is you, please show yourself, because I've been giving notice that some people are spamming the channel. So,
you think I've been listening to that trash?
All right. That's Adewale. All right. Take it easy, Bishop. Your audio is not very good.
Looks like it looks like Adewale for sure.
Yeah. I think this discussion is a little bit
can you tell Tunaja to remove Bishop, please? He's abusing everybody.
Answer, don't do that. I think this discussion is a little bit redundant because both of you don't seem to be seeing eye to eye at all. And personally, anybody that looks at the Nigerian justice system, they don't seem to, it seems to be politically motivated, and they seem to hold people for political reasons. Whenever it suits them, they use them. Whenever it doesn't suit them, they just hold them there. And I don't subscribe to that. If somebody has done something wrong, try them. Take them to jail them.
To Nigeria.
Yes.
Anytime I see Pansat on the show, I will say an extremist has taken over the show. But thank God you come to the rescue. So I saw Pansat speaking earlier. I was like, oh, the extremist is here now. Even in the face of victory, this man was still in the dwelling in that mindset of his. Even when the Super Eagle was winning, it was being negative. But I'm glad you're here.
Mm-hmm. So it was being negative when the Eagles were winning. Okay. I think that match, at least thank God that Nigeria won anyway, because when I was watching the penalty, for once I felt my heart shaking all over the place. I didn't like that. Football has a lot of tension in it, I tell you. Okay.
Can you imagine the referee, the Egyptian referee, boy, something else?
You always get these things. You always get these things in football. It never ends in football. Okay, so I don't know. Actually, I wanted to change this topic a little bit, mix things up a bit, because I tend to like to discuss some of all this fundamental stuff. This morning there was this discussion that was going on most of the media. Really, I don't know who raised the topic that Nigerians spend $40 billion going overseas for education and healthcare in the last 10 years. I think 2010 to 2020 is what they were referencing. I don't think they included 2020 to 2024. So, and the kind of money we are spending going overseas for education and treatment shows that the Nigerian systems are not functional. And if you look at this is one of the reasons why I was very furious with the ASU strike. Because when I witnessed it last year, I was like, how did Nigeria not pick up that this is destructive to the nation? Like, there is only if you strike for 5 days, 1 week, that okay, fine. But if you strike for 9 months, you are destroying that nation. You have turned to an enemy of the state. Nigerians didn't pick up on it. When they listed the amount of strikes ASU was they had in the last 10 years, that during that period, people spend $40 billion overseas. It's like you can't, any reasonable person can't have their children go to school in that kind of system. 9 months strike, 6 months strike, 3 months strike, 2 months strike, 9 months strike. It's like, what is that? You are destroying the country slowly, claiming that you are trying to help the people while you are actually destroying the nation that is supposed to care for them. So that problem is part of some of the stuff we see in Nigeria where everybody goes overseas. Tinubu just came back from France. This is why our nation is not producing anything. And I saw another devastating report the other day about Singapore, the export Singapore does versus that of Nigeria. I think if I read the numbers right now, for me, it just tells you what is the damage that is going on in our country. The Singapore's export for 2021 is $351 billion US, while that of Nigeria is 44 billion dollars. It just and that is oil. Oh, most of that is oil. So this is what we are dealing with here. That this nation has been mismanaged terribly. And people like Tinubu, people like Buhari, all of them, they've not done a good job. And we all sit here, in a way, we think we know a lot. I don't know whether we even know anything at all. We allow them to get away with it, argue about who they jail in prison and who they didn't jail in prison. What are we going to do to get our nation in a better state in terms of this?
True Nigeria. True Nigeria.
Let me
Hold
please,
on.
Adewale, hold on. Every time I want to talk, this Adewale start.
Singapore is not even up to 10 million people.
They're 5 million. They're 5 point
Yeah,
something
it's
million.
crazy.
But look, Tunaja, hold
You need to hold your peace for a second.
hold
You've
on.
been talking
Let me say that
all day.
with all the
Hold
points
it.
that
Hold
Bishop
it.
made, right? He made a lot of points.
True Nigeria, you need to.
We might have disagreed.
Pansa, see, you've been talking and it's only
I
fair
have
to
not been
allow
talking.
Adewale say
I
something.
have not been talking.
Come on, you've been talking with Bishop. You've been exchanging with Bishop.
No. I have not.
Adewale say
I
something.
want to conclude with Bishop, please. Mute that boy.
Pansa, give
Mute Adewale, please.
give Adewale a chance to say
No.
something.
He does that every time that I'm about to talk,
Pansa,
right?
come on, don't make me mute you. I will mute you.
Talking on this show.
Let him talk, Jare. Go ahead, Adewale.
To Nigeria, I want you to this mindset of nothing is working in Nigeria. It was actually the Cardoso, the CBN governor, that made that revelation about how much Nigerians are paying to study abroad. But let me tell you, even I've heard it on Asleep TV. They were mocking at how Nigerians that traveled abroad in the 60s were being mocked, for studying abroad. But I tell you this, that was a lie. That was a pure lie. Remember, most of the leaders that we had in Nigeria, talking about the days of the likes of the Awolowos and Sikhs and all that, they were product of education from abroad. Okay. So the standard has always been benchmarked on people that have studied abroad. And I tell you this, the products that came out from abroad have always been better than those who graduated from Nigeria. However, if you bring it back to what we now have, I don't see a reason why the federal government should continue to subsidize people, paying for their education abroad. It should be a thing of luxury, of personal
They
thing.
should be taxing them even.
Exactly. Federal government should not be subsidizing. The way the CBN was doing it before, where, people studying abroad, they were giving them from I&A windows, selling dollars to them, should be scrapped. For God's sake, public school has been bastardized to the point that nobody even wanted to send their children, their words to public school.
Just also done. Lobito, if you are a member of EDAS, you have to show your face. We are worried about spammers. Show your face, then I'll let you in on the panel. Sorry, Adewale, please go ahead.
True, Nigeria, you two have not been regular on this show. Because you're regular, you will see that my logo has always been like this, so it's not been regular. However, in Nigeria, the leaders, or should I say, the politicians or the elite, you've always been.
Yeah, if you have about tea, show your face. I don't think I can let you in without showing your face. Sorry.
If it is Baba T, it is Baba T. No other person is
You
Baba
sure?
T on this show. I can assure you that.
You came in with Lobito. Okay.
I can assure
you. You know what? To Nigeria, you are too many from being cancelled on this show. I mean, okay, keep playing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I have to be sure now.
So going forward, for Nigerians to be paying $40 billion US to pay for the education abroad is a slap on the face of all Nigerians. I'm a product of public education, and I know what I acquired while I was going to public schools. Now it is no longer a fad. Everybody wants to send their children to private schools or send them abroad. Listen, we are playing with fire. Because a time will come in that country where sending children to go acquiring education, because what we term as education is just sending words to school for them to study and memorize things and all that. But the market for those children being churned out years after years will now be available because what we have. I came to the United States, right, as a product of public school. My brother, and I got a job.
I'm yawning here so much. I wish you could see.
Please continue to yawn.
Go to the point now. Why are you wasting our time?
Hold on now.
You're just trying to waste time and talk about
Hold
nonsense instead of what we're talking about.
You will continue to
I
yawn
wanted to
till
question
some
him regarding some
freezes
of
out.
his earlier
It
statements.
is my
very
time.
tricky
It
guy.
is my time.
Yeah,
On my
please
time.
hold on.
You will not interject until you are called upon to do so. Okay, one answer? Learn how to interject. Now, what do I mean by this? You know how American kids are they learn how to type on a computer? I did not even get introduced to computer until while I was in college. I have no idea what computer looks like, and I must say, all right. But you see, when you get a job in a public place, even a private enterprise, you have to learn how to type, and they have the way of learning how to type. I didn't learn how to type church pad. I didn't learn how to type, on a computer. But that became my a problematic for me. I have to go and learn how to type faster. Not that I don't know how to type on the computer, but in some of these schools, they've been introducing the students to how to type. So when you have people going out to public school in Nigeria that have no idea how the computer look like, it becomes a problem for them when they get out of university or colleges and they can't find a
Yeah,
job because they can't compete.
Adewale, does that
Hold on.
is that not a question of improving the Nigerian education system? I think your very
No, you
earliest
see,
premise. No, I wanted to ask you a question. Hold on.
even
You
the
made
government.
hold on now, hold on. You made an earlier premise that our leaders, our early leaders that schooled overseas had higher basically they are of higher quality based on because they schooled overseas. That what that should be crying out for was improvement in the Nigerian system, not to ship our people further overseas. It's like saying that Nigerians don't do enough export, so let's
No, no,
import
no,
more.
no. Don't get me wrong. You see, education is beyond, calculus or any of these things that we learn in school. Those theoretical stuff. Education is even more of the exposure that you gain when you are with people from a diverse background. That you'll be able to understand, the dynamic of what education is all about. Because look, we're all different. Our learning process are different. Okay. Now, when you get exposed from the younger age to what is being obtainable outside your domain, you get to have an open mind to embrace things that are new. But when you are
Yeah,
close-minded
but
because you are limited,
hold on. You see, I get what you are saying. Exposure to something outside that is probably more advanced is a good thing. However, how many of those people that are exposed actually go on to offer value to Nigeria? Very tiny. And in reality, we are losing a lot of resources and a lot of brain power sending these people overseas. So you have to appraise that aspect of the equation because it's not only just exposure. If you look at most of them go on to work for the West. That's what they
I
do.
mean,
They work for the West most of their lives.
you are right. You are right. True, Nigeria. You are right. Even within the country, people don't want to teach where they are on NYSC program. They want to go to the bank. They want to work in a oil company. They want to be in a place where they could be placed for employment or position themselves for employment, right? But the impact of NYSC is to give back to the structure that built you, and people don't want to do that anymore. Now, what am I saying is this: is that if or going forward, because government cannot stop people from sending their children abroad to go to school, but like you propose earlier, there must be a price to pay if you are going to jettison the local content and sending your kids abroad. You are going to pay the premium. Number one, you can either tax them or not allow them to have access to FX, through the bank system or the government system, but let them go and access their
Exactly. They're
own
also
FX.
draining the Nigerian FX as it is already. The little FX we have, they
Exactly,
are draining it too.
exactly. So if you are going to be able, if you are able to pay the premium, that's fine. It's your choice, your prerogative. But if you are not willing to put that tag, that premium tag on that, that sherry on top, then you have no choice than to send your children to the local school. But not just the local school. government. I think the public school was open to the the federal government allow private enterprises to have their own school. I think it started from the era of was it Obasanjo?
Tunaja, how much time does they will have?
And
I mean,
I am not so sure.
Yeah,
But
and
what they've
Adewale
done,
tried to round up so that
he's not talking
what
about
they,
anything. He's just blabbing and talking and talking. You know, it's like walking on molasses. You know,
it's
it's
a
just annoying.
shame.
I don't. Why
It
Why
is.
you guys?
I
You're
don't
not annoyed about that?
listen. Listen.
You don't
see,
really.
Adewale
It's
has a way
annoying.
of frustrating anybody that has a point to say. But
Listen.
Adewale,
I don't
please,
have.
please have
I
mercy
don't
on
have
Hansard
time
and
for
just try
those.
to round up.
I know. Look. I'm not a very. How do I put this? Look, I'm always positive in my mindset. But Hansard today, look, I'm not gonna come at you because I don't have time for you. You always come to the platform with a negative mindset. Look, I don't have time for that. I want to hit it that bull's high. Look, it's not just about discouraging people
What is the
sending their
topic? What are
children
you
to
talking about?
please, can you pipe
What
down
is the
for a minute?
subject? What are you
Can
talking
you
about?
pipe low for a
I have
minute,
no idea what
please?
you're talking about. What are you talking about? At
Can
least
you
tell
be
me.
mute for a answer? Can you be
Okay.
quiet for a second?
Okay.
The
Go ahead.
audience that I'm talking to, they understand what I'm talking about. It's only
Okay.
you that need to
You're unhappy
have
about
a
Nigerians going
listening to.
abroad to go to school. Is that
Now,
the topic? What
to
is it? What's the
Nigeria,
topic?
others on the platform that are listening to me, it's not just about encouraging the people sending their children to abroad. The federal government should find a way to discourage, number one, by putting that premium on those people sending their kids. But the local schools that we have, which more or less 80% on the hand of the private individuals that are establishing school because that is the hot cake right now. I want them to also discourage by pumping money, continue to refurbish some of the public schools that we have and pay the teachers well enough be equal to what is their counterpart is being paid in the private school, so that that will discourage people from sending their kids to the private instead of the public. You see what I'm saying, tonight, guys?
How
Look,
I
about the
don't.
strikes? How about the
I don't see.
strikes?
I don't see what
The
you're saying. I don't
the
see what you're saying.
increase
strikes that keeps happening. Then
in,
how about the strikes?
because what are they agitating for? Most of the time, it's always about salary increment, the
But
condition
don't
of
you
the
think that
teacher.
they should outlaw prolonged strikes?
It's not about outlawing. If the federal government meet them in the middle of what they're agitating for, there will be nothing
Yeah,
like
but
strike.
you see, the truth is that I feel like there are elements in the country, whether
The
wittingly
teachers
or
need to be
unwittingly. Let me
compensated
make
well
my point.
enough.
It's a very, very quick one.
To Nigeria,
Whether
you're a
wittingly
moderator.
or
I
unwittingly, no,
have,
I'm trying to question your presumption. So
okay.
that's I'm trying to get. So, there wittingly or unwittingly, there are actors in that country that have put themselves in a position to paralyze the education system. And the reason why I say that it didn't start from Buhari, it didn't start from Obasanjo, all the way back to Abacha. They were already striking like this, and they've been destroying the education system systematically on and on. And while they do that, the people they are actually depriving education are children of poor parents, because the people that are of well-off parents, they will take their children and put them in private institutions. You see what this systematic damage is, and that's why I think that maybe they should ban them from going on prolonged strikes, because that is the
No,
one that
there's
actually,
no. You
that's where the
see,
damage is done.
they have the right to protest. They have the right to go on strike if they choose to.
No,
To
but
Nigeria,
not,
did you
not you
attempt?
don't. Did they do that in America? Do they do that in
Of,
Canada? Or
if there's a need for it, they will protest. They
Yes.
protest.
not for 3
I've
months,
seen teachers protesting.
not for
To
3
Nigeria,
months.
It could be as long
hold on, hold
as
on.
is necessary.
Let me
I've
run
never
it
seen
up.
that in the
To
US.
Nigeria, let me run it up by asking this question. Did you attend a public school?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. If you call it public school, yes. Public school
Okay.
means different thing in the UK than in Nigeria. So that's
No,
why I
I'm
was
talking
trying
about
to.
in Nigeria. In Nigeria.
let me help Diwali here.
Hold on,
So
Babati. Before you come in, Babati, I wanted to ask to Nigeria. Did you attend public school in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think your teacher then were well remunerated while you were attending those schools? Do you think they were well paid?
At the time I attended school, that didn't cross my mind whether they were well paid or not. I think they
But now
seemed
that
fine.
yes, okay, maybe
It
you
still
attended those
has
schools, but
not
the
crossed
time.
your mind up till now. Admit it. Every time you
So
raise this issue, I don't know. We have so many problems. It's not organized labor.
Can you be?
It's not, will you
No,
shut up?
listen.
Shut your dirty mouth! You son of a bitch!
Can't
Shut up!
come on, you can't
No,
be
but
cursing, you can't be cursing people
Can you
like
do
that.
me a
I'm
favor by
upset
taking
Are
this?
you drunk or
because
Can you
something?
take this
Come on.
guy out? Can you take
the
this guy
problem is
out?
actually
Can
Let's
you
be
take
civil
this
now.
guy
Let's be
called
civil.
Pansat out? Because I'm not going to be,
You have
condescending enough to
to, Nigeria,
note
you
it.
must do your job. Step him down for a
You
second.
must take this guy
You can't
out.
have him on the
Take
platform.
this Pansat of a guy
You
out.
can't have him on the
Because
platform.
I'm not going to be
I'm not going to
stooping so
listen,
low
warn
to
you
the
again.
level that he
I'm
has
not going to
brought the
warn you
show
again.
to tonight.
no.
I'm not
Go
going
ahead
to do
and
that.
step me down. But like I said, when I come back in,
Nigeria,
I
please
want to
take
be
this guy
hard. I
out.
don't want this guy making this noise he's making here. Go ahead,
You hear
step me
what he said?
down. I will
He
come
does
back
not
to
have what it
talk
takes
to
to be
you.
on this show.
Okay.
We discussed at the
Step me
Let's be
down.
civil now. We're not trying to get somewhere. Let's be
No.
civil.
No, it's
You
not
know,
about
you know they are
civility.
no good.
He has
Those two,
chosen
they
that
came
path
here to
of
make
not being
trouble.
civil.
This
Can
guy
you
has
do
not made
that?
a single point. He's been making noise,
See, please go ahead.
Can
murmuring
you
to
do me a favor? Take this guy out.
No, I've
Thank
stepped
you.
him down for the time being.
Because on this show, nobody is going to be condescending to be calling people names and such as bitch and all that. No, we are all civil. We are all adult. This guy, I believe, is more than 50, but doesn't behave that age. And that's unfortunate because this show does not tolerate that. You can't tell me that you go to other show and acting this way. This is not acceptable. This show also, kids are listening to this show. When you hear an adult sounding this way, it's unfortunate. Teenager, let me go back because I'm not going to waste my time addressing him. Teenager, the point you are raising, okay, is that for a very long time, the federal government or the government generally, whether at the federal or state level, neglected the condition of teaching in Nigeria to the point that they even see them as, it's your job, do it, nobody cares. Teachers have never been, since I've understand what life is all about. I've never seen a teacher being well paid. Some of us
Yes.
are going back through the alumni, trying to find our old teachers and trying to take care of them. Some of them are living in penury. So what I'm saying is that when you have teachers being taken care of, they are well paid, and the condition of teachers is already good environment where they have what they needed, the book, all the tools that they needed, the books,
You
the
see,
pencils, the
I
pen.
take that point. I take your point. Hold on. I take your point on that. But if you look at, you see, this is why we have to sometimes compare people's realities. You see what I mean? So if you look at in the West now, like in the UK now, if you come to the UK and you ask whether the teachers are well paid, they'll say no. And one of the analysis I did once was that I calculated the average salary of a nation versus the average salary that they pay, say, the lecturers. And what I found was that compared to the average salary of the nation in terms of Nigeria versus what they pay the lecturers, the Nigerian lecturer ones were higher. So this is the aspect that people don't often detect when they describe it, because their realities are totally different. And even in the UK, they don't believe that the teachers are well paid. As a matter of fact, it's just that's is rampant. That's is everybody agrees with that. So in Nigeria, the same thing is happening, but the strike level in the UK is different. And the damage those people are doing to the listen. Can you imagine if for me, when I try to rationalize, I ask myself, all those soldiers Boko Haram was killing, some of their children were trying to go to school.
Forefather,
Why these lecturers
can
are
you hold on a
going on
second?
strike? Pardon?
What leverage, if you don't support the strike or the movement, what leverage do they really have?
Okay, you see, sometimes
That's the point. You don't have any leverage.
even if you don't have any leverage, it still doesn't mean you destroy the goose. Because it's like saying, just because you're not getting feed for your animals, your livestock, doesn't mean you should starve your livestock even further, because you're killing the education system that is supposed to actually build your own this career too. So, and the nation is a kind of entity. If you start destroying one aspect of the nation, like the educational system, what good are you doing? Because you are destroying the nation. You are saying to pay you more. It's a vicious cycle, and the result is very clear. It has shown it. In the UK, we had similar problem in the 70s, where the unions were going on strike constantly. That's what brought the Margaret Thatcher's fame, came from breaking what the unions were doing. And the strikes in the UK wasn't even as severe as some of the strikes you see in Nigeria. So here in the West, they understand that, okay, you can strike, you have the right to do these things, but you can't do it to the point whereby it damages the body of the nation itself. And what is happening in Nigeria is a perversion of strike. 9 months? Seriously? When soldiers are basically dying for the country for less wage, and you go home for 9 months, why the children of those soldiers cannot go to school? Why the children of rich people can go to private school?
Oh, why? Do you
How
know,
is that fair?
Okay. Do you know why they were on strike for 9 months? Do you know why?
Oh, they were arguing over the payment system.
Oh,
they were arguing over this thing, the conditions and wages.
You see, you don't even.
That's my point. One, leverage. They don't have any leverage. What else can they fight? What can they use?
But it's not leverage. If you can go on 9 months strike, that's not leverage.
Even know why
the people you are trying to blackmail don't care.
Yeah, you don't know why they were on strike for 9 months. Government entered into agreement with them, and government failed to fulfill the agreement. So
no, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that agreement.
Okay, so what do you expect? Who do you have to blame?
See, they too are part of the government.
Hold on, no man. Who do you have to blame between the
I
two?
blame the government originally.
Okay, all right. Now, when they are now asking the government, fulfill the agreement you sign, instead of people like you and others and every one of us to be on the side of the teachers or the lecturers, we are blaming them. Your government, you have irresponsible government that enter into the agreement but fail to fulfill the agreement, but yet people that they enter into agreement with are asking them to fulfill it, and you are blaming them. I mean, it shouldn't be like that. You are making reference to Western world. Does that happen in Western world for government to enter into agreement with workers or with this and not fulfill it? Does it happen? Does it happen?
They do.
Does it happen?
Yeah, of course.
Give me instances. Okay, give me an instance of where government.
I've heard of cases where the public servants will tell you that the government said they are not going to do this. Now they want to change.
No.
I've heard of cases in Nigeria.
Hold on, for that's not said, signed.
I mean, what is that? What is this guy talking about? Signed agreement. Do you know what it means to sign agreement?
Calm down. See.
Do you know what it means to sign agreement?
Now, let me have my say. Documents are documents. They have an agreement. Even if that was true, 2 wrongs does not make it right.
Oh, stop that crap.
Hold on. No, it's fact. It's a fact. Because like I stated.
What do you mean by 2 wrong? Who is wrong between 2 of them?
The government that signed that agreement may be a totally different government that they are holding accountable.
What do you mean?
In the end, it's not that government that they're holding accountable. It's the nation.
Are you in this world?
Hold on. Can you just
Can we calm down, please?
Hold on. I need to deal with
it.
Ajalekoko's mindset. Hold on. Ajalekoko's mindset is the kind of mindset that got Nigeria into this mess.
Because look at this guy.
No, hold on. Because you say, just because I got a document, let me paralyze the country.
Not be speaking in the public like this.
Hold on. You are saying just because you have a document, you should paralyze the nation.
The same thing. Who is paralyzing the nation?
You are paralyzing the nation. You are the one that went on strike.
The nation.
You are the one that went on strike.
Oh my God! Look at this.
The government is accountable.
Just
you are also damaging the nation.
I don't want to engage in this kind of crappy argument.
Of course, you call it crappy. That's what got the Nigerian education system in this mindset, because you are behaving like you are holier than that. When you are also causing damage.
This hold on, please. This is what he's saying. It was not a one-sided agreement. So Labour signed, government signed. So they both entered into an agreement. Okay. So, and they had time frames. They had within so period, you will fulfill A, B, and C. What a responsible government should have done is, if you're having a hard time fulfilling part of the deal or the deal, you call for renegotiation of the deal, right? If you like, okay, I can't fulfill this, or okay, guys, I know we discussed A, but I can only do half of A or B. Then you call them back. It is your duty to call them back on table and say, okay, let's have a do-over. But you didn't do that. You ignore them even when they called you for that. You still ignore them. So you can't blame them for going on strike now. You can't blame them.
No, see, you can go on strike. I'm saying that the length of strike that starts damaging the nation, you are just as bad as the government themselves.
No, that you blame the
Because
government
you
for not
don't
caring,
care.
not them.
Hold on. See, why do you always see government as if they are like a foreign entity? We are part of the government too. When you damage the state, don't pretend as if it's only the government that is doing it. Both of them. Okay, let me look at it this way. I believe that plague on both of their houses. The government is responsible and they are responsible, and I believe both sides are compromised, because there's no way this stuff, you have to know when you're getting conned. And this is why I say to our people, sometimes you get caught in by the narrative. We had an agreement, and the government say, we try to talk to them, they refuse. No, the result is what you should be looking out for. What are they doing to the nation? These people are saboteurs. You have to know when you see saboteurs, when they are showing up. You can't tell me you care about the people and you keep going on strike for 9 months. You care about people? Seriously?
So they should not go on strike. By the way, part of the deal, it's more than salary. They were talking about the condition of the system itself.
Is that you? Can anybody vouch for Izon? Is the right logo, but I don't know. One man say people are spamming. I don't know what profile they come with. Izon, can you show yourself so that I can let you in, or can anybody vouch for you?
Them not paying them the wages or fulfilling what they agreed to. Because I think maybe you should. It's online. Maybe you should go and just read the agreement. That will give you a better understanding of where we're coming from here.
I do understand the part of it.
No, because you are limiting the
not only the agreement, it's also the
no. Hold on. Because you are limiting the deal just to salary payment only. Is more than that. Even the working condition that will benefit the student and the system itself is part of the deal. Beyond salary only. Okay.
Yeah.
So what we are saying is, if you take strikes off the table, government will just call them and say, okay, they're not going to strike anyways. You know the kind of system we have in Nigeria
already. Can't you see you are being conned? Both sides don't care.
No, you can't say the law. The teachers don't care. There's a reason why they're going on strike. Like I said, it's more than just the money that they're going to earn. They are fighting for the system itself to be revamped.
But you can't fight for a system by killing it.
They
have killed it by their actions. If you look at the amount of strikes, no nation can sustain that. No nation.
Do you know how many times they go on strike in the healthcare system in Minnesota? Go on strike all the time.
How many days?
I would not be surprised if they are on strike right now.
How many days strike?
Days? I'm talking about months.
No, hold on. Which system? And what system is it? The
healthcare. I'm saying the healthcare system in Minnesota. As a matter of fact, they have to bring people from different states to come and work while they are on strike. When I was in before I moved to Massachusetts fully, okay, they were actually. I walked into a Starbucks. That was the headquarters of the strike for the hospitals there.
Because I've never heard of strikes that lasted.
I'm telling you, because they are in America. If you're a labor state, we're not all labor states. If you're a labor state, you can go on strike. Even in healthcare, they do.
No, not that long. Not that long.
No, for months. I'm telling you, look it up.
For 9 months. 9 months, they will not work.
I didn't say 9 months. Look up Massachusetts and Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm looking at Minnesota now. I'm not seeing that large number of strike.
Okay, let me find you the link so you can But this is my bigger point. This is my bigger point to you. When people are fighting for wages and favorable working conditions, it is the onus is upon you, the government or the system, to understand the impact and to bring them back on the table to negotiate with them. It's even worse when you've signed a deal, you can't fulfill the deal, you don't call them back to renegotiate, you ignore them, then you are now blaming them like they are the problem. No, it's the government's fault. That is where the focus should be, not those teachers fighting, not those lecturers.
No. It's the government's fault for reneging on their
that is the end of that. That is
it's not the end. It's not the end. You see, that's the mistake we make. We really need to get our level of thinking higher here, because there's a nation in the middle of
you
it.
don't need to waste
You
your
can't
time.
see. Hold on, Angelico, hold on. This holier than thou approach, I don't subscribe to it. I don't subscribe to it. Hold on.
Competing as if you are competing to win to win an argument.
I don't care about arguments. Can you just stop it, Angelico? I really don't care about arguments.
You are arguing to win an argument. So
I'm trying to get you to see the damage you are doing.
Okay, guys, let's calm down.
Are you telling me I'm trying to win an argument? I'm not going to university. You're telling me that I'm trying to win an argument.
Tunaja, I have a question for you, please. Do you know the level of, I guess, reneging of the contract that the government had with these people that forced them into the position they had to take? Do you understand the level of what that was? Because you seem to be criticizing them, but I don't think you fully understand what drove them to that point. So I'm just asking you if you can outline exactly.
I understand some part of it. I don't understand
some parts. Okay, so you can't criticize a man for taking a stance when you don't know the abuse that man has been subjected to. You don't. You understand what I'm saying?
When I take the holistic, this in the bigger point of view,
because you're looking at it from one point of view. You're saying these people are saboteurs.
The government didn't ask for their first bonds, so
but you're calling them saboteurs.
Yes,
but you don't fully understand. You don't fully understand what drove them to that position.
Hear me out. These are professors, and they say they need funding for universities, and they've had this problem for decades. If they've not solved that problem in the first year, second year, third year, and it goes on for decades, and they are damaging the national educational system based on their agreement with government or none of their agreement with government. Who knows how many conditions they've had to go on strike for? The point is that you have to recognize that sooner or later, somebody is screwing the nation up, because you can't just say it's only on the side of the government. These are highly educated people that should know how to organize themselves in a way that shouldn't damage the nation.
So what recourse will you suggest they take?
The recourse I would say they should go with is that, one, you return back to the class, teach the students, because remember, those students that are going to grow up someday to reward you for the sacrifice you've made. Because if you think we are going to get out of the mess we are in without the sacrifice,
they should wait for the kids.
Hold on.
They should wait for the kids to reward them someday. Come on, you listen to yourself.
Hold on. Now, can you hear me out? Can you just hear me out? Hear me out. I used to think like you. So make no mistake, I used to think like you. What you don't understand is that every mother, every parent sometimes makes sacrifices for their children to grow and go and do better. If you have a nation, as a professor, highly educated people, and you watch that nation education system get destroyed, and you carry on doing the same thing, then something is wrong with the way you think. You have to understand that if that nation is to progress, if your people are supposed to do better, and you really want to do better, don't use the government or rascals or admirals as an excuse to sabotage the nation. You can't do better than that. You can make some sacrifice, because either way, the sacrifices are being made. But the problem is that they are making the sacrifices while damaging the nation at the same time.
Tunaja, have you heard of the bus boycott during the civil rights struggle in the United States?
I've heard of it. I'm not entirely conversant about the precise details.
Okay, African Americans boycotted the buses in the United States because of the treatment they were receiving from the system, to try to force the system to change. They eventually won out, but they paid the sacrifice so that change can happen. In situations like this, where the power is residing with the government has the power and the ability to allocate more resources, change working conditions, to put them in an environment where they can focus more. They're not thinking about jackpotting. Their students can be better trained, and they're not doing it for years. I'm not talking about 1 year. I'm not talking about 5 years. I'm talking about over a decade of rot, right? And these people are fighting. They're paying the sacrifice to try to get the government to change its behavior. And here you are, criticizing fellow citizens for taking a stand, when we all come here and every time we say, oh, these people, they won't demonstrate, they won't go out on this, they won't do this. People are taking a stand, and you are siding with the government.
You can take a stand for 1 week. You can't take a stand for 9 months. That
You
is
take
my
a
point.
sacrifice. There is pain.
Arizon, I have advised you. You guys.
I looked okay. I just looked at the longest strike the education. Hold on now. I think somebody used Minnesota as an example. I looked at the longest education strike. This in Minnesota. From what I can see, it's a 20-day strike. The idea that you can go on strike for 9 months and kill the education
what
system
happened? What
of a
happened?
country.
Why did they cut off the strike? What happened after 20 days? Why did they call off
They
the
will
strike?
negotiate now. You think
exactly, but the government is the one who negotiates in the
Why
front
did they call off the strike after 20 days?
See, our own
Hold
our own
on,
is that they want what they
you are
want. If they
reading
don't
to
get it,
what? Hold on. Don't be talking as if you are talking to people that cannot understand one.
Let me see what happened. I didn't even know
They
what happened after that strike.
for 20 days. After 20 days, why did they call off the strike? Why did they go back to work? Tell us in that article.
There is an agreement.
You see, your problem is that you will say, what about, what if?
I'm asking
You are
you a
not seeing the
question.
bigger picture. That's your
Answer
problem.
that question.
I don't know. I'm just looking at the longest strike. I don't know how they call this strike.
Answer the question.
Okay.
Answer the question.
I'm going to look
Because
for
you
it.
bring
I
this up
have
all
to
the
find
time.
it. I just saw the days. I don't know what ended the strike, but for me, it's immaterial.
Okay,
Because
I'll tell you what.
Can you see this guy?
Hold on.
It's immaterial.
Hold
It's immaterial
on.
what ended the strike.
No, guys, hold on, please.
This is
Sikiwan. Ajanle Koko, you got him in Sikiwan with that one.
Because
I
because
think this
there
is
is an
what our
agreement.
people do.
That's
People
why.
like Ajale Koko, they are the kind of people that believe that what they are doing is right. Why they kill the education system?
Why would you say
You are
that?
missing the point.
No, that's what they do. It's their way of thinking. I used to think like him.
They called up the strike because there is an
I've been
agreement.
backstage. Let me get a word in here, please. Hold on. You guys been arguing. Okay. For the question, when I ask you that question, the answer obviously is that Muhammad Buhari invoked the no work, no pay to compel them to return to their classrooms, right? But I have a question for you, to Nigeria, because every time this will maybe the 12th time you and I have been on a panel and you bring this topic up. Now, if I understand what your beef is, are you saying that it's punishing the kids, for example? If you have two parties fighting, the ASU, for example, and then the government, and it's a long, prolonged strike, that is the children that are suffering the brunt. Is that what you're saying? Is that what your concern is?
The children of the poorer people in the country.
Right, but
Those are the target of the strikes.
I know, but please just answer my question. A lot of people want to talk. So when I'm asking you questions, that's me talking, right? So remember that's my time. So now, what I'm asking you, every argument has to be taken to this logical conclusion. Let's say, for example, in Ukraine right now, unfortunately, they have a war going on with Russia that's affecting maybe the children in the school. What would you go and tell Ukraine not to fight the war because the kids are affected, they cannot go back to school? Would that be a good argument to make?
No, it's not a good argument because that's war.
That's war, right?
You are trying to defend the ability to even go to school in the first place.
Right. So that's the point. You see, you don't look at the extreme example. You have to look at things based on
that is from an
issue.
external aggressor. This
I
is
know, but
internal.
listen now,
destroying your own system. It's
Listen
equivalent to the Ukrainians attacking their own education system.
Yeah, but you get my drift, right? It's not similar. It's not exact, but it's similar. I'm sorry. So the point I'm making is that when the universities strike, in the case of us, you and I debated it infinitum, right? Ad nauseum. But I believe that you should stop this thing that you're doing all the time. We're here. We want to talk about important things. There are many benefits to organized labor. There are reasons why we have organized labor. We didn't used to have them hundreds of years ago. So you have to credit them for higher wages, fewer hours work, because people used to work maybe 24 hours. Hold on.
No, I want to answer the question. Sorry.
No, hold on. It's my time. Please hold on.
Answer the question that John Lekoko asked because
no. I've answered it already. I have answered it.
I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about how the strike ended.
It's my turn.
Go ahead.
I waited for my turn. So what I'm saying to you is that there are many benefits to organized labor, because that's what we're talking about here. Higher wages, fewer hours, improved benefits for the workers themselves.
That's what that unionism is all about. In order for you to attack what you're attacking, you have to attack those things that I just mentioned. You have to say, people are getting paid a lot, or people are working too few hours, or people are getting too much benefits. You first have to attack that, because you cannot be doing it case by case. Do you understand what I'm saying? I want you to understand that now. In order for you to make that case you're making, you have to make a wholesome case that the government can just rain down on laborers and workers and give them and punish them and do whatever they want with their coercive powers. The government is a very coercive evil, but it's necessary evil. We have to have a government. But what's brought civilization are these things that you're attacking. You're not oblivious to, but if you were, I'm not making it very clear to you that in order for you to make a sustainable case, you have to attack the benefits of unionism, laborers organizing, and then demanding something from the government. They have to obey the things. It's not like the government doesn't have agencies that take care of that as well. They do. So I don't know if it's because you're in United Kingdom, okay, but Nigeria is a democracy like not a monarchy like you have. We're a democracy here like the United States. Those are rights. So I want you to stop it from today. Stop doing that. It makes you look bad. It makes you look.
I don't care
Pardon?
about looking bad. I care about our people being able to attend education.
How many minutes do I have left? Because I have other things to talk about.
You can still talk. You can still talk. So let me just read this. It says it ended with an agreement to go back onto the picket line, which is still striking. Some of the demands of the teachers were met, but as the strike progressed, increasingly the most important issue was the ability to negotiate. The teachers union was not able to secure that major issue until a year later. You see what I mean? The idea is that you talk to people, but you don't make it obstinate to a point whereby you can go on strike for 9 months. Even if these people went for 10 years, I don't care. Because from just looking at the entity of Nigeria, if you look at a body, you can't sabotage one side and think that you are helping it, because the sacrifice is already being made. Like I said, it's not logical behavior. You can't make a sacrifice and saying you are making the sacrifice to benefit the people, when you are not. The thing that you need to do to benefit the people, you are not doing it, and you are making the sacrifice anyway.
Hold on.
It doesn't make sense.
We had you. We had the point you just made now. They signed agreement to call off the strike, and they continue negotiation, and final agreement was signed a year after, right?
Something like that. They didn't get what they want.
That is what the article said. According to
they didn't get what they want.
Yeah. So, but in Nigerian case, they sign agreement. When the time to fulfill agreement, they fail, and these people call them. What is happening? Why don't you want to fulfill this agreement? They didn't want to answer. They went on strike again, and then the government came back to say, okay, they talk nice to them. Okay, go back. We will make sure that everything is done. Or now they enter into another agreement that, okay, we will fulfill it another 3 months. Do you know that the union gave the government that, how do I describe it? The benefit of the doubt several times before the longest one that you had 9 months. The 9-month one was the final one that break the comments, but they said, you know what? You have deceived us for so long. We are giving you the benefit of the doubt 2-3 times, thinking you're going to do something, waiting for you to do something, but you are not ready. No, we are not backing down this time. So who do you want to? You still want to blame the teachers?
Like I said,
the lecturers.
Like I
you
said,
don't look. It's because you are not close to teacher. You don't close to teacher. If your dad or your
doesn't matter
is a professor, is one of the professors that going through that kind of problem, that you know what is going through or what he went through, you won't be talking like this. And
Okay,
that is
so
the problem.
hold on,
man. Hold on. And that is the problem with black men.
You keep talking about, you are talking about illogical behavior.
Hold on, now let me talk. That is the problem with black men. You don't see the injustice against others as the same to you. You don't see it like that. But
see, your problem is that
you want to
you
see
see
people
your
fighting for
personal
their right.
injustice.
You want to consider people fighting for their right as a troublemaker instead of you looking at the irresponsible government, people in government that, function and carry out government activity with illegality. Not fulfilling agreement is an illegal act in the first place. It's an illegal act. You don't want to hold them responsible, but you want to blame the workers that are fighting for their right. I mean, it's just
nobody is blaming workers for fighting for your right. You can fight for your right, but
everybody
it's
here,
limited. Your actions should be limited.
Everybody
has
that
to be
spoken,
logical.
everybody that have spoken, including Pansak, told you what you are saying is totally wrong. You don't know, even in the comment section, everybody.
You see, but it tells you that
everybody.
I don't know from my own point of view to let you know that
really know what you are saying.
To let you know
so
that
just leave you there, man.
I
don't
used
really
to
know what you are
hold
talking.
on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I used to be in your position. The fact that I'm able to evolve and see from a more macro level. If you are not able to see that, I can't help you. But maybe someday you're going to realize what I'm saying. Because if somebody is doing one thing and he's saying you are doing it for the people or doing it for the right reason, for legal reasons, and you don't get it anyway. But in the middle of all this, the people that are suffering are the poorest people in the country. While you do that,
all
is
right, let me use the rest of
logical
my time.
behavior. Because hold on. I'm really trying to nail this point because I'm not stated it properly. If you want to accomplish something and you go and take an action to accomplish that stuff and you don't succeed, and you repeat it over and over again and you still don't succeed, that it's illogical to keep repeating it, thinking that you're going to succeed. That's one. And secondly, the sacrifice that you said that they should reject. Why should they have to sacrifice? Why should they not have to earn more money? They are not earning more money anyway now. And yet, when they return back to school, they didn't get anything special when they came back to university. The truth is that what I found through history is that they don't make that much gain. The game that they claim that they are making, they don't make that much gain. And they still do the same thing repeatedly. The people that are suffering are the poor people's children, and that is the one Ajale is missing. Millions of poor people's children are not being educated.
Before we get away from the topic, I wanna let me hash it out. I wanna
I don't
hash
even
it
know.
out.
Ajale, do you even know people that sit at home not going to school?
Let's get away from this topic.
No, hold on. Ajale, hold on. To Niger, what I want to do is to give you a chance, right? It's my time. I'll use the remaining. I hate this topic. I've talked about this with you, like I said. But let me use this time to actually hash out your position because you seem to be interested in this. And then, of course, security one. Is it your position that organized labor itself, not a university, for example, ASU alone, organized labor, period, it's detrimental to the society? Are you against organized labor? Just yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
No, you're not against organized labor.
Why would I be against organized labor?
Okay, so you're against organization in education. Is that what it is?
Or you just like when people destroy the national body without caring about it.
No, okay, but hold on now. Just by the time we're done with my little question and answer, give me yes or no, and then I'll be done. I'll be done soon. So I want to understand your position. Are you against this particular episode of ASU strike, or are you against organized labor in education striking or just being organized? Are you is just one?
I'm organized. I'm against long strikes that are systematically dismantling our system. I'll make this point on this. If the government is corrupt, if our pastors are corrupt, if every single system is corrupt, what makes you think the education system is not corrupt? That this action they are taking is actually good for the nation. And this is
Okay,
one
but hold on, it's
bastion
my
that
turn now.
a
I
lot of
said I'll be
people
asking you.
remain
It's my turn.
adamant about.
Hold on, please. I'm asking you a question. This is why I'm asking you the question, right? Now, are you aware that the behavior of a government towards labor is determined by the administration itself? In essence, you could have an administration right now that is labor friendly, and they could come in and they would resolve the issues that is best for the country. And that you could also have an administration, even here in the United States, that will come in that's probably pro-business, pro-whatever, and they start giving, and they start to dismantle organized labor, including the universities and stuff like that. Are you aware that the Constitution makes it possible for them to be organized, but you have the government, not patriotism, not the army, not the police, not the citizens, but the administration could be anti-labor. Do you know what that is? Where an administration could be labor friendly or they're not labor friendly.
Yes.
Okay.
But
so
the problem is that there has been strike through all of them. All of them, they have been strike, including from Abacha.
That's true, and that's the way it's supposed to be. If they're not happy, they
don't like anybody. It's always a problem.
Listen, no, but the country has not. I mean, even though the political parties do not really have ideology, but it's been the same sort of criminals that have been in power this whole time. There's nothing. Okay,
what is that fair on the larger public that are not earning as much as they do? I just gave you the numbers that if you compare the average wage in the UK versus the average wage that they pay their lecturers versus the ones in Nigeria, there's a bigger gap in Nigeria. And the Nigerian lecturers actually earn more than the average Nigerian.
How much oil?
But yet, hold on. But yet, they are more discontented to the point where they decapitated our education system.
They should
how does it justify it?
Look, you're making an argument that is contrary to every other position I've heard. Hold on now. Let me. Can I talk? Can I get a word in here? Let me get a word in. Okay, be quiet. You're wrong.
Go ahead.
Number one. I see you run around, you're ubiquitous on the internet, and you keep saying, why should we copy Oyibo? Why should we be like, why shouldn't our lecturers?
Now you follow the point that I made. You follow this point. Let's see whether you can follow. I've answered some of your questions. The UK lecturers, the average salary of the lecturers versus the average salary of the nation, the gap between them is wide, is smaller than that between the Nigerian lecturer and the average salary of the entire population of the nation. So why is it that
what is the numbers? Give us the number.
I can't remember the number. It was a long time.
Okay, hold on.
But I can get you the number.
It's unbelievable. I don't believe it.
Okay,
I don't believe it.
I'll get you the number now. If
I
get you the number, would that make sense to you? That
why is it that our own are more two of you that you're not the only two people on this show?
Okay, but he won't let me land that. But I'll go ahead and pass it over. No problem.
Because your own idea is even more crazy. So I don't even see the difference between you and two Nigerians sometimes.
Okay, fine. It's okay.
Coco, can anybody testify for Coco? I don't know.
Adewale, right? Adewale. A lot of times we come here to play, right? We come here to play, but I want you to understand that when I'm here, right, I'm not here to play. So just carry your trouble and go. Don't address me. When I'm talking here, I'm very serious. I didn't come here to play with you. So it looks like every time I open my mouth here, you start running your mouth, okay? I'm not your mate, and just stay away from my conversation. I left when you were talking. And if you start talking again, I will leave.
Answer. I will not respond to you.
Please don't. Be quiet if you can. When you speak, I'll be quiet. Okay. Thank you. To Nigeria, you didn't give me a chance, but I wait for the next turn. Go ahead.
No, I think it's Bibati actually. He hasn't said anything at all. Sorry about that. I just
it's fine. Our co-debater / moderator / I don't know. Anyways,
I feel strongly about this one. I don't understand why everybody's
you can feel strong. You're just wrong. Then you can be strong.
I'm not. I simply refuse to believe. I'll get that data now. Carry on.
You just okay, but this is my point. So, if you want to have a deeper discussion about the reasons why, then on that one we can actually have a more robust debate about. because we are pretty much dealing with symptoms here about just putting some bandages on the issue. But if you want to go deeper, why would they want to strike? Why? How did we get here? All those kind of So that one we can have that robust conversation. But on this particular topic, I don't think anybody should be on the side of the government on this, especially when you sign an agreement with them. That's why I asked earlier about them not having any leverage.
I'm not on the side of the government. Make no mistake.
I mean, that's
it's more responsible.
Yeah.
Babati.
Yeah.
So Nigeria did not attend public school.
Oh,
evident.
Oh my God! I can't believe
Because
what
if he had attended this public school, he wouldn't be he won't be siding with the federal government.
Yeah.
Why do you think I can recognize that it's only the poor people's children that are missing out on
How
this?
can you
guys
say that because
are
they are
the
going
one
on
that
strike
I
and
don't
they
think
haven't
you
gotten what they
attended.
wanted?
See, you are the one that didn't attend public school because you don't even recognize the true victims of what is happening. How can you not know the true victims?
So
Like I
tell
said,
me, who
I'll
is the
find
true
out.
victim?
The true victims are the children of poor Nigerians that cannot go
And
to
who
private
is
universities.
to blame?
So,
I am
forefathers,
for them. I'm saying you
you
have
don't sound
to
like.
go and teach them so
Hold
they
on.
can have better prospects.
You don't sound like. By the way, you don't sound like you're for them. By the way, just FYI. By the way, the kids of those lecturers, they also fall in the same bracket of those poor kids. I hope you know that. They are barely struck. I mean, those lecturers, the average lecturer kids cannot operate private school, so they also go to other public
Average
institutions as
lecturer
well.
earns way more than a soldier or
But I'm saying, if the average lecturer cannot afford to send his kids to a private,
but the average lecturers are not the majority of the nation.
we know
The
that.
vast majority of the nation is living in poverty.
Hold on, but the conversation was about them. Like I said to you, if you want to have a broader conversation about the systemic rot of how we got here, then we can do that. But we're just talking about the symptom. That's why I'm like, let me just limit to what we were discussing. So, but on this particular issue, if you sign an agreement with somebody, with a group of people, and you cannot fulfill that deal, you have to then do the work and say, guys, I can't fulfill this, or we overpromised. That is on you. Nobody in the right mind should then say, well, you signed a deal with them. If you don't do it, then you hate, you don't like the students. You don't like. What about the government? They're the one with the funds. They're the one with the money. So on that particular
Nigeria,
issue,
on the year they were going on strike, Nigeria used almost 97% to service its debts of its income to service the debt. On the year they did that. So I'm not trying to make an excuse for the Nigerian government. They are useless themselves. But you see, what I find really interesting is that Nigerians are getting punked and they don't even know it. Almost every aspect of Nigerian state has shown to be corrupt. But somewhere along the line, we think the lecturers are somehow perfect, that they know what they are doing and what they are doing is okay. Why do you think that it's not rational behavior? On so many levels, what they are doing is not rational.
Okay, can we change topic at this point? Because you are
now they want to run away from the topic.
I'm not running. It's just
the point is that the education system.
You just said it because no way on God's earth should anybody blame the lecturers. That's a no. I don't even know. So let's just
I told you, his argument is just to
Don't worry now. You will understand now. You will understand.
Go to another topic.
Why do you think Thatcher came into office?
Tunaja, please, can we go to the next topic? You are just keeping us busy so that we can be talking on this subject matter, but nobody will support you on this.
I wonder.
Nobody.
You know what? Don't support me. Don't support me on it. I don't need you to support me.
Nobody.
One thing I want all of you is that when you think you're correct on this, you are actually wrong. Okay, let's move on to another topic. So regarding the issue of I think they were talking about exports in Nigeria, a tiny country, shocker. Why are we where we are? A tiny country that has a population less than 9 million people can export $340-something billion, while Nigeria is exporting $40-something billion, and most of all that is in crude oil. And that should tell you something. It's a mark of it's like a mark of Cain on our people. We think we know what we are doing, we don't. And when I say something, people think I'm crazy. You all are the probably ones that are probably wrong. Because you
go ahead,
left the country where it
wait,
is right now.
before you go ahead, can we stop quoting that 200 million? Because I'm sorry to say, but what is the what is the value of that 200 million? Do they have the
Oh my
skill?
God.
What is your human capacity? What is the human? What
you're
is
going
it?
back to the education system that they crippled again. Who crippled it? We Nigerians crippled the education system that reduced their capacity, their net worth, or whatever you want to call it.
But when you say we have 200 million people, half of them are, sorry to say, use the word, but the value is low. What is the output of the average Nigerian compared to that of the Japanese? So when you say, so let's not stop putting that 200 million number. It doesn't mean anything to me. It can be 5 million and
actually
be more
matters
productive.
because they are human lives.
No, to your topic, I'm saying that you can be 5 million and be more productive. But quoting that 200 million, what is the output of that 200 million people? Where is
of the 200 million people is generating $500 billion, and we haven't even figured out how to secure them because our people are somewhat.
See, I don't want to insult all our Nigerians. No, stay with me, because like I said, you bring up a topic, but you want to have a broader discussion. So you go. So if you want to stay on topics or something, do that. If you want to have a broader,
the one I brought the topic up, and you start. Did you not bring up a different topic?
No, I did. No. I was speaking because you said Japan.
Did you address the exports?
No. You said because you are quoting Japan now, it was a smaller country, but they had a bigger output.
You changed the goalposts.
No, I did not change.
When I tried to do the same, it's like, don't do that.
No, stay with me.
People.
No, stay with me. You said you brought up Japan and you said they are smaller, but Singapore. They have a bigger output. Okay, Singapore. And I'm saying that when you say 200 million people, the value of what you can produce at that 200 million people, is it that it's not reflective of what we can do, or we just incapable? We are incapable of doing anything at all. Like we don't. Okay, can we do it, or we don't have the ability to do it at all? We are incapable. That's what I'm trying to understand.
We are not ready. We are not ready to see things on a higher level. Let's put it that way.
Please. We are not incapable of doing it. Please don't say that.
Wow. I'm asking, sir. I'm just asking the question.
Okay. The answer. We are not incapable. Just the systemic error, maybe systemic degradation in Nigeria has brought us to where we are today. If we want to solve the problem of Nigeria, we have to be bluntly sincere and honest to ourselves. The Nigerian foundation is very, very bad. Let not sugarcoat anything. Let me tell you, is it not Obasanjo was in a conference? He said it to the face of those people there, about 3 or 4 there. He said he made them billionaires, including Otedola and co. Then now, if you want to investigate further, is it that those people are the most qualified people to be given that opportunity to make those money? Probably yes or no. We don't know. But let me tell you, the Singapore that you're talking about today, there are a time when Singapore and Malaysia are all the same country. They start having problems that we're having in Nigeria today. The Malaysians have to vote for Singapore to leave their country for them. Because when you come to their country before the Singaporean left, the Singaporean have less population, but they somehow have been prosperous in what they do. So it brings envy and rift. Then the Malaysian that feels they are more populated feels that these people are dominating them. Okay, let them go. Let them then have the larger population and larger landscape. Let them manage themselves. Now, when they left, the two nations start competing. Everybody was trying to kind of grow at their own, and now they face themselves. And if you check those two nations now, they're actually doing well. Nigeria, we have been deceiving ourselves for so long. Some people will tell Nigeria is indivisible, is this and that. No. See, if an Hausa man is there and he wants to bring a change, the Igbo man will say this Aboki will not do it right.
If it's an Igbo man,
listen.
within states, Just stop with this.
Hey, calm down. Listen. No, do you know? I'm coming. Do you know when you talk about states now? I'll come to that state issue. Listen. The reason why we have not been able to compete in between states is because of the Nigerian Constitution, the unitary system. Listen, if they can give states, local government autonomy, resource control, I'm telling you, you start seeing that competition. You will see it.
To be fair, states do compete. To be fair, Nigerian states do compete.
The Nigerian states do compete, but there's no resource control. You understand? There's no resource control. Like now, I keep telling people, like the issue of insecurity that we are talking about, on and on. We that are in Nigeria that are on ground, if we want to be sincere, if Tinubu will today mandate the Nigerian police to go back to state policing, local government policing, and mandate every state to employ their police officers from their indigene. Local government, employ your local government police from your local government indigene. I'm telling you, within 6 months, this issue of insecurity, banditry, I'm telling you, will become a foregone issue. But because the people at the center want to have power to control the whole nation, they'll feel threatened that when you do that, their power has been reduced. You understand? Because I sat down, I talked with one person one day. I told him, hey, Mr. Man, if you are in the Nigerian military now and you are from the southwest and I send you to the north, will you sacrifice yourself for the 50,000 or 100,000 to save the people there? He said, no, I can't do that. But I said, if they post you to your own village and they are paying you that same amount, will you allow terrorists to overrun your village? Say he's going to defend his village with the last drop of his blood. That is exactly what we are missing. We should stop deceiving ourselves. If we want Nigeria to work very well to the way it will go, let's not be sentimental, being tribalistic or whatever. State to have resource control, state police, state all this military that's fighting Nigeria insurgency, they cannot solve the problem because this insecurity that we're having in Nigeria is not. Most of them are not.
Let me ask you this. You see, some of the things I like us to, when people have 2 cups and they show you that the ball, they're going to put a ball under one of the cups, and they ask you to choose one ball. And when you choose the ball and when you choose the cup and there is no ball underneath, by deduction, you assume that the ball is in the next one, isn't it?
Yes.
That is what I call deductive reasoning.
Yes.
When you look at Africa with their various systems that they have, various different myriads of systems,
yes,
and they still look like they are still poor, like us. Things are not working fine for them. And you look at foreigners, other people, non-Africans, or even not Africans, and you look at how things are working out for them. Does that not tell you that something else other than what you are describing is responsible for our problems?
And to Nigeria, I know the angle you are coming. You are coming from the angle of external force, probably Western influence. Definitely,
not necessarily our own individual behavior. There's something within us that we've not fixed, and that other fellow African nations have not done.
Wait, to Nigeria, what you are thinking that we've not fixed is not actually true. What we have not fixed is that we don't have a strong institutions, and that strong institution will not come by a fraudulent constitution or a fraudulent way of imposing people to be together. Listen, we have to respect ourselves before we can work together. You have to respect me. Then I will respect you. Then we have to have a constitution. We have to have a constitution that
hold on now, to let you know, this is what I call about deductive reasoning, so that we can try to start ruling some things out. Somalia is homogeneous. They are the same language, the same religion, the same tribe, everything the same. And they are far more divided than us right now. The idea that even families can be extremely divided.
Sure.
So we have to understand that there is something else. We are not, instead of us to focus on other things that are going to solve the problem, we are missing the solution. When you say because we are separated, we are different tribes, different language, that is not at the core of our problem. I'm just using deductive reasoning to say, if you look at other nations that have more reasons to be united, but they are not, that tells you that something else is going on.
Listen, what I know the angle you are coming. You are giving examples where Somalia issue cannot be the same as Nigeria. I'm just telling you one of the problem we are having in Nigeria. If you look into it, it's not about we coming on air and just make some conclusion from when you go to Google to take this. Go to the grassroots and look at the behavior of the people. When you go to the listen to Nigeria, I've spent more than 30 years in the north. What I know, when in the north, when you come to the northern part of Nigeria, they are very, very accommodative people. They will give you farmland for free to farm. That is the northern part of Nigeria. You understand? I'm from Southeast, and then let me tell you. But I'm telling you, I've spent more than 30 years in the north. Like when some people will come will paint the whole northern with
They give you
single brush.
farmland to farm, and then they'll cut off your father, your
No,
mother.
Pansat, calm down, calm down. So Pansat, listen. Let me land.
I don't know what he's trying to say, Pansat. Come on, man.
Listen, Pansat, listen. I'm coming.
You are talking a lot to Niger. Plus, let's spread it around.
Pansat,
okay, let him just make his point there.
Pansat, let me finish. I will come. Listen, I have to be honest to you. I have to be honest. I hope to tell you the truth. But today, when some people, those days, they look at an Igbo man, they say they always fight over land. When you have a limited resources, there have to be a quarrel. So there have to be a law, a very strong law that will make that quarrel not to happen. And that is what Nigeria is not getting up to date. I know in the early 20 years back in the northern part of Nigeria. I'm going to land now. Going to land now, Pansat. When you now I'm saying something that you don't like now, you are feeling angry. No, I'm not. I don't want to be ethnic bigot now. Let's say the truth. I'm telling you my own personal experience. I'm not telling you about other people. As I'm talking to you now, I don't like to stay in the north any longer because I feel my life is being threatened. And I know these things change over time. Even that same northern part that I told you that they give people land free, now they are even killing themselves over land. What brings about that? Development. And as development comes, you can no longer give people land for free anymore. It's just like the issue of farmer headers clashes. When people complain, some people start giving you excuses that it's not header man, it's not this and that. Listen, the reason why I'm bringing this issue is that as development come, changes come, you have to accept that changes and sit down on a round table and discuss what is the better way to solve this problem. But Nigeria would think no, the old way is the way.
Can you show your face and show your teeth? Let's see if you have gold on your mouth.
Oh, come
show
on.
your face.
No.
Thank
you, Coco. Let's bring other people in. Izon hasn't said anything for ages.
What kind of human being are
Izon
you,
has been there for
you are fond of denigrating all these
it's okay. Let them go. Let them go, please. It's okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Pansad, let them talk now, please. You see, there's Ekene has come in, hasn't said anything. Angelico barely said much. He was basically interjecting. And
okay, I'll leave the floor. Are you the floor for the next person?
We're in a different topic now. You can't say I've I've been here a long time.
Say what you want to say, but don't go on. People will interject anyway. So
okay, please don't say. Give me how many minutes I have to speak, and I want you to shut up when I'm talking, please. How many minutes?
You have 1 minute.
Okay, 3 minutes.
1 minute. 1 minute.
3 minutes. Okay, let's time it.
How can you? No. How can you disrespect the host of the show
No, it's my buddy.
Then you
Don't
still want
worry.
to speak.
We're kidding around. Just
No, it's not funny. That's
please,
the point.
please,
Nobody's
please
laughing.
mute all these people now. If I have 3 minutes, you guys have no respect. Is that because we're in diaspora? I could be your dad. All of you here, I could be your father. You have
You
no
can't be my
respect.
father. I pray to
All
God
right?
I anchor this show one day. You would not even, in fact, if once I see your logo, you would not even be allowed to this platform.
Let's leave that. Let's
Please,
get to the
you know,
crux of the matter.
when he was speaking, I left. Could you
Pans-
remove him
Pan-
while I'm
Pans-
speaking?
Pansat,
Remove him.
we are
Remove.
currently. Let's not go to northern talk. We are talking about
That's what we're going
Singapore.
right now.
No, we're talking
You
about
can't have
Singapore.
Woman, can you remove from the platform? You can't have this kind of
the
situation.
He needed to be removed. That guy needs to be removed immediately.
Why is he removing him? I don't know why he came in to remove him.
Because his mindset is very corrosive. His mindset is completely corrupted. His mindset is just out of this world. Everything we've discussed on this show tonight, it will come and put Sansan in everything we've said. How can he be talking this way? He doesn't want any other person to speak.
Hold on. Co-host General Thomas, please don't do that again. It's not edifying for me to be on a platform and you just come and remove somebody that I'm moderating. So it's just not proper. The two wrongs do not make a right. All right, go ahead, please. Who was talking? Pansat is gone now.
It was your friend Pansan, so it's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, so regarding we're talking about the exports that Singapore, a nation that is barely 9 million, can do. I think it's almost 8 times that of Nigeria. Nigeria can did an export of about 40-something billion, while Singapore is doing 341 billion. And this goes to the issue that we're highlighting with the ASU strike and everything else that we do, even education that we educate our people overseas. There is something seriously wrong with our psyche. There is something seriously wrong the way we behave as a people. That we think we are very, very correct with the way we behave, but something is clearly missing. And the fact that we are one of the most obstinate people when we think we are correct is a good thing, because people cannot influence you and change your mind so easily. But if the results are this bad, maybe we should be searching ourselves within ourselves, not people having to influence you. Search yourself and ask, what are we doing so badly wrong in this nation that Singapore, a tiny nation like that, can export 8 times more than Nigeria? And if you remove the oil exports, which Singapore doesn't have, if you remove the oil exports, I think that number will just be astronomically more than that of Nigeria.
Can we respond to the question? So the first thing is human capital development. I think I mentioned that earlier. Human capital development. Number 2, you pour money into research, which ties into, of course, what you were saying about the education, the value of raising credible research universities and funding them properly. So you must invest in research. You must invest in your people. You must invest in your infrastructure. You must invest in security. You must also invest in education to the point where there are no sacred cows. There's no this idea that I'm going to leave 30 million poor kids. I'm going to abandon them up north because I'm scared because they are Muslim, and I don't want to invest in them because their imams will be upset. You have, as a leader, you have to overcome that. You have to break through that barrier. So a serious government will say, I don't give a damn what your sheikh thinks about you, because the sheikh's kids are in London, they're in America. You cannot have this hijabs, whatever school they call it. You can't have 30 million kids up north if you care about the future of the country. So you must break through that barrier and train those kids. Not just bare secondary school or high school, proper
But the southern ones still don't get good education. You know that full well. Even the southern ones don't get very good education.
But I'm saying that it's more like a no child left behind for everybody. But you know they are farther behind from everybody. Is what I'm saying. So you have to take everybody.
That's gonna be a tall challenge.
I know it's tough.
Culture.
It's tough, but it has to be done if you really want a serious government. If you care about the future of the country, because those kids are going to be tomorrow's terrorists. When you are progressing down south, they're going to come after you after your wealth, because the country will have failed them. So a leader has to break to that human capacity development, education, research, of course, security. Security. but human capacity development from at that level has to start from that level.
Yeah, but if you look at Singapore's approach, from what you highlighted, this is security. They are very, very extreme when it comes to security. Actually, they are one of the most extreme nations I've ever seen. They use about 10% of them. They are involved in their securing their nation.
What is their literacy rate? What is their
Oh my goodness, their literacy rate will be through the roof. But they achieved that. They achieved the high ready security posture first before they became advanced, and that part of it is maybe that's like when I
97
go back to this topic again.
97%, 97.13.
Yes, I'm surprised not even 100%.
Let me see Nigeria. Let me see Nigeria. Literacy of Nigeria.
77%. I think we're up to.
That is, you
can
can
read, but where the gap is the highly educated ones, the ones that actually go on to do things that actually earn money for the country. We're just selling crude oil. That's all we're doing. Our nation.
But I'm saying
nothing other than selling crude oil.
The dynamics of for tomorrow's world, what is the AI world? We need to have. We can't have any child left behind because before we can afford to do that. But tomorrow's the way the world is going right now, you have no choice as a country. You have no choice.
I think you find out that our people will find a way to have a choice to make sure they don't develop. See, the truth is that our people always find a way not to do things right. That is, it's magic. If you look at what happened in the last 7-8 months alone, if Tinubu came to office, went to sleep, and woke up now, Nigeria will be in a better state. That is how sabotaging we are as a people. That's my point. The idea that we cannot find a way to do things right, I think we can do things right, but our people need to start thinking, asking themselves questions. Because when we think we know,
but how can you? Because so pretty much what you're saying is that 20 million doesn't mean anything, doesn't mean any jack shit then. If they're not properly trained, so what is the point of having 20 million people?
It's not the training. It's not the training. It's the mindset. You have to be nationalistic or your own people interested. Our people seem to be serving other people, and not only from the underclasses. They are just poor, but the middle classes and the elites, they are not for their people. If they are being there for their people, do you think you have to convince our officials that they need to use Nigerian-made these vehicles or buy Nigerian-made goods? You don't need to convince them. That is instinctive. You don't need to convince Nigerians not to be sending their children, or not to, to discourage Nigerians from using the dollars. You don't need to tell the government. The government should be discouraging Nigerians from using the dollars. The entire thing is designed to benefit other people. And when most people don't know that, actually, they just think that that's our culture. This is where we are right now. People don't know how bad it is. If you remove crude oil, you will know that we are not doing anything.
So Nigeria is divided. A house that is divided against itself will not stand. Nigeria is divided. Look at, it's serious. It's very pathetic. People like me, who never wanted a separate country, wanted a bigger Nigeria. But honestly, anybody that wants Nigeria to work will start from the issue of unity. Did you know when you people are united before? When we are united, that is when we start thinking about nation building. But then we start to think about patriotism.
Coco, are you there? Coco,
yes.
Yeah. Did you know this YouTuber called Itchy Boot on YouTube?
Yes.
Did you see that drive through Nigeria?
Yes.
I'm like, my God, we have problems.
Do you know all those areas that she drive through? I knows those routes very well. I travel a lot within Nigeria. That is why when I talk some people,
how can you grow?
I know those routes. I live in the interior north part of Nigeria. I know what is happening on ground. You people that are here, you might not even know what is happening. The level of the problem that is happening. Do you know that the northern part alone, if their elite will remove their eye from the Nigerian oil and face agriculture, I'm telling you, the oil is nothing compared to what they will produce in the north. I'm telling you the facts. Let's say the middle belt, alone. If the elites can remove their eyes from the oil, from this Niger Delta
I
oil.
think if they remove the eye from the oil, it's not going to make a difference. Look at what Macky Sall in Senegal is doing. Our leaders, I've said it before. These
Why
leadership
do you
that we
say
have,
it's not going to make any meaning?
because these leaders are not technically our leaders. They are groomed by foreigners and they handed power over to them. I'm talking about not just the leader, the elite class. They handed power
Yes,
over to them, and their mentality has not changed. They don't see their people as their people. They see their people
then,
as benefiting other people.
then why do you keep blaming the innocent Nigerians on the problem we are having?
Because we have to start changing our mind. I'm not blaming us. I'm not. If you look at it, I'm not even blaming them. I'm
Who
explaining
are
it.
the people? Who are the people that they say they have to start changing their mind? Is it not the same people that they indoctrinate in their own stupid ideology? The people that they indoctrinate in their own stupid ideology. If you know what is happening in the north, the northern, most of them, you see, if you see an elite and an elite educated person, a professor or a doctorate holder in the north, if he speaks sometime, you think that this person should be a kind of should be able to go away from all this bigotry and ethnic sentiment and religious sentiment. But when the conversation gets down to religion, he will tell you where he belongs.
See, why is it that anytime we try to talk about problems of Nigeria, most people just go to the north as if that's where there's the only problem. The truth is that
To Niger is not the north that the only problems comes from. But when you have two problems that one outweighs each other, I'm telling you, I don't want to be
but that is your
sentimental.
perception. Okay, let me give you an idea
Yes,
that
that is my perception. To Niger, that is my perception.
let me give you another aspect of this that most people don't see. And I think I listened to one northerner the other day said northerners are very, very nationalistic. And when he was saying that, it was interesting because most people don't necessarily see it like that. But I can see the reasoning behind that because they feel like they are getting the benefits of being in Nigeria more than any other group. So they will be more nationalistic in terms of wanting Nigeria to be together and be a strong nation. Most people don't see it from that point of view, but I believe that is true.
To Niger, northern that are more nationalistic. How do the northerners expand their nationalistic nationalism to the other parts of the country? A northerner will spend 30 years in Lagos and he will not pay house rent. Rather, he'll be sleeping from doing business. He will rather sleep on the street for him to pay house rent. The nationalistic northerners are those politicians, and the reason why they are more nationalistic and depend on one Nigeria is because of the Niger Delta oil. Because
Hold on.
it's
What is the problem
listen.
of him sleeping on the street again? Well, I don't understand what the negative there is because I
Do you
would
know?
have thought that was making
Calm
a
down.
sacrifice.
I'm giving you an example now. The reason why it's like that, and most of unless the elites that are making millions, that would an average Igbo man or Yoruba man goes to the north. The first thing he does, he look for a house and rent and pay house and for a shelter. But average Hausa man that you are calling nationalistic will go to other parts of Nigeria. He will never rent a house. He's doing business. If it's someone that is nationalistic in mind, somebody will be doing business in a community for 10, 20 years and he will not be able to afford accommodation, and not that he's not making money. I'm telling you this out of experience. I have people, I keep at times I advise this man. Sometimes they fell sick because they are sleeping outside on cold.
Let me add to this one. The individual that is doing that may want to make a sacrifice because maybe he has 4 wives that he has to cater for in the north. You don't know that. And secondly, that is not a statement. Hey, hold on.
Listen, I'm
let me
coming.
finish my
Please,
point.
just a minute. I've had that a conversation with an individual like that. I told him that My own father is an Igbo man. He has 2 wives. What does he do? He bring one of his wife to where he's living. Is after 2-3 years, he send her back. Take the second one. I advise this man: if you have 3 or 4 wives, bring one, rent a house, you stay with your wife. After 2-3 years, you go back, bring the second one. There is no cheating. You keep alternating them, but still, no, he will never take that
See,
advice. Listen,
hold on. I think what you are doing there is you can't expect people to be like you. One, the Northerners, they evolved in an environment where staying outside is not entirely new. They were half nomadic, half this in settler groups. So you that is in the South that has a slightly different way of life, you can't expect them to be like you. And even in the South, we have different attitudes towards housing or towards this thing, each other. So the idea that you single them out, I don't think that's a good way of looking at it. In America itself, the people in the North and the people in the South are slightly different. You can't tell me that the people in California are behaving like the people in Oregon. They are different set of people. The point we have to actually, the question I was asking was that if a tiny nation like Singapore can accomplish that, we as Nigerians, with all our bravado and all the stuff we like to do, if I start giving you all the numbers that will make Nigerians shame a little bit, we are not going to go get out of here. You know, like if I give you one example, like in the top 50 tech executives in America, there's not one black person. They're not to mention one this in Nigeria. The gap between other people and us, people think it's a joke. That maybe because if you deal with one Igbo man today or one Arab man, you can outsmart them. Means that you are smarter than them. As a group, they are well ahead of us. It's almost like somebody that dropped out of secondary school versus somebody that went to university. That is the gap between their mindset. That explains why you can see a nation that is about just 9 to 10, this in 8 million people can exploit $341 billion, while a country of about 220 or 200 million people is exported 40 something billion dollars, when most of it even is in oil. They are not making anything. We are not generating anything at all.
to Naija, on my own perspective, I stand to be corrected. One thing I keep talking about Nigeria, we need to define our unity. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's get our unity together before we talk about any other listen, I've been in the north, I've go around the north, I see so many companies, so many factories that have been built in the First Republic, how they run them and ruin them. I'll give you listen, if you can come down to Nigeria, somebody take you on tour to go and visit so many places and give you the picture of what is in place in those areas in the First Republic. I'm telling you, if those things are being maintained and built upon, Singapore is nothing to be compared to Nigeria. I'm telling you the fact. But those things we are run down by the same people that I'm telling you. One, if someone that is coordinating that place is a Yoruba man and is doing well, because they feel that this thing is in their land, and why should somebody from the southwest to come and be the head of the operation? They will make sure they remove that person and put incompetent person, and when that incompetent person comes on board, the next thing they do is to run the government apparatus down. I know that anything that belongs to government makes deploy who works there and who doesn't work there. Please, there's so many things that
Coco, let me just say something. I think I heard you very well. I think you spoke from a very perspective of somebody who understand how the North, how it operates. I want to throw a question to not you, but to our friend here, Tuna. Sometimes the way you talk, sometimes I just don't understand. I know you've had some heated debate with some people here. I know about that, but one thing we need to understand is, I'll throw the question, but let me just say something first. There's a difference between being patriotic and being a nationalist. And we keep asking the question that, is Nigeria a nation or just some kind of contraption, as some people will say, or some kind of a criminal enterprise? What are we? Well, Nigeria is not a nation. Nigeria is not a nation. if we look at it strictly from the definition of a nation, Nigeria is a country of nations. Mark my word, nations, not just nation, as in one singular group of people. There are different set of nations within that space called Nigeria. Now, that's some northerners are nationalistic. Well, maybe we are overflogging or we're misusing that word nationalistic. Maybe it might be right. We might be right in the use of it, depending on what area you're speaking from. If you're talking about people being nationalistic in the sense that, oh, I'm a Fulani man. I'm loyal to my clan. Whatever my clan says, our people, our leaders in our clans, that's what we do. Then you can say that's a nationalist in some ways. Nationalist in the sense that their own nation, the Fulani clans as a nation, they are very loyal to that group. If you talk about and you speak to how do I say, a Kanuri man will be very loyal to the Kanuri ethnic group, which is a nation of its own. Speak to a Yoruba man will be very, very loyal to his own Yoruba nation. So that is people being loyal to their own groups, not patriotism. Now, if we're talking about Nigeria as a country, then we can ask the question, are they patriots? Because Nigeria is not a nation. Nigeria is a country of nations. So we can use the word nationalism to people who are loyal to their own to their own nation or to their own group or tribe. I can understand that.
I think you are
Hold on. So my point is that what we should be using in the sense of Nigeria as a whole will be patriotism. The Northerners are not patriots. Because in the strict, they're not patriots. Yeah, they're not patriots. They are nationalists. They are religious fanatics. Most of them. I won't say all of them. And especially those elites among them. They use religion to stir up that ethnic or that nationalistic fervor among them. Let me explain what I'm trying to say here. Is that as a patriot, you think Nigeria first. Somebody just said to you here, as Coco just said to you now, that a Northerner will first of all think about religion first. Whatever they want to do, they will have to think about religion first. And maybe think about their clans or whatever the case may be. But when we say nation, let's get this straight very well. When we say Northerners, we need to understand that we usually talk about Northerners it's a word we use in the broad sense of it. But I want to understand that the very people among those Northerners who seem to be the very nationalistic people among them, I'll say in modern times, let me not say in the old times, in modern times, are the Fulanis. And the way they spread themselves across North, that's why you find them, a Fulani man is claiming to be from Adamawa State. Adamawa State is not Fulani. The Fulani man can say he's also from Plateau State. But Fulani man is not from Plateau State. So they spread themselves. It's a tactics that they've done over time. And they seem to be very good at it. That is why you see a Fulani man contesting in states, in area where they're not native to. So my point is this, that if you're a patriot, you think about the country first before you think about your own ethnic group, which in the sense that would be national. You're being nationalistic in that sense. But what we've seen over time is that these people, they are very loyal to their religion, to their own ethnic group first. Forget all this thing we talk about that, it's because they are benefiting. Somebody just said to us here now that, because they are benefiting from that country, that contraption called Nigeria. Because the civil service, virtually they dominate the whole thing. Because if you look at North, what do they have in North? There's no industry. So the only thing that they could lash on would be to find themselves in government, in civil service. Because of so many civil service, they head most departments. That's not to say that there are not Southerners there too. There are Southerners who are also heading departments, but if you look at it by the numbers, they have the largest share. How many Southerners will you find in banks in Lagos? How many Southerners will you find in some other private institutions? You will find them. I'm not saying you won't find them, but you won't find them as you will find, because they see that civil service as government as a way of by which they can enrich themselves and maybe grab power. So my point is this: is that the first reflex of a northerner is that my religion first, my ethnic group first. That's not how to build a country. And that is where the problem is in that country. See what somebody is saying. Emi lokon, Yoruba lokon. We can say, well, that's just it's a political statement. No, you don't speak like that in a country whereby we all. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong if he said it, but I'm saying that it's because the underlying issue with that country that is really, really bedeviling that country has not been addressed. And how can we address it? Is if we want to form a confederation, we want to go by regional system. Let everybody have their own space, have an autonomy over their space. That way we know that we are coming together as a country. We're only building an army against external aggression, and we rotate headship among ourselves. But if you want to like feign this ignorance, we want to fake it up that, oh, we are all one person. We're not one person. We are not one.
Shocker. See, I think you've had your stab at this now. Let me say something. See, when are you going to land? You've been going on for how many minutes now? You need to allow people to interject now and again now.
Just let me land. Let me land this point. So in conclusion, my point is that if we do not address that very issue at the core of it, because Nigerians are not patriotic, they're just only loyal to their own ethnic groups. And so if we don't address that matter, we'll continue having this problem. That is at the core of the very problem of Nigeria. I put it there. I just rested there. You want to ask your question? Go on. But my question to you is that, can you distinguish between nationalism, being nationalistic, and being patriotic? That's the question I have for you.
Nationalism is a form of, I think the way it's been described is the highest manifestation of a nation's power. And generally, people, yes, you are right that sometimes people are associated with their own ethnic identity, which ethnicity too is a very fluid definition. If you look at ethnicity, Nigeria actually qualifies as an ethnic group too. The loose definition of ethnicity. So the idea is that nationalism, their focus is on believing that their nation is superior and they can make it good. And even if you don't succeed in making your nation number one in the world, your approach is, this nation has to rise, and I believe this nation is the best in the world. And most nations that go on to do what they are doing, they believe their nation is the best. You have most of the founders of most nations are nationalists. They went on to found the nations, and then they handed it over to the bureaucrats and the politicians who rule. And if you look at from Lee Kuan Yew, Mao Zedong, Stalin, all of them, they are all nationalists that build nations. And the value of this strain of thought is very, very important.
You are glossing about this topic. You're just glossing about it. You're not really addressing it.
Let me.
You're not really addressing it.
You asked me a question.
Just give a vague. No, you continue. I just want to ask this.
Yeah, you asked me the difference between both of them. Patriotism is more of a putting your nation this thing.
So what is a nation? What is a nation now in this sense? Now is the Nigeria a nation?
In the context of Nigeria, yes, it's a nation too.
It's not a nation.
Hold on. Calm down. Now, come on. See,
calm down.
Let me say something now because I let you talk.
Okay, go on, please.
The idea is that we all have multiple identities and different layers of identities. Just like you are a husband, family, son, and all the rest, you are from so and so village, you are from so and so tribe, you are from so and so this in the state, nation. We have different levels of identity. The idea that those South Africans today, they don't care whether when they were playing Nigerians, they don't care whether you are Isoko man or you are from this in Kanuri. They just care that they are playing Nigerians. That is the level of identity that we express, and that is the nation I'm referring to. And that nation is the one we are comparing value, this in the numbers about in terms of the exports that Singapore is doing versus that of Nigeria. Singapore is also to an extent mixed. They have mixed religion, mixed people in there. Not, I think the Chinese dominated, but they still have mixed population. So they are able to aspire and do great things for themselves. While we, you see, no matter how
Is Britain a nation?
Britain is the nation. United Kingdom is a nation now.
How is it a nation?
They have different types of nation. They have nation states, and like Britain, I think is described as a nation state because they have different nations within the nation. You see what I mean?
I'm ready whenever you want me to talk.
Sorry, who is that? So I can know when to call you. Who is that?
Aizo.
Okay. Oh, you are ready now. Okay, great. So they have different levels. But the point is that from the point of view of Nigeria, we don't have a nationalistic approach to things. We have a limited understanding of identity too. That was just demonstrated just now because you just thought that Nigeria doesn't have an identity as a nation, when clearly, even evidently in the world, we have multiple identities. And somehow we don't want to embrace the identity that actually matters most to our nationhood.
What's the Nigerian identity? What's the Nigerian identity?
The Nigerian identity is the when you are called a Nigerian, that's the Nigerian identity, that territory.
Who gave us the name? Who gave you the name? Who gave you the name in Nigeria?
What does it matter who gave you the name? It is a description of the people there.
So who come about the name? Who come about the name?
To Nigeria matters. So who gave you the name? To Nigeria matters. We did not choose the name by ourselves. To Nigeria, it matters.
If you didn't choose the name by yourself, is that not on you not to be able to choose your name? Germany, that you call Germany today, it was named by Romans. The idea that most of these many nations that you see in the world are not named by the
Romans. Does that make it right? Does that make it right?
No, nobody. But you are missing the thrust of the argument. You are going to the side issues. The thrust of the argument is that the manifestation that we call Nigeria itself, the entity that is Nigeria itself, is not acting the way other nations are able to express themselves.
So why?
They're able to express themselves.
So why?
Because our people lack that aspect. They for some reason, we can't. That aspect of thinking nationalistically.
No, you see, that's
that
the point.
aspect of
That's
thinking
the point.
on the macro level.
The point. We cannot think nationalistic because when you say nationalistic, you're talking about people should be loyal to their own clans, to their own ethnicity.
Well, to Nigeria, everybody celebrated Nigeria winning today now. Everybody celebrated Super Eagles
we're
winning.
talking about nationalism.
Exactly. I agree with you on that, Mike. See, we express
one single people with one single descent, then you can talk about being nationalistic. The right word should be using is patriotism. Patriots.
Your health. See, let me just say this. I think what Mike said just now is very, very interesting. He just light a bulb in my head. What Mike said about people, celebrating Nigeria winning. Those Nigerians celebrating. See, hold on now. Of course, those Nigerians celebrating. Hold on. Oh, come on now, calm down. Those Nigerians that are celebrating, what that does is it implies, for me, in my mind anyway, that when nations become nationalistic, sometimes it's events that create it. It's not necessarily a will. If they try to will your mental health is important, he can't will it. But when Nigeria scores a goal, it happens. You see that come out immediately. When foreigners attack Nigerians overseas, you see that nationalistic instinct come out. That tells you what I've been arguing for a while. That the reason why we are where we are is because we didn't have the kind of events that happened to me. Even Singapore.
Can you define a nation?
Hold on now. You have already defined it. I've already defined it for you.
We are talking about unity within the country. We are not talking about
national cohesion. Is that what you are?
Yeah, within the country, how do we see each other? How do we work together? How do we see that country as same country for all of us? Are we the same under the law? Or do we have some people within that country that above the rule of law? I mean, those are the things.
It's a very strange question to.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Go ahead if you want to say something.
Honestly, to be frank with you, when people keep saying how we see ourselves, how we don't see ourselves, why people are not killing, everybody don't see the country as the same. It's the reason we are not progressing. I tend to disagree with that. In the United States, it's a country of almost every ethnic group in the planet. We're all living together. But what's making it progress is just productivity. The system, the rule of law, justice, that's what it is. No one cares whether you want to be patriotic or not. Just do your job and you get rewarded for your work. And hey, if you don't want to be patriotic, that one's in your pocket. If you break the law, you go to prison. So in Nigeria, I think what we should be focusing on is how can we become productive people? Whoever tribalism, racism, all those things is not going anywhere. It's human nature.
Exactly.
Even if you become one, you gave example of Somalia one day. Yeah, they're all the same people now, but the people who have reason to fight, especially when money is involved, all those things. When people are fighting, it's really not because of their differences. It's just because of money or something at stake, some interest. But they will use ethnicity and religion to further it. Whether they want to win an election or they want to gain some kind of power, they'll just use. When you start, if you want to achieve something, you want followers. So you have to give people one reason to follow you. And what's the best reason? You tell them about use ethnicity or religion, something that's connected to their emotion. They will follow you. So if we want to progress Nigeria advance or anything, let's forget this conversation about wow, we are different. We are this. Do we see each other? Who cares how you see me? If I'm in Nigeria deaf, what I want to do, I don't care who's across the street look at me. I don't care as long as you don't step on my toes. So if we want to discuss how to progress, let's forget this. Why we see the Northerners are like this, Kenyan like that. That's not the problem.
Okay, let me say something in response to that. Look, I mean, it's like sometimes we like to deceive ourselves. Now, we have people within that same country that cannot go to some part of the country to live in because of they believe their life could be in danger. They go and live there. And why? Is because within the same country, they see some people as they see some part of the country that they don't accept their own tribe as brothers. And for that reason, some of us will not want to go and live in some part of that country. So, look, the issue is this. There are certain structure that a nation must put in place for people of that country to see themselves as, to have that sense of belonging, that this is a nation for all of us.
So will that begin to make us progress?
The beginning, from the educational aspect of it, children across the country must be taught the same curriculum. The children must be educated the same form of education, the same mindset. They have to grow like that. They have to give them that sense of patriotism for patriotism to the nation from the little kid. Do we do that in Nigeria?
So okay. So if they become patriotic and then what?
But rather, the way we raise our children is, look, see yourself as Yoruba first.
Okay. So how is that hurting the country?
Hold on. See yourself as Igbo first before Nigeria.
But that's who you are now.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with that? That's your identity.
Hold on. Hausa raise their own children to see themselves first before Nigeria.
But in America, the whites see themselves before America, the blacks see themselves before other Americans. Everybody see themselves as their group. Even we Nigerian American, we see ourselves as Nigerian American before we see ourselves as other Americans. So
the key.
At the end of the day, it doesn't affect America's progress. What's forging America's progress is productivity. Even if today we begin to Soon as even today, if we begin to say, okay, we are all one, we are all this thing. If we continue to be lazy and be corrupt and all these things, we will still be in the same shoes. The only difference is that okay, now we like you smile better to each other. That's it.
Look,
let me say something real quick. I don't know when some people. I don't know.
I don't know why you guys are looking for love from every tribe. Oh, I need everybody to love me if I can be Nigerian. What the heck?
Just land Ajadeko so I can say something.
Let me land. National man. So what we are saying here is that we don't put in place a kind of, structure and a foundational base that raises the children to see that country first before any tribe, before your tribe.
But what's the relevance of it?
Okay, let me tell you this.
Can I help you? If you want me to say something,
let me learn. Okay. If you raise children to see Nigerian first, okay, and not your tribe, your tribal interest, but the interest of the nation first, and they pass through education like that to the university level, that mindset is what they will take to govern the country.
That will make them productive, Abby.
Hold on. They will govern the country with that sense of patriotism, and doing that, the nation will work well for everybody.
Without being productive?
The nation will work well for everybody. Everybody.
I think the reason why things is not working is lack of productivity. It's not because of somebody.
Forget about product.
Even if you bring the most, listen.
Ajane Koko, you have to see the point. Mike,
we are talking of psychology.
Even if you bring the most detribalized president, we've had the detribalized presidents over and over. It didn't change anything. It didn't change anything. If you bring the most, even if you bring the most tribalist president, if the guy is very productive, he could change everything, and we all enjoy it.
Okay, let me say something.
People call American president racist now. Those things, they didn't change anything.
Can I say something? So somebody come here and tell us productivity, like we don't know what productivity means. I mean, like, what are we talking about?
Just because you know what it means doesn't mean your point is correct.
Let me land. Hold on, let me land. You have a country where farmers cannot go to farm because some Marundian clans people are walking about with their cows, and you're telling me about productivity. People in their own space, they have their farms. They go to their farms before now. They were making food. They were producing food for the nation. But now they could not go to the farm, all because of some idiots from some who knows where they come from. They just troop in through the borders and start claiming because they have their own brothers who live in that country and start claiming to be like them. And they say they are from, and then they start killing people, slaughtering people in their farms. How can people?
You are presenting argument against criminality. It's irrelevant to what we are talking about.
And you see a whole governor.
It's irrelevant to what we are talking about.
You see, this is irrelevant.
Mike, I didn't begin to observe
criminality. Can I talk to Mike? Mike,
a whole governor said
Mike
can come from.
Okay, before that problem came, when we progressed.
Nigeria is
Mike.
What it is today.
Before the Fulani started ruling, when we progressed, before Buhari became president, and the Fulani problem started, when we progressed.
Mike, can I talk to?
I don't even know what you're
saying. Can I talk to Mike?
You don't even know what you're arguing against. Rational mind.
Mike,
all you do is emotion. You only express emotion, but you don't present anything.
Please, everybody is just talking at the same time.
Okay, can I talk to Mike? Mike, I agree with you in terms of the productivity, but let me give you this instance.
Rational mind, you present zero logic.
Mike, I agree with you in what you are saying. If Nigeria is productive, we will not be where we are. But there is something that is making us unproductive. It's not because we are lazy. Check the Nigerian constitution. The Nigerian constitution, that's what we call quota system. The quota system, do you know now in Nigeria, in unitary school, if you are from the north, for you to get admission into the same school that is being paid by the whole taxpayers' money, there is a lower amount of a grade you have to make as a northerner to gain admission into that school. While if you are from the south, your own grade is higher. That is from the beginning of Nigerian constitution. Children from the south have already been disenfranchised, or they are
From the beginning
already
of what? From the beginning of when?
From the beginning. If you are from the southern part of Nigeria, if you are
From the
born
beginning
as
of
from
Nigeria. That's not true.
listen, I say from the Nigerian constitution now, if you are born from the southern part of Nigeria, that means
Can you quote the
you are
part of the
already
constitution you're talking about?
the part of the constitution.
It's not a fact.
I said I'm giving you an
I'm just
example.
asking.
Go
If I
and
can
check.
go and look it up now. I'm not
Go
fighting you.
and listen. Go and look up the Nigerian Unity School. What is the cutoff mark from different states in Nigeria? Why should there be different cutoff mark
They
from
call it
different
Unity
states?
School. It's a side program. It's a private. It's a side program. It has something to do with the stability of our
What are you talking about? Is it what?
What are
Unity
what core issue? What core issue?
No,
You see.
Was there Unity School? It's a special school. It's a special school to unite people.
It's
So
not. It's not.
it's not. It's irrelevant to our general
Okay,
reality.
listen. Okay, let assume is special
The
school.
Unity
Let's
School. So the
assume
Unity School defines our entire
Oh my
consciousness.
God! Do you know what the Unity
that
School
is that is
So the
it is
Unity,
an
the Unity School is the reason
Mike.
why
Talking over
everything
each
else
other.
is coming.
Let's calm down. You see, the way
Mike now. Listen, I agree with you in terms of productivity. Now that I talk about you,
Coco, hold on. See, the way Mike put it is slightly different from the way I tend to put it. The way I put it is that's why I agree with you 100% on that point. I said other nations have similar problems as we do, but they manage to remain functional. The question I have asked that question on the panel before. Why is it our own? Not only us, most West Africans, East Africans, South Africans are not functional. And if you don't learn how to diagnose a problem and deal with it, you're just going to be circling yourself over and over again. Because America is divided, the UK is divided, France is divided. If you go to any society, you just have to look deep enough, you see how divided they are. But yeah, they are functional. That tells you that's why I tell you, Coco, earlier on, you have to do your deductive reasoning to say, okay, if these people are all divided and they are still functional, what are we not doing? That is what you need to figure out.
You tell us, what are we not
So
doing?
Nigeria, there are neighborhoods here in America. If you are black, if you go there, you are likely to get shot.
What are we not doing right?
But it doesn't stop you from being productive and progressing.
One, you need to have a mindset that you have a right to exist in this world like everyone else. You need to secure your people like anyone else, so that anybody come and ask you for stuff, you are able to tell them what you think, not them telling you what they think. If they tell you what they think, you might as well be in slavery. It's over. And that is how every other nation starts off. They are all built by nationalistic leaders. But go ahead. I just want you to
Nigeria, can I answer you based on the way you ask this question now? I will tell you the problem Nigeria has not the reason why Nigeria has not progressed is because we elect the wrong people to lead us. And the reason
so
why
if they give Nigeria President Bush or President Obama, it will change, Abi.
If we elect people.
Sorry, I think somebody wanted to say something that hasn't said it. Is that Kene that wanted to say something?
I say you should give other people space to speak now.
Yeah, if you want to talk, you can talk. I think you have no. Aizon, sorry about that.
Aizon told you wanted to speak now, and me, I want to speak now. You should give us time to speak now.
We should give you and Aizon some space. People can interject, but I think two of you can have the space. I think I will stand back for a bit. I don't want to keep in because I tend to interject quite a bit because please. Yeah, Aizon, please go ahead.
No, I cannot thank you, my brother. Tunaja, you why don't you have it organized now? So
you want us to time it?
No, I mean it's up to you. You're the moderator, but I'm just saying you can have it organized so everyone gets a chance to speak, and If someone wants to interject, I mean, this is one man's platform now, so you do the same way he does it. And
No. Don't you see? No, don't make that mistake. I don't look like one man. Do you see me having bald hair? One man is bald now. I'm very, very different.
it's still called one man went to more.
Yeah, but with some other person sitting there. So that's the problem. So, but the point is that I tend to use it a slightly different method, allow things to flow organically, because sometimes some people have stronger opinion on some topics. So you want them to.
if it's just open like that, people are talking on top of each other, and you can't really.
Yeah, that's true. I think
and if someone wants to get in a word, you try to shout louder than the person that's talking, and then all of a sudden you're not exchanging ideas and having conversations.
You want us to do 3 minutes so that everybody have their say, then we leave it open again.
Yeah, you can do that now. That works.
All right, 3 minutes. Let's start now. Go ahead.
Okay. And if someone interjects me, sure, you go give me my minutes back.
Yeah. Of course, you get it back.
Okay. Make you not keep my minutes, or make you give me my minutes back.
It's only fair. It's only fair. We'll give it.
Okay. So, I mean, for me, I've been listening to you guys have this conversation. The thing is, before I get into the nationalistic part, to Nigeria, I listened to you and you contradicted yourself. So, initially, you were arguing against teachers taking a stand against the government that has cheated them out of their livelihood, cheated them out of proper working conditions. And then I'm listening to you, and you're comparing Nigeria to Singapore, where Lee Kuan Yew established a strict policy long term to make sure that education will not suffer in that country. And not just education of someone going to class, education of anything, whether it's apprenticeship, whether it's learning a trade, whether it's entrepreneurship, but education. You learn how to do something and you become good at it, so you're productive for the nation. And here you are, you're talking about teachers taking a strike, and you're criticizing the teachers. Meanwhile, the teachers are fighting for the things that we all want: better educational system. So that's the first point. The second point about Nigeria's unity. Let's not kid ourselves here. Unity doesn't happen in a vacuum. You don't just wake up and over 250 ethnicities are all of a sudden one people and they're championing under one flag. No, it's not going to happen. The reason why we all rally behind Super Eagles is because sport has that unique component. When people are playing a game and they've all come together under this flag, everyone will rally under that flag. That's what makes it special. But in every other facet of life in that country, you can't expect people to just automatically say, oh, a Kanuri man will say, Biron man is my brother, or a Fulani will say, a Nupe man is my brother. It doesn't work like that. If you don't create the kind of environment that makes people want to be able to live, work, and see each other as fellow Nigerians. And then long term, the thing is this: you don't see any programs. You have leaders that come in. The last one came in, clearly favored his Fulani ethnicity over others, created problems, wanted to create Ruga, give them special dispensation so they can come and settle. When people said no, it caused problems. How do you then build a country where from the very top, it's being divided? The current leader came in during campaign. What was he saying? Yoruba Loko. Is that someone that is going to unite the country? Of course not. And then he goes in, in my opinion, the day one he walked in, he failed. Because if you have 2.1 million IDPs in your country and you get into office, and that is not your primary objective to get those people back to their homes, you've already failed. So now we're dealing with insurgency in all different parts of the country. And, clearly they're dragging their feet. Nothing is going to happen, unfortunately. So you see these things and you're saying, oh, this country is doing well and this country has gotten it right. Or look, no country has gotten it right. One country just happens to have better institutions than the other country. So the UK's, the US, all these examples you're giving, there's nothing special. There's still divisions in there. But the one thing you can count on is if I go to this government institution here, or if I go to that government institution there, they have policies that would work. And those policies roll down, and that way we can function in a society. That's what's happening.
Thank you. For one, I think you misunderstand me. I never said I was against strikes or against their goals. I'm against the long damaging strikes. There's a difference there.
I can quote you verbatim. You said they are saboteurs. That's what you call them. If you call someone a saboteur, what does that mean?
If you go on to damage the
what does the definition of a saboteur mean?
Somebody that is deliberately damaging a system.
Exactly. So you're against them.
And that's what they are doing.
No, they are not. They are not doing that. They are trying to fight for a better educational system, tertiary educational system.
If I tell you that I want to save you, but I keep cutting you, I'm trying to save you, but I keep cutting you. I'm saving you. I'm cutting you.
Let me give you a perfect analogy. If someone is bullying me, and I can't fight for myself, and you come in to fight that person, and in the process you take a number of blows, and your face is swelling up, and you're dripping blood, but you're still fighting for me, I cannot criticize you by saying you are not fighting for me. That's what they're doing. They are fighting for the future Nigerian children that have to go to university. They're fighting for the future. They're fighting for the future Nigerian children that have to go to university to make sure that those people
they are fighting for them by keeping them at home.
Exactly. They are fighting for them. They're fighting for them so they can have a better condition. So our universities can have some credibility.
I'm sorry. I gotta allow you to Naija a little bit there.
You're fighting for them.
You're not fighting for them by destroying their future. You
better system. If you can't see that, then something is fundamentally broken inside you.
We see it, but you are not.
If you can't understand,
you are throwing David with the bad water.
Professor has decided. If you can't understand that a lecturer, this is an educational professor. These people publish journals and do research in other countries.
You're missing the point. You're missing Naja's point. You're missing Naja's point.
They have given up their livelihood.
Can you guys hear me?
They have given up their livelihood. So that way,
I thought you already spoke 3 minutes now. So let's just respond to his what he said.
Speak back. My God, sit down somewhere. You're not the moderator. Okay. So please. They have given up their livelihood. So that way, the future of the country can be better. And you are here talking about they are keeping children at home. If your vision is that short-sighted, if that's all you can see, then bros.
So now, let me kill his low IQ argument real quick. Let me kill his low IQ argument real quick.
You've had your say now. Let him talk.
Okay.
So now, you see what you said. What they are not understanding about what you said. They keep on accusing you of as if you are just against the people fighting, and that's not what Sunaja is saying. What Sunaja is saying is you are throwing baby with the bathwater. You can figure a way to throw the bathwater without throwing the baby. There are many ways to fight. How about you pick a fight by going after who is that elected official that actually is stopping what you want and go to the public. There are ways to remove the elected official or campaign against the elected official. There are many other ways to go against a policy, a things that's not a policy maker that's not doing things for you. There are many other ways to fight. It's not only just. Hold on. You can even call. Hold on. Give me a second now. Sunaja, can you mute this guy so I can respond? He didn't allow me to respond.
We have 3 minutes that we agreed to. So let's not. You get your 3 minutes.
We don't spend any money.
No. Sunaja, please let me land this point. Sunaja, can I land that critical point?
You agreed to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Your 30 seconds is gone.
Sunaja, let me land this critical point.
No, your 30 seconds is gone. Let's try to keep it strict, please.
No. Let me just land it.
Okay, Mike,
you're gonna have your turn. You've already made the point.
Okay. Right. I'll wait for my turn. That's fine.
Okay, guys, listen. I yield my time to Mike. You can have the time. Mike, go ahead.
Nice one.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm saying is there are many ways to fight a battle. It's not always one way. And when Sunaja keeps saying you're doing the same thing over and over again, and you're still not getting it, that's insanity. There are many ways to fight battles. How about I suggest this? You lecturers, how about you get with the students and put them on your side, and you, along with the students, you go out after those that are in charge of making that policy that you want and campaign against them. And there are many other ways to fight battles besides just you throwing baby with the bad water all the time, where students are supposed to graduate in 4 years, graduate in 7 years. At the end of the day, the strike that you did, at the end, you still didn't get what you wanted. So who suffered? You are fighting a battle in a way. At the end of the day, the person that suffers is only the students, not even the people you are striking against. And the people you are striking against, obviously, you see them as people that obviously don't care about the student themselves. So you have to look at it like, okay, this fight that I'm fighting, I'm not actually hurting the person as I'm fighting against. It's somebody else that I'm hurting. I think that's the point Nigeria is consistently trying to prove. Like, listen, you are sabotaging these children. These politicians don't lose anything from you striking. Some of them don't even care. They only there to make money anyway, to steal anyway. So you decide you want to fight them, but the choice of battle, the kind of choice of way of fighting them, you didn't analyze it. Like, okay, I'm trying to fight these people in this manner. Am I really hurting them? Who am I hurting? You are only hurting the students. So I think that's where Tunanya is coming from. But you guys are accusing him of saying, oh, he doesn't want them to fight. He's siding with the politicians. He's not siding with them. He's just trying to tell you guys, like, listen, maybe Tunanya is not putting it right. But what I see what Tunanya is saying is that the way you're fighting the battle is you find another strategy. There are other ways to fight battles.
Exactly. They are professors, so professors of strike, and the people that can figure out a solution to the problem, they keep repeating the same thing over and over again. The people that are suffering are our poor Nigerians that we keep saying that they don't have a value.
To Nigeria, why don't you have this kind of venom for the government that budgets less than 10% on education? Wait. Why don't you have this venom for
what about this thing? What about this thing?
Why don't you have this? Why don't you have
what about this thing? That's what you are doing. What about this thing?
For the minimal amount of money they are putting into education, or for the fact that your schools don't have roofs. They don't have roofs over the buildings that students go to.
That's irrelevant to the point we are making.
Professors have to take side jobs so they can teach. Why don't you have this venom? You're having the venom for people that are trying to fix a situation.
No one is having venom for anybody. Stop this low IQ from management, man.
And you'll be saying how people are always talking and nothing happens.
They will start presenting a different argument that has nothing to do with what you are saying.
How many Nigerian universities have you?
You are presenting argument that's not relevant to what the point we are making.
Mike, please be quiet. How many?
You are saying we are having venom. We are not having venom towards professors.
Goodness, we have to let it. We have to
let's mute and use on. Let someone else talk.
We have to let the 3 minutes go. Ekene, sorry about the delay. We've come to you now. 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. For me, you see, there are many reasons I have to agree with Izon in the argument he's making. His argument is straight, educative, and quite understanding. You see, that's why most of the time, if I come here, I speak about our educational system, the kind of education we acquire in school. It's somehow theories, how to exaggerate certificate and all that. And that's a great problem that many of us are not seeing, because when we have much education without compassion about the people, it's a big problem. It's a big problem. Trying to explain matters, give explanation to every issue without adding compassion to it, it's a big problem. You just see how Izon explained things with compassion that is added in it. Then we're trying to exaggerate, as in to take away the responsibilities of our leaders in trying to fix education. See, a responsible leader that wants a nation to grow will not have to tamper with education. It's simple as that. Whether laborers want to strike or not, you shouldn't even allow that in the first place. First of all, coming into power, you should know that education should be a priority. So anything that has to do with education, you have to go there and fix it. But insecurity, you understand, education doesn't necessarily mean that you study bachelor's degree in this and that and other. You just see how you explain to you how the people you say they are productive, the kind of education they acquire, both skills, anything is education to them. And the same thing with the Chinese. Go to Chinese company, they don't speak English. If you want to buy goods direct from a Chinese company, you go there, you speak their local language. They manage to get interpreters up until today. But when we come here, we try to show how educative we are, how we acquire PhD, how we do this and that. But people that don't do that are more productive than us. If you want to try it, try to acquire anything. Just not the go to Chinese company direct and say, I want to acquire something from your company. They'll ask you for an interpreter. They don't speak English. They concentrate on their productivity. But we use their products all over the world. We praise them for the work they're doing for the world. We don't see that. We only see our PhD holders, master degree, and all that and all that. These guys build with their local language.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
Nobody even
all
interjected.
this argument, we are giving our leaders excuses for their failure, and that's what we continue to do. And if we don't start, if we don't stop it, this nation will not build.
Thank you. Nobody's
like
making excuse for our leaders. Okay, interject for 30 seconds, please.
No, not 30. You have to give me my own 3 minutes. Yeah,
Okay,
like
okay. Then Adewale's turn then. Adewale, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
It's not my phone, though. It's not my phone.
No. I mean, it's your turn to speak.
Oh, go. You guys go ahead. I'm listening to you.
That is
Can I speak?
Yeah, please. It's your turn now. Wow, that's a good one there. That's a good one.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So you see, it is good. I mean, it's true that what is one of the things that is plaguing the country is productivity. And the same person that comes here and tells us about productivity, like we don't even know what productivity is mean. This is the same person when somebody was campaigning some few months ago, was this almost a year ago, rather, over a year ago, and was talking about from production, from production to what was that? What was that to be? Nigeria, remind me, what was that in Obi said?
Consumption to production.
From consumption to production. So people will hear with like, hey, what is he talking about? He's just throwing water around. Now you realize that Nigeria is not productive.
Just
kilos of
1 + 1 is 2. We know that there is empty. It's not.
But no person that is telling you about. I won't review my strategy right here. I mean, I'm here to come and dance. What is he doing right now? Come on, this dude.
Get to the point.
That's not even my point. Let me go to my point. So I don't want you people to just.
If you really have a point.
You have no point.
I don't have a point. I know that's your go-to. That's your go-to. Your go-to sentence. You don't have a point. You don't have a point. You don't IQ.
We never have a point now. The only thing is to go after people. That's
It's okay. I heard you. Let me just say.
Don't go after people. Go after me and go after people you don't like.
No, I'm not going after. I'm only commenting on what you said. That's what I said.
There's nothing you can say tonight that we learn. We learn anything from.
Okay, it's okay. I hope you're taking my time.
Just go ahead and rant.
These guys are interjecting me.
Please allow him. Please go ahead.
So now my point is this: is that how can we talk of productivity in the first instance when that thing that will bring about productivity is not even being addressed? Correct. I agree with that point of productivity because somebody has already said it before, from consumption to production. So. And then now we're hearing that word now being brandished around by somebody now telling us productivity. Like we don't know what productivity means. But my point is this: is that you cannot talk about productivity in the first instance if the fundamental issue is not addressed. You see, this is what these people do a lot. They go come here, they throw around America, Canada, like as if. And when we try to throw it back to them, the same Canada, America that they're trying to use as an example, as a prototype, as a model. They'll take offense. No, you're just out of context. It's not that this. Come on. My kids here, they attended US American schools here, all from elementary. Right from elementary, they've infused in these kids that they should be very, very grateful that they belong or they were born or they are citizens of a country, the most greatest country on earth. My kids were all taught that right from elementary. That is a patriotic fervor being instilled in them right from primary school.
Your children are black. That's why they were taught that.
No, come on.
Oh yeah.
Let's forget.
They're telling me the Caucasian.
We are eating his time. We are eating into his time.
Who said they are black kids?
I said that. I said that.
But hold on. I live in it. Listen, I live in a white.
Take 1 minute.
No. You do that to me. I'm using that. I'm going to use.
You already used your 3 minutes. I'm giving you an extra minute.
God. Dude.
Can we ban Fofada from this platform?
He's already used his 3 minutes. I'll give you extra 1 minute. Come on, go ahead now.
So real quick. So right from elementary, they taught them. I live in a white neighborhood here. My kids, they attend most of their schoolmates, they are all white. So you're telling me now that they all because they are black. So let me just go to my point.
And you live in the white community, so that speaks volume. So go ahead.
So my point is this, my friends, is that if you do not, America is, of course, there's this unity in some ways, but right from elementary, they've taught these kids that when you turn 18, you have to report for selective service. There's nothing patriotic as that. It's just like our own version of NYC, but it's not NYC. This is, you have to be ready to be deployed to go serve in the U.S. Army. There's nothing. Okay. They instill this. Hold on, they instill this in there. So why would that not lead to productivity? Because already they've been made to believe that they should be grateful that they're born in the most greatest country on earth. That leads to productivity. That is why you see them.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank
good.
you.
Have I landed? Have I landed?
Don't worry, you're gonna get your chance to have it in this thing.
You're a terrible moderator.
We all agree 3 minutes. You have to stick to the rules, eh? We agree 3 minutes. We have to stick to the rules. So, Adewale, you want to use your 3 minutes, or you want to give it to? You want to give it to
Nigeria? You're a terrible. Yeah, you know, I will use. No, this is even as far as I antagonize Russian, it doesn't mean that sometimes probably be on the side. I will yield my 3 minutes to him, but you are a terrible moderator too, Nigeria. You're a terrible moderator. Go ahead, Russian, go ahead. I yield my 3 minutes to you.
Can you fix your audio? It is an echo when you.
Is it mine, or I think it's Adewale?
No, I'm using Bluetooth because my daughter is watching a regular show, so that's why. But go ahead.
So let us not just suppose this thing with the Nigerian context. You know, I grew up when those era whereby in school we were taught to be patriotic in school. We will salute the flag, we'll do this, we'll go and join Boy Scouts, we'll join Man O' War. We're made to believe that their country is worth dying for. Those are those eras when it's gone. But my point is this, is that we're dealing with a different beast right now. The cracks in the unity of Nigeria, it's getting wide and wide with passing years. And these idiots in the persons of so-called leaders, they don't even look at that. Or they just want to be president, they want to be senators, they just want to make money for themselves. That's all they care. And how do you govern a state, a country like that? When your people are not, you don't infuse in them that national, that patriotic feeling of, oh, you are from a country, you should be proud of this. No, it's no longer there. And they keep widening that gap with their divisive kind of politics. Now, my point is this. The point I'm trying to bring up is this, is that we cannot talk of productivity when people who are just going to their farm to go and farm, produce something to sell, to keep people going, to keep people fed. When they can't go to their farm because some people are marauding all around, they're not patriotic because they're not from that country. And if they are from that country, maybe they have some kind of agenda with their clans of what they're trying to do. Who knows what it is? That is unpatriotic. And anybody supporting that is also unpatriotic. When people cannot go to their farm to feed the rest of us in that country. So how can productivity come about? When people cannot go to their farm. So, of course, yes, production is part of it. But you cannot talk about production when the fundamentals, the very thing at the core of it, that will lead to that will springboard that production, is not being addressed. One of them is this disunity among us. And how do we go about fixing the disunity? That is the point. And everything boils down to people not being patriotic. The leaders are not patriotic. How do you expect the followers to be patriotic? That's the question. So, in conclusion, for me, you see, if we do not address the very main issue that is bedeviling in that country, which is at the core of it, is, are we one people? Are we one country? I don't want to use the word nation at this point, because we're not even a nation. In my own view, we're not a nation. We're a country of nations. But if we want to become a nation, as in one people with one standard or whatever, then we need to talk about that. So if we do not answer that question of, do we want to be together? And if you want to be, how? That how will now lead to that question being resolved and being asked and being answered. So like I said, it is true, we're not productive. But we cannot talk about production if the very core, the very basic issue that is really bedeviling that production is not being addressed. One of them is our people are agrarian. You are jingling your bell again. Eh? You are trying to remind me.
I'm not jiggling my bell. It's the timer.
Okay, all right. So in conclusion, so my point is this: is that we need to address that issue of, do we want to be one people? Do we want to be patriotic as one people, as one nation, one people from one country? If we do not address that, forget it. Anything we want to talk about, we just be building castle in the air. I rest it at that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, have I done my 3 minutes yet?
No, I don't think it's come to you yet.
When you make this treaty, it's not free flowing enough, and you kind of lose the essence
I
of
guess because the problem before was that some people were not able to say anything.
And
So
we
now
we don't have him here. He's gone. So,
but Josephat hasn't said anything. So after everybody have their say, then I can leave it again, and everybody can have a free flow. There. Yeah. I think it's Ajahn Coco now. Are you there, Ajahn Coco? Ajahn Coco. Oh yeah, thank you.
So what do you want me to talk?
About how do we get our Nigeria to export as much as Singapore?
I beg of you, but I go. What is that? Mike took the side of for further. Was surprising. Mike has been off lately. I don't know what's going on with him. I don't know. Last week. Hold on. Hold on. Last week he was in the cabinet sitting. Actually, it's over here. This week is now the Labour thing. Mike, what's going on, man? I mean,
I wasn't taking side. I'm just speaking to the issue. That's
I don't know what's going on with it, but it's okay. Okay.
I don't do side taking. That's one thing you need to know about me. You
did. I think I did here, but it's okay.
Baba T.
Baba T. From his own opinion now.
Baba T.
Yes, but
do you know how much South Africa budgets for education?
Eyes on. Hold on.
19.5%. Do you know how much?
Eyes on. You have to let me try to get this thing. We all had an agreement. It was a sacred covenant between all of us that we have to do 3 minutes.
But let him give us that information now.
You want to sacrifice your 3 minutes?
He muted me because he doesn't want to hear the truth.
No, give him your 3 minutes now. Give him your 3 minutes. If you want him to say, give him your 3 minutes.
Let me just say, I'll say this and I'll keep quiet. Let me give the stats and I'll keep quiet.
It's okay with me. Let him take some of my
it's counting now. Okay, good. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, 19.5 is what South Africa budgets for education. Nigeria budgets 7.9% in this recent Tinubu's budget. So just look at that too. Fellow African countries, South Africa, almost 20% for education. We less than 10.
If you don't allow your kid to go to school in the north, like I was saying earlier, where because of religious issues, you bar them from actually getting that quality education. Even if 20 billion there, it will not mean anything now. They can't go
but here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. This North thing that people say, when I talk about northern ethnicities, I specify the group I'm talking about, because when Southern Kaduna people, you're not talking about them, or Plateau, or Benue, or Southern Borno, or Southern Gobe. So
no.
Let's be nuanced.
Let me be specific, please. Hold on. I was referring to the.
Does anybody know who Akin is?
Hold on now.
So somebody is backstage now. I don't know. Does anybody know this man? Say something quickly before.
Nobody know him. Show his face first.
Yeah.
I was referring to. Do you know they always quote the 30 million out of school students? They always quote that figure. So I was referring to those people. That's why. Okay, so Aizon, I was referring to those out of school.
And Babati, do you know what? There are other ways.
Thank you.
There are other ways to educate them. They can build trade schools. They can build a lot of different types of things.
Anyway, anyhow.
It doesn't have to be
the way the world is moving. They have to get them in that school some way, somehow.
They have to get them productive. They can have agricultural schools. It doesn't have to be what we look
I
at as
know,
Western.
I'm with you, Aizo, but I'm saying that.
Yeah.
But from what we have right now, this idea of I'm going to go sit down with one building, citing the Quran every 2 minutes for 4 or 5 years. We can't have that anymore. I'm sorry, we can't keep doing that.
And Muslim education, back in the day, Muslim education used to be very innovative.
But
Sorry, Ajalo, make you take your time, I beg.
He's eating almost everything. Now you are saying you take it back after you've eaten almost everything.
Nigeria, you know that Aizon doesn't come very often like that. So when you see Addition on the Aizon on the show like that, so just let him speak.
I should let him speak.
Yeah, because
are you saying that I should give you
Baba,
yeah, let him speak.
But you see, when we have an agreement, we have to stick to it. We have to start setting an example of institutions.
Oh no, okay.
Institutions
Now,
have to
when
function.
you believe
can't,
agreement.
Hey, now now. Hypocrite.
What is wrong with you?
I mean, this guy, man.
I believe in agreement, but that is besides my point. I don't know why I agree with the reason for striking. I agree with the idea of an agreement, but I don't agree that the main objective is destroyed in the process.
We
so
don't see
that's
the
my point.
hypocrisy. Don't worry. Now, campaign after election with that. We don't see.
Yeah, please go ahead, Angelico. You got 2 minutes.
Okay. What am I? What's the point?
Singapore now. How do we get to Singapore level? Because this is a disgrace. How 6 million can export almost 10 times more than Nigeria, and that is not crude oil. So if you remove crude oil, it's more than 50 times more than Nigeria.
We can never get to Singapore level.
That is crazy.
Yeah. And the reason why we cannot get to it, to their level, is because the fundamental constitutional and foundational structure, or how do I put it, constitutional provision, we fail as a country to fulfill it. And the basic constitutional provision that is essential for the country to implement is security of life and property and welfare of the people. Nigeria has failed to fulfill that constitutional provision. So when you don't fulfill those two things, security and welfare of the people, you'll be backward as a nation.
Yeah,
And
but that is describing a problem, though. Your time is practically up, but I will give you time because since I'm interjecting. The question then is, that is the problem. We don't secure our people. We don't. The welfare of our people is not at the top. But how do we change it? Because we have to think about, okay, let's say Tinubu now. How do we make Tinubu start moving in that direction?
How for Tinubu to move in that direction is to restructure the country. Restructure the country economically, politically, and the country we will start to see a country on the right direction. And maybe if we are consistent with that, then maybe we'll get there in the next many years to come. But if we don't restructure that country economically and politically, then we can't get, because economically that will give the issue of resource control will come in. And when we can solve the issue of resource control, so many other problems will be solved. Insecurity problem will be solved. You understand what I'm saying? and how do we govern ourselves, which is on the side of the political restructuring.
Thank
So
you.
if
Thank
we
you.
can solve those two problems, then we will have a nation that works for everybody. That's the way I see it.
I guess we are going to come back to some of your suggestions. Mike, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
All right, Mr. Tunaja. You know, there's a former president called John F. Kennedy. You know, the guy made it clear. He said, listen, here's what I ask. Don't ask, it's as a citizen, don't ask what your country can do for you. Just ask what you can do for your country. That's the best way you can develop your country as a citizen. You have to contribute, figure what you can contribute to your nation, and be very productive at it. That's the way. I prescribe the same thing for Nigeria. That's the solution to Nigeria's problem. All hands have to be on deck in nations building. Every individual got to get in their mind that, listen, hey, let me be productive. Let me see what I'm good at. What's my strength? What's my talent? What's my gift? What's my passion? And be productive at it. If everybody have that mindset, you will develop a country. It's irrelevant when we start saying people have to be patriotic. Oh, we have to like ourselves. Oh, everybody have to love themselves. The Americans don't care. They don't ask you to love anyone. They don't ask you to love your neighbor. All they do is create rule of law. They say if you want to be racist, you can be racist. If you want to call anybody the N word, if you want to be, the only thing is, if you break the rule of law, you go to jail. You can say hate a black man, you hate a white man. If you touch him, you go to prison. You can hate. It's your right. It's your freedom. So I'm saying, and this rational mind say something. He said patriotism equal productivity. If that's the case, with all the patriotism that they are preaching to the children in America, why are the immigrants not productive? Why are the Mexicans that don't speak English that just cross the border? Why are they more productive? Why are they the most productive people? Patriotism has nothing to do with productivity. It's good to be patriotic, yeah, but it has nothing to do with productivity. The nation doesn't need everyone to be patriotic for the nation to advance. All we need is few good patriotic people, and you put them in the positions where we need someone to be patriotic. Jobs that require patriotism. You find patriotic people and put them in those jobs. But everybody, the entire 200 million don't have to be patriotic. You just have to make sure everybody follow the rule of law. That's it. What we need to start emphasizing on is let's promote this culture of productivity and let's celebrate productivity. If you find somebody that's contributing to his community, that's contributing to society, let's celebrate those people. Let's call them and let's award them. Let's hail them. Let's talk about them. Let's name things after them. And everybody else will begin to follow that step. It becomes a culture. Because whatever society promotes is what everybody wants to participate in. Whatever society praise, whatever society admire, whatever society, because every human being want to be admonished. Every human being in life just want that recognition. So you ask yourself, what is it I can do where people will lift me up and celebrate me? That's why we do a lot of dumb things. Why is that thing making sense? Is it 3 minutes already?
Yeah, you'll be surprised.
Sorry, okay, let me round it up. The reason why we do a lot of dumb things is because, like, you want to show off your car, you want to show off this, because you know people will celebrate you. But if the reason why people don't feel it needs to be patriotic or be contributing to society or invest in the next person, because you know if you do it, nobody will celebrate you. So we need to create a culture of celebrating productivity and promoting productivity. This overemphasis on we have to unite. We have to. What the heck? What the heck? Americans are not united. No one cares. In America,
Thank you, Mike. I think that I agree 95% with.
I don't need anyone to love me.
At critical point in the nation,
we are all united, Abi.
if you are not,
America,
if you are
united with your Pakistani neighbor, Abi.
No, if you're not, see, Mike, I think there is a gap in there. If you are relying on just productivity in the critical areas of a nation's life, like in terms of defense, if you look at productivity, then you are just going to abandon your post when it comes down to laying your life down for your country. So that is.
I would not miss one point, by the way.
So patriotism is very, very important.
I would not miss one point, by the way. We missed one point that people don't want. They want to ignore. We all cannot rise. So if you want part of being productive is understand that you must pick the best of the best of the best. So the idea that, okay, we want everybody to be productive, yeah, is good. But part of it is like I have to know you're productive, right? For me to pick you for a job, not because you are from the north, the south, from the east or the west.
Exactly. That's what the culture I'm talking
So
about.
the best of the best will be picked. But this is what happens. So some people will be left behind. So the
Thank
idea
you,
of,
thank you. And I'm not going to let you flesh it out. Josephat
no, okay,
Obioha hasn't said anything.
Uh,
Were you
oh,
not the one that donated your time?
hello.
Eh?
Can
Yeah,
you hear me?
Josephat.
you
Yeah,
know, for that sometimes this is what
you donated your
yeah.
time, eh?
No, I'm just chiming in for a minute. I'm not even gonna.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry. I'm going to leave it so that everybody can, go ahead. Josephat Obioha. I don't think I have personally encountered
I'm
you here.
here. Are you hearing me, guys?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I'm really happy to be here, and I want to greet everyone on this platform. You see, I had to agree with Angelico's submission. You see, why we have so many problems in and I know there are so many factors that have kept Africa down. At least three major of them, the ones I'm going to mention now, three of them: religion, the democracy they gave to us. We didn't even look at the democracy very well. We just swallowed it just like that. And then another one is education. The education in Nigeria or in Africa, most African countries, is only for extraction. You see, most of our best are outside because our education, the educational system the colonizers brought to Africa was not about producing anything. Now, it wasn't about productivity. It's all about extracting, just like what happened during slavery. So the thing is that what we've gotten wrong in Nigeria is anything that is thrown at Nigeria, policies, ideas, we just swallow it like that. We don't analyze things. Like, for example, I know in the 80s, we used to have this technical education, like technical schools. And these technical schools, it is where you breed like the most productive youth in a country. Just now in China, look at what they are doing in China now. Not everybody should go to the university. Now they've brought out computer schools, a lot of schools, like you could go there, be an entrepreneur and be productive and employ people. Because these big factories now are living the same. Most people are making money on Facebook, on Instagram and all those stuffs. You understand? So I believe we should review our educational system. We should review it. It's not working for us and it has never worked. We have to review. If the ones who are going to throw away, we throw them away. If we are going to change everything entirely, we should change everything entirely and get the country moving and be productive in that country, because for over 60 years we've not been productive. Let's just tell ourselves the truth. Again, is the mindset. I wouldn't talk this one because it's going to annoy a lot of people here. Let me just go to what Angelico said. The best thing that will happen to Nigeria is resource control and state policing. I know
But if
for
there's
they
something
always
you
talk,
want
they're
to talk
always
about
talking
mindset,
about.
you should talk about your mindset. Don't hold anything back, because we are here to learn.
You see, because if you look at resource control, what resource control would do to that country is going to reset everybody's brain, like one. And it's going to open up all these politicians. It's going to open all these governors. It's going to open their anus. We're going to know their loopholes now because see, a madman can be a governor in Nigeria. A madman. What do you need? Money from Abuja, pay workers, and you relax. Things are okay. But when you now allow states to control their resources and seek for fun, you see that now some governors will be throwing in the towel. Some governors wouldn't do 8 years. Some governors will just do 4 years. Even some governors, at the middle of their 4 years, they will just say, no, I'm done. I can't do this any longer. Like the way it happens in the Western world. Because one, you have overfed them. So they sit put there. They don't want to do anything because the free money is coming from Abuja. Let Abuja give resources back to the states. Then you see, like for example, if you go to to Northeast, where they have all these insecurity all over Nigeria, though. But let's look at Northeast, where they have massive land they could farm. Do you think if I'm a governor in one of those states and my only source of revenue is farming, I will fold my hands and allow these
bandits to to take control over there. No. I will do something. That is why when you give the states their resources, state police will come up. Many ideas will be coming up. Investors will move in, and that country will be productive again. With this system we're practicing, we're going nowhere. And that is why I agree with Angelico. Restructuring is number one. We have to restructure the country. When people talk about restructuring, it's not like we want the country to divide. If Nigeria divides today, it has affected the black race heavily. We don't need a divided Nigeria. We just need a restructured Nigeria because Nigeria is still the heartbeat of Africa. You understand? So,
thank you.
Please, forefathers, I want to talk on this thing. You see, religion is another thing that is keeping us.
No. Sorry. We have to wait after this round, then we can go.
Okay.
So that Coco, Ekene, and Akin can say something. Then everybody can, have their normal conversation. Coco, thank you for joining us. What do you think so far regarding our productivity, as some like to put it? But I like to put it very plainly. A country with less than 8 million people can generate as much export, more than 10 times export than we do. And if you remove crude oil from Nigeria as part of our export, I think it's well over 50 times more than the export that we do. So how do we get ourselves out of this situation? And why are we in this situation first? Then maybe how do we get ourselves out of it? Please go ahead.
I think Ekene should go before me. He has been here, didn't say anything. I've been talking.
How
I need
generous.
the floor.
All right. You want to give him your time?
Let him go before me. After Ekene, before me.
Okay. All right then. That's fine. Ekene, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. You had a question. I don't know if So please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay. The issue we are talking about is very simple. It's just that we have lazy leadership. We elect lazy people into the position of governance, and we don't have critical thinkers as leaders. We just elect people that wants to share money in Abuja. So, and that has become our problem. The oil in the south is a very big problem to Nigeria. So all the money we generated there, you see the way they rush to share everything without using it for critical development. We talk about diversification. Many governments will come and talk about diversification. At the end of the day, they couldn't do it because you see some group of greedy men concentrating on one section, which is oil. So when they concentrate on that, it shows their incapacity. They cannot think. They don't know how to govern. They are not business minded. So it's a very big problem. So we still need first of all, we still need to elect a leader that can critically think and diversify our economy by building our educational system, because I believe with everybody here that said that our education is not a step in the right direction. Yes, we need to restructure our education. What we study here is theory, no practical. So until we resurrect our technical schools, everything should be education in Nigeria, both bricklaying and carpentry. All these things should be an education. Government should put in their interest in that. Not necessarily all these theories we carry about. So when we begin to go think in that direction, then we see a productive nation. We can do that. I don't believe we cannot do that. We can export as much, even more than the Singapore you are talking about. We have the resources. We have it everywhere in Nigeria, but we are lacking in human capital development. So, and that human capital development is most of our governors are overlooking it. Is that area that is a critical area. Human capital development is a critical area if a government is serious. because the reason why they rush in to build roads, even in that road and capital project, they are not even doing well in it. It's just they want to use it for the next campaign, not necessarily for the purpose it will serve. Because if you want to build road, you need to look into the internal roads, the roads that lead farmers to their productive land.
Thank you.
So all those things, even our railways, these things, they don't think about how to channel our railways to help the farmers and all that. So it's a we still have a long way to go. We really have a long way to go. But we must first of all think about electing a thinker as a leader. Then we now know the direction to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I think to have a thinker as a leader, you have to have an environment that allows a thinker to emerge, and it kind of somebody that is very good at providing solution. Right now, the environment is so hostile that you will only have cutthroat. This, and I guess you could have a cutthroat thinker too. Coco, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, to Nigeria. I like this your final submission on when you say for which to have a thinker as a leader, you need a good environment, which Nigeria did not provide for us, honestly. And in the Mike submission, only Mike was actually talking about productivity, production. Yeah, I like that. If Nigeria is a productive nation, we will not be talking about all these things. But the environment is not there. I'm telling you the truth. If that enabling environment is far from us, and there are issues that make it to be so, and those issues that make those enabling environment not to be there is the issues Ajali Koko, Obiora, we are all talking about, which is we need to go back to the fundamentals, the rudiments, the building blocks of Nigeria. Something is wrong with our foundation. And I'm telling you, we that are on ground, and I'm telling, as I speak to you now, I don't want to be brag or say much thing. I can speak about 4 different Nigerian language, very effective. That's to tell you how far I've traveled wide within Nigeria. I know things that I see, I saw. Honestly, it's not everything that you see that you can be able to talk about, but the foundation of Nigeria is not in good shape. I agree with Mike, production. But before that production will take place, there need to be enabling environment. And that environment is not too okay for Nigeria now. There are so many people that try to do production, and the environment, maybe the idea you have now for you to produce something is in the north, and you are not from the northern extraction of Nigeria. When you go there, you'll be faced with a lot of challenges, and these challenges are not because you come to harm anybody or do anything wrong, just because they feel you are not their own. You might go to the east, the same thing. So when there is a law, a deliberate law that works, that now, like Nigeria now, so many foreign investors, if you talk to them, they will say, okay, the reason why they would not like to come to Nigeria is that sometimes when you have an agreement and somebody breached the agreement, you go to Nigerian courts before you get justice, before you get your matter attended to, became a different thing. Look at the justice system. So the rule of law is also part of the problem we are facing. So for us to get to that state where the rule of law will be effective, they have to be a sitting down on a round table. Those indigenous people of Nigeria come together and decide on how they want Nigeria to be, and resource control is also part of it. Because the unitary system that we are trying to practice, like Mike will say, look at US. Okay, well, we might not care about unity. The unity I'm talking about is not like a unity that we must be united by force. No, there should be something that will unite us by the law. That is what I'm talking about. They will be deliberately written down in the law, so that not all this kind of constitution that you see a law and you see something another law ahead of that law that will contradict the first one. You see, all those kind of ambiguities in Nigerian law should be scrapped out. And like issue of insecurity, I've talked about this. It will have to go back to the regional system, or if we don't want to go back to the regional system, since we have states, let there be a resource control within the state and also state policing. Thank you.
Yeah. You see, the thing about Kinzo, thank you for joining us. I don't know whether I've ever had you here before when I'm hosting. Thank you for joining us. What do you think about what you've heard so far?
Well, thank you so much for bringing me in. I listened, attentively to the last speaker, I believe Coco, right?
Yeah.
I followed his submission earlier on, and I think I agree with most of what he actually said. But to advance it further, or just before that, I just want to say that when he was making his submission earlier on with regards to the Northerners, I hear you, pushing back at him, right? So I was thinking, do you even have idea of, what is actually going on, especially in the North, if you're not part of that um, ethnic group?
I have some idea, but I don't have entire ideas. But I'm pushing back based on just generality, not if you are making blanket statements about the North that is inaccurate, it's easy to call that out because most things when somebody makes absolute statement that is inaccurate,
Yeah.
so that's why.
Yeah. So if you don't have enough information about the North, I think you rather just listen to someone like Coco who actually lived there. Because as I speak with you right now, I can actually boast that I had the opportunity or the privilege, right, uh, to to have lived there. Okay, and I interacted a lot with Northerners, and I know what they can do and what they cannot do. Okay, but to advance on Coco's point, which actually I believe he missed, is this whole entire problem is not just the North. I will say it's just a southern problem because we gave them that opportunity and they are running away with it. Okay, if we get our act right, I don't think the North will take us for granted. So, but let me say this: when he was saying that uh, I think somebody submitted somebody made a submission about nationalism, right? See, nationalism, right? First, before anybody can call themselves a nationalist, first you must have that patriotic mind, right? You must be a patron. You must love a country. Okay, you must have that progressive mind to want to see the progress of that country. Otherwise, you do not have that nationalistic agenda. You have zero nationalistic agenda. So what I'm trying to say here is that if we want to talk of nationalists, true patrons of Nigeria, we are looking at uh, the Southerners. Okay, the Northerners, they're just there just because of the national cake, which uh, you know everybody knows is oil. Okay, cut the oil off. I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of chaos going on. So that is why I said the problem is us from the South. If that opportunity is not created for the North to take advantage of, we will not be talking about uh, the North sidelining us in the areas of, appointments, business, whatever. Okay. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll make my point in a minute. So the point is that
not in a minute. You have 15 seconds to round up.
okay, yeah, but okay. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. I see. Let me make my own submission on this. I said before, nations have problems. A lot of nations have similar problems as we do, and but yet they still manage to remain functional. And I've done a lot of deductive reasoning and trying to remove other things that other nations have that we do, but yet they still manage to go on and all the rest. And it boils down to one thing, which is first, you have to have self-consciousness that you have to come first, which is a kind of nationalistic mindset. You have to start with that. Next thing is to secure yourself in this world. Because without security, everything else you do is vain. It's just you're working for the ones that have it. They will just come and take everything. That's simple principle of the schoolyard. This is a bully, and if you don't go on to once you do that, what tends to happen is that the nation starts acting more rationally. Because what we see going on right now is not rational. How can the people, do you think our people are entirely stupid, where you just go and start flagellating and destroying your own system? But it tells you that something has gone on that has affected our psyche. If you had the Benin Kingdom before, when they were independent, they were not colonized, you find that they will be doing everything to make sure Benin Kingdom comes first, because nothing was hampering their independence. Nothing was hampering their mindset anymore. And what we fail to realize is that when we got our independence, we didn't know that because we didn't have anything that forced us together as one nation, and they just handed it over to us, that these people are not going to rule on our own behalf. I'm not even sure they knew what they were doing. So that mindset has forced us to become a nation that serves other people. This is why Tinubu can come out openly and say the people that are jackbarring is fine, that I will train more, and if they need more, we will supply them more people. This is a man with the same namesake as a slave trader saying this thing, and it tells you that he doesn't even know the tragedy of slavery. If he did, he wouldn't be saying things like that. It tells you that our elites, our intellectuals, they don't understand where we need to be. That's why we have a problem. That is why we are dysfunctional. I don't think it's because of Igbo man did all this stuff to us, because we left our elite the way they were. If you look at other nations, they are forced together. If you look at all the
Mike, can I just interject a little, just tell on what you're saying? I'm not deviating.
Okay.
You see, Mike, from what you said now, you could now see
no,
that.
I'm not Mike. This is Tuna.
Sorry. Forefathers. You could now see that what the institutions they implanted in Africa is what is causing us to hate ourselves. If you look at it, there is no conscious. If you look at our leaders now, there's no consciousness in our leaders. They don't know who they are, and they don't know. You see, there's one problem with a black man. A black man doesn't know. He's fighting against multiple problems in the world. You are fighting against the world if you don't know.
Yeah.
So the institutions are there to keep you down. So you have to fight back to liberate yourself, or kind of remove the chains from you. That is what African leaders don't
You
understand.
can't believe how many people that have told me that Nigeria doesn't have any enemies.
We do have.
They don't understand. That tells you the lack of awareness.
Nigeria, it's not that our leaders know, and our leaders is not they don't know who they are. They make themselves God to the people they lead. So when you make yourself God, you see yourself as superior to your people, not necessarily to go and serve them. So that is the problem.
See,
so
think
our
about it
leaders
from this point of
are
view.
God.
Let me
They make
put it
themselves
this way
God.
from this point of view, to let you know that thinking is not enough. Like, let's say you have a farm, a livestock farm. Your job is to make sure that your livestock flourish, isn't it? So that you too can make profit. Just like in the West, Bill Gates is extremely rich compared to even this in Dangote. Their job is to enhance their wealth. Why is it our leaders, even if they make themselves God, why are they not increasing the wealth? so that they even become bigger gods. It tells
No,
you
they are
there's
increasing their
corruption
wealth.
there.
No, they are increasing their wealth. Their wealth can lead them to whatever generation.
But
It's just
Nigeria
that
has
they are
become
not starting.
poorer. Nigeria has become
No,
poorer.
no, they don't care about if Nigeria becomes poorer. Their own care is to make sure that they have enough resources to control the next election. That's their mindset,
Yeah,
and that's why when you see this
so hold on.
administration,
I'm trying to paint a mindset, the picture you are painting. So if you say you have a farm now, that livestock farm, and your next door neighbor has another farm, so they have 100 cattle fat, and you have 100 cattle very very slim. So and you don't care about making profit as long as you are in control of your cattle. Is that normal behavior?
no, they already have one tiny hole where they are milking the nation. That is the oil. So the money they get there and the other taxes they collect is enough for them to build their own personal wealth. That's the problem. So they're not looking at the wider perspective, wider areas of the nation, the north, the
Yeah, but
east, west, and every other
isn't
part
that
of the nation.
counterintuitive for somebody that is so that wants to make themselves God? Everybody that wants to acquire power wants more. So isn't that counterintuitive?
No, for them, see, Nigeria is controlled by little tiny percentage, just few, not up to 1% of our population is controlled. So these guys, even within the elite, the people you talk, the people like Dangotes, all those big guys, then combine them with your politicians. These guys already have what they want. So what I'm telling you is this: their mindset is how to control the next election. So they don't care about transparent election. They know that they can always get it. That's why they keep other part of the. I can tell you, many percent of Nigeria have not seen 200,000 naira cash in the account.
I think you are still thinking about this from the point of view of individual politicians running election. I'm talking about people, rich people, powerful people, that even the ones that own the country, count them like that. Even if you own the country, you own anything in this world, you want to be bigger. But these guys don't seem to want to be bigger. They just seem to want to
When you want to control, when you want to control, there's that kind of greediness in you that you do things that only satisfy you. Then other part of your body is dying. If you see a greedy rich man, what he does is every day he talks about money, acquire money without looking at his own health. So at the point of making that money, you see him dying slowly in terms of health
but
and
you
other
see
spiritual
what you
aspects.
are
So that's
describing just now.
that's what you have as a leader. You see their mindset.
Hold on. I just want to dissect it. So, sorry, I'm just trying to slow you down because you're saying things that a lot of people say that I truly want to understand. Because if that is the case, that these people, they are rich people, that the moment they have money, they do things that degrade their health. But that is not normal rich people behavior. If you look at rich people in the West, the richer they are, the more they take care of their health.
And that is it. That is it. You see, if you're a rich man, like our leaders, if they think very well and they know that if they become rich, they need to treat themselves here in Nigeria. They don't need to. If they love the country so well, what stop them from developing the health sector to the point that a leader will have it very difficult to travel abroad to take care of themselves? So when you do it, let me finish. When you do it, it will not only benefit you as a leader, it will benefit the populace. And that's a plus to your leadership. They don't see it that way. They see it in a point that they already have the money to travel to Europe to take care of themselves. So no matter what is happening in your own health sector, they don't care. Because the opportunity, the money is there for them to go to any country to take care of themselves. So that's how our leaders behave.
you see,
So
when
they
you say
don't see
this
it.
thing,
Let me come to the point of education. They don't see it as a point and in our in the educational system that if they develop this educational system, they don't necessarily need to take their children abroad. It's not only that it will benefit their children, it will also benefit their populace, and also a plus to their leadership.
Let me help you. In here in America, there are some families that controls virtually every sector. And this control I'm talking about, they create wealth by making people work for them. There are families who have, I don't know if you heard about the Kaiser family here in America. They control several medical centers, hospitals, name it, anything medical. That's their line. You have the Rockefellers. You have this stock guy that has Berkshire and Hathaway. What's his name? This stock guy that's done. So all of those people.
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett, thank you. So many of them. They have special areas. There are some people, they are into car dealership. They buy big companies that sells cars. So when we say people are not patriotic, that's what it means. This is what it means to be an American. You think America first. Their investment is trapped here in America for the most part.
Yeah.
Say you're talking about research. Some of them sponsor research, not because they want to sponsor that research. Like, okay, look at this guy. What's his name? The Microsoft guy. What's his name? Bill Gates. He has hectares and acres of farmlands. He's investing into that. He's producing GMOs and maybe probably non-GMOs. So all these people, they are investing in the country here. But our silly, avarice leaders in that country, all they do is move the money out to either Dubai or come here in America and buy property or invest in other startups here or other already existing, and then neglect our people back home. What stops some of these big people in Nigeria from creating chains of hospitals and make government pay them for rendering services to them? You see, these people, they can make money. With their money they have, they can create wealth within that country and even make other people wealthy who works for them. But they will never think on that line. Rather is they move all these millions, billions of dollars, move it to a bigger economic like here. Because why? Because they don't want to create an environment there that works for them. Rather, they just want to come and develop other people's economy. That's the problem we have with those
I think if you ask me, if you say whether these people love their people, I would say they do. I feel like maybe
who love their
when
people? Who love their people?
the leaders, they do.
Love who?
You see, let me explain to you
What are you talking about
I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just saying the reason why I'm suspecting that is that maybe there is something else at play here, whereby you can love your people, but work for other people. You see my point? Because that is the culture that you met in place.
Two Niger. I beg, no go that side. I beg. These people don't love their country. No go that side. Just look
How's
at
that
what.
possible? How would you love your wife and work for another woman?
Now.
Yeah, because
And
that's the
you're saying
culture
they
they
love them.
met.
How can you love?
Okay.
Excuse me, Two Niger.
Okay.
Let me give you one instance now. You know Tinubu now, the President Tinubu. If Sheyi gets ill tomorrow, Tinubu will leave everything he's doing and go and take care of Sheyi. That is the love of a father to a son. These people don't love the country. If you love your country, how can you go leave your country for 10 days, relax in France as if it's your home, while the country is burning? You don't love your country. How can you see? You see these leaders.
Let me try to reason. I'm just trying to
No,
see whether there is something we are missing here.
You see, rational
And
leaders explain something.
Hold
that
on.
environment.
Hear me out. Hear my reasoning out. Because I grew up sometimes. I remember watching all these TV programs where you have all these men wearing short knicker and they will wear the shirt and wear this kind of Oyibo hat, like in the villages. And these are some of the few educated people, like headmaster or some kind of magistrate people. They work. They are like intermediaries between the natives and the colonizers. So those people, you see them, and I watch them, and now I'm beginning to think those same people are the ones they handed over power to. They've trained them, they've groomed them in their own ways. And when they hand power over to them, there's a culture at the top. And this could explain why you see somebody that will be fighting for the people when he's on the street. The moment he starts getting into the political hierarchy, he becomes like one of them.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but not it. You see, since our can I please let me say something a little, you know. After this, if you see when we had patriotic leaders were in the 60s, when we had like the Owls, we have the Zigs, we have the Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, what's this guy, Julius Nyerere. That is when we had leaders that are pan-Africa, because before you can do well in Africa as a leader, you must be a pan-Africanist. You must be pan-African. You must love Africa, breathe Africa, dream Africa. That is the only way you can succeed. But the ones we have now, they don't come closer to those things. And look at Thomas Sankara. What was Thomas Sankara's offense? Thomas Sankara said, "I don't want your loan." The French gave him an offer. He said, "I don't want it. I can develop my country without your loan." They killed him. What is Kwame Nkrumah's decision? He said, "Let Africa come together, have a strong military, have a strong economy, and we do things within ourselves." They destroyed him. Patrice Lumumba, you saw what the Belgium did to him. They destroyed him because he was fighting. They want people like Buhari to be president. They want people like Tinubu that will be answerable to them. Let me tell you, see Tinubu, the day Tinubu says no to the West, you know what they will do? They will destroy him. Just
yeah, okay. Now that leads to the question. That leads to the question, and this is why I
well
think
said, my brother. Well said.
we are getting close. We are getting close now. That leads to the question: why is it that other nations are not that susceptible to it? Like if you go to select as example Singapore, South Korea, Vietnam, China, all the other nations, even Algeria. Why are they not susceptible?
You don't even need to go that far. In Burkina Faso today, as we're speaking, Traore has initiated a gold refining plant created in Burkina Faso. It's going to be refining 400 kilograms of gold per day. Okay, they've been sending their gold abroad for refining. That has stopped. They're building a refinery. They're going to get their gold refined, finished gold. They're expecting the first gold bar to be produced before middle of this year, and they're going to be exporting finished gold. All right. All this is happening because these guys came in, took over power. They kicked out the French, and they're taking their destiny into their own hands. They're no longer puppets. Like my brother was just saying, it's that simple.
Very
They
great.
You just have to have the balls to do it.
There is a way they do things sometimes that concerns me though. Like, okay, I agree with you. I like the things that they are doing, like kicking the French presence and the international forces out of their country. My concern is that one, like Egypt now, there was a military regime that they were able to convert to civilian. Because what created the fissure between them and ECOWAS, that gave ECOWAS the excuse, was that they refused to convert to civilian regime. And why would they choose to remain military when they can convert and still remain like dictators anyway? So I asked myself why. And secondly, are they actually taking charge of their country truly? I agree with you that he's commissioned this stuff, but I don't see their military presence. I don't know the size of their military right now. That indicates that for the size of that population, that they're actually taking charge of their military. Look at an example I'm going to give.
Okay, let me give you.
Hold on. So
let me
before
answer
you
that
say
question.
something,
Let me answer that question. Okay, go ahead.
30 seconds before you say something.
Go ahead.
So I'll make myself clear. Algeria, that is bordering Mali, has in excess of 700,000 soldiers. Not that dissimilar in population, but Mali has barely 12,000 the last time we checked. So what is going on? Do you see that a change happening in that direction to show that these people are actually independent? Because sometimes they can give you smoke and mirror this issue, but nothing has truly changed fundamentally. Please go ahead.
Okay, so in Burkina Faso, I don't know if you're probably aware because you pay attention to all these things. They, like us, okay, like Mali, have been battling insurgency
since 2015, to the point that the gold in their country, same thing that is happening in Zamfara, no difference. The gold in their country, they haven't been able to even control it. It was leaving the country illegally because people were stealing the gold, and the insurgents were coming into their country, creating instability. They, according to the reports, they've killed 17,000 people, civilians, in Burkina Faso. These guys and the French were there this whole time saying, oh, we're going to help you keep peace. These guys took over the government by force, kicked the French out, partnered with the Wagner group. They have immediately stalled the insurgency, and now they're building their refinery. The what do you call it? The reports that were coming out that the Fulani militia they had in their country, they started attacking them and wiping them out. Those ones started creating reports of human rights violation. But you understand, you see the same pattern. In Zamfara, what do we have? We have gold. According to reports, 40% of Nigeria's gold is in Zamfara. I don't know how accurate that report is, but that is Dela Lake came out and said powerful Nigerians working with people to fraudulently take the gold of Nigeria out of Nigeria illegally. The same thing
Let me
happening
go
in
help you.
Burkina
Hold
Faso.
on, let me continue. Aizo.
Right, wait, my brother. Let me just land
You
the
learn.
plane,
You learn. I
please.
just want to say this to you. You know that Matawale moved some gold to Dubai, to Emirates.
You see? Yeah, you
So
have
we
it.
have a central bank. We cannot put gold because here in America, the treasury, they keep all their gold here in America. In fact, other countries bring
Of
their gold.
course.
So why can't we put our gold in Nigeria? Look at the idiot. He moved our gold to Dubai. Zamfara gold.
But you see, rational mind, that's what I'm saying to Nigeria. You don't have to go far. Right? These guys are taking their destiny into their own hands. According to what they're saying, it's going to create 5,000 indirect jobs in small country of Burkina Faso, just because they've decided that no, we are going to decide our own future. You are not going to decide our future for us. And that is the thing that we need to realize. Unfortunately, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is compromised. He was compromised before he ran for election. If there's anything I know about Americans, and I know them well, I went to school there, the one thing they will do first, if they have something on you, they own you. And they will continue to own you. Make no
That's
mistake,
true.
Americans have a phrase. There's no such thing as a free lunch. That is a phrase they believe in 100%. And that phrase applies here today. And Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they have his dossiers, they have the court records, they can blackmail him at any time by releasing that full information. The French have his medical records, they can release it at any time. If the French decide to release his medical records to the press, everyone will understand just how sick he is, and people in Nigeria will be calling for him to step down. That is leverage. And I was here the other day, I can't remember who I was arguing with, who was saying there's nothing wrong with him going to France for treatment. These are the things that you have to understand. And at the end of the day, what's stopping any of those multinationals with their working with their government?
Somebody was telling that there's nothing wrong with it.
Yes, I was having an argument here with some
Wow.
people that were saying there's
This
nothing
day
wrong
and
with him going
age.
to France, and his medical records are in
And
the
the
hands of
and
French
the
intelligence.
and the eyes on to the greedy part of it. He knows that he has all these baggages. Why won't him step? Why will he contest? Why won't him allow the ones
That
that
man,
are
that
that's the greediness of our
That's his point.
politicians.
That's his point now. You can't
Because there is
ignore
no
it.
standard in Nigeria. Nigeria has no standard.
Aizon,
Nigeria has no standard.
Yes, sir.
Aizon,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
you made a statement that Tinubu is compromised.
Yes.
Who among the candidates that contested for the position of president that is not compromised?
To this level, Ajana Kogo.
Yeah.
To this
Who
level.
among them? Who among them?
The
All of them
other
that
day, P2B was talking about it actually. P2B was saying that there are some workers that he went to, they are
that's
asking
what,
him to do things that
that's where I'm
he
going to
couldn't
go.
live with.
Yeah.
He did say
Yeah,
that.
that's where I'm going to go. Obi said it, hoha. When he was campaigning, he said, I went to one of these foreign countries. During an interview, I said, some people approached me and said, look, we can do this and this and this and this for you if you're running for office, and when you get there, you can do this for us. And he told them no. The thing, I don't believe Obi is compromised. I have not seen the evidence that has shown me that Peter Obi is compromised to this level, Ajani Koko, where you have an indictment from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and there was a case, only God knows why they dropped the charges. right? And they settled the civil lawsuit with you. But those dossiers, that information, we have not really been privy to it. You know how American press is at Jalekuku. If he messes with our government too much, they will release his dirty laundry for the world to see. And they can do it. You know they can do it. The French have his medical records today, as we're talking right now. The French know how sick Bola Ahmed Tinubu is, more than we in Nigeria know. And if he messes with them, he makes them upset, they will release it for everyone to know. This is leverage.
And
This is leverage.
It's quite funny that Peter B during the campaign they were asking him about
I think
let me just add this quickly about the health tourism, and they asked him about health tourism. He said that they have to start doing it in Nigeria, that he is not going to be going overseas or something. And somebody told him that well, what if you are sick and you're going to die? He said, then I die then. I die. If I die, I die in the country. Am I not going to die? Something like that. Then people started laughing.
It's not sincere. It's not sincere. No.
Don't carry out propaganda here.
No. I'm telling you what actually happened.
Hold on. We watch a live national interview when they ask him about his health. He doesn't use anything here. Do you understand what I'm saying? He doesn't have a medical doctor. He doesn't use the same hospital that he claimed that he built for the people. So, and he confirmed that he have this thing abroad as well. So what are we talking about? The only person
I don't remember him saying that
he
actually
said
goes
that on
above
the
for
national
treatment.
TV.
But I know, to be fair to you, I know he didn't exactly how do I put it? He didn't say he will never go. But in other cases, he actually said, if we die here, we die here. He actually said that too.
But the fact of the matter is, Peter Obi is not our president. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is. And if Peter Obi was our president,
my question, I know that
it's not candidacy that's doing me now. Now it's the president now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, who is that person among them that will not compromise among all of them?
Adeleko, let me answer that question for you, okay?
No. Let me help
you. Let me help you,
I know. Wait a second. I know Adeleko is going. Let me say this. Let me say this to Adeleko. Even Omoyele Sowore, and that's where you're going, right, Adeleko? I know that's where you're going. But even him has taken.
I think he's compromised, though.
He has taken lots of money from MacArthur Foundation.
Oh my God!
So wait. So if tomorrow, MacArthur Foundation is tied to big American multinationals. This is a fact.
Exactly.
Right? If tomorrow MacArthur Foundation approaches Omoyele Sowore and is president of Nigeria and tell him we want you to do X, Y, and Z, is he going to say no?
You think so? The X, Y, and Z in what form? What do you mean by X, Y, and Z?
It depends on. Okay, let's say there's
what is X, Y, and Z?
Okay. Let me explain. Let's say there's a multinational company, that funds MacArthur Foundation, right? Because the United States government actually funds MacArthur Foundation, and some other multinationals do fund them as well, right? So let's say one of those multinationals wants to get access to something in Nigeria. They can leverage that relationship, knowing very well that he was a recipient of their money, to try to get him to do it. Now, what I would say is that level of his compromise is not the same as him being indicted as a criminal under the U.S. judicial system. It's not the same level, you understand? But you can still point to that. But the one of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that one itself, that's a big problem. And I know for a fact.
One we said that one is
okay.
Adeleko, can I come in? Can I come in, please? Just a minute. Can I come in?
Yeah.
Second. See, do you know why among the candidates, I will quite agree with Adeleko a little that there's something about Omoyele that I like so much. Show whatever I like, Laura. Do you know why I like him? He's a rugged man, like a dogged, like he's this kind of person that is principled. Because if you have to govern a country like Nigeria, if you tell them, if you want to straighten everybody, you must make everybody look up to you. You understand? That is what our leaders will tell you. Don't do like I do, but do the right thing. No, you don't do like that. Omoyele still remain. It's just because he doesn't have that popularity. Omoyele still remains the best candidate in that election. I'll put it that. I'm not taking away Obi's quality and all those stuff, but to me, personally, Omoyele looks better than all of them. Why? Omoyele is not like somebody that like you could push around. It doesn't look to me as somebody that you could push around, or you can tell.
Maybe Nigerians can't push him around, though, but maybe
No,
others
even
can.
see, let me tell you, True Nigeria, when they tell you that the international bodies are very powerful, the international whatever they are very powerful, but what will they use in fighting you? Loans, funds. If you tell them they should go to hell with their fund, it's okay. You could take care of your.
As Show ever said that he
Nigeria
will not take IMF money. He has never said that.
Have you never had Mother Liade criticizing IMF, World Bank policy?
Criticizing is one thing to say than to say I'm not going to accept it.
You see, Nigeria
and besides, you shouldn't even trust them. The Ghanaian government was criticizing IMF while they were going to take the loan at the same meeting. They said, "Oh, we don't want to rely on IMF and all the rest." And the same week, they go and sign on for another loan.
Hold on. For you to know, person that will not compromise is a person that will not, dance to this Western Western world policy. And I'm already stand strongly against their policy in the management of our country.
I've never really heard him say much of that.
Well, because because why? Because you don't even want to listen to him. So that's why
I do listen to him. To be fair, I want to listen to him.
You never care to listen to him. That's why you never know.
You are mistaken.
On the IMF loan, he stands totally against it. On the what do you call it? This petroleum, what do you call it? The subsidy. Removal of subsidy, which all the candidates said they're going to remove. Obi said it is going to remove subsidy. Tinubu said it. This girl said it. He said it's not going to remove subsidy. He said I will fight corruption around subsidy. I will not remove it. It is good for Nigerian people. It is good for productivity. It's good for the economy of the country. He said he said it. So
I think that was a mistake even on
you
this.
Can see,
that's an error of judgment not to remove the subsidy.
Let us. I mean, you are the moderator. Let's talk. So you see the IMF praising Tinubu for all the policy that he has implemented, all the policy that inflicted hardship on Nigerian people. Mm-hmm. That is what they want.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Of course.
But Omoyele has been saying that you cannot run your country in line with the dictation of these people. You can't.
You know what? I would really like to hear him see a video of him saying that.
No. You don't follow him.
No, he did.
You have
he did.
A bias. And that is the problem.
See, Ajale Koko, come on. Ajale Koko. You're not being fair now.
No, he said that. He said that. I watched him. I watched him say that.
Yeah, but I would like to see.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
he also talk about another area I believe more so is in the area of education. His idea of free education from primary to secondary school to university level.
No, to university.
Yeah, but I don't know if he can do that because I don't know whether the fund is there. That's the only thing I
wanted to ask you a question.
Let me
ask you a question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. So, all of us, we've talked about, I listened to Segun Showumi when he came on this platform, and he was talking about Peter Obi and all these things, and he said a lot of good things. He's a sharp guy. But every time you talk, people will say, "Oh, if Obi had won the House of Reps, joint assembly, they would have impeached him because he doesn't have the representatives there." So if that would have happened to Peter Obi, what will now happen if someone like Yele wins the presidency, and you have in a joint assembly, you have PDP on one side, you have APC on the other side, and Yele as president? Will it do everything by executive order?
No. Even to impeach the president must have violated the law, and it has to be in violation of the law that we give them that basis of impeachment. They can't just stand up. Oh, we don't like him with me. No. It's not done like that.
Can I say something?
The impeachment can be challenged at the law court.
Can I say something, Aja?
Yeah, say.
You see, what the question Aizon asks is very valid, because everything about Sowore is quite perfect to me. But you see, that question is valid. Why? I've never seen Omoyele Sowore tested that maybe in a lower level. If I've seen that, honestly, it will be easy for me to support him. But the reason many of us go, let me finish.
Okay.
The reason why it is easy for many of us to support Obi is when you talk about that impeachment. Obi has gone through that process, especially when he was a governor. He didn't have any representative in the house. So when he wanted to make a policy for the people in terms of building a budget, they have made in building a house of governor's lodge and the governor's house and all that, the budget was too extravagant. Obi have to cut it down. Now it doesn't fit their purpose. They now have to go for an impeachment. So when the case got to court, the court say, is this the reason why you impeached a man? And they have to return him back. So I've seen him practice that. So if that was why it was easy for me to root for Obi ahead of Sowore. It's not that Sowore is not good. I've had his policies. I've had everything he has spoken. I know he has a strong mind, but I think he still need to prove that, honestly speaking. And that's the only problem I have.
Can I come in? I want to leave now. Can I just say something, please? You see, when people say Sowore has not been tested, Sowore has not been this, just look around the governors, the people that have ruled us from Obasanjo since 1999. All of them have been tested. Then they've made a mess of the country. See, we need somebody that is patriotic. Most of these leaders are not patriotic. They are just lip service. They are not patriotic. We need patriotic citizens like Sowore. We need the people that wants something good for the Black nation.
See, let me say
let me tell you what Sowore is going to do. Sowore is going to stop leakages in government. Sowore is if you look at the guy, if you look at you know that he's a no-nonsense guy. That is the person we need. We need somebody very, very mean in Nigeria to govern Nigeria. Kick out all these bad eggs, And when you talk about impeaching Sowore, it's going to be difficult to impeach Sowore because when you do what the people want, the people will fight for you. Therefore, everybody will block the streets of Nigeria if the guy does well. So, to me, when people say Sowore should start from council or start from this, no, we don't need it again. This is what they've been telling us. What the elders stand and see. Listen, even if we climb the top of the mountain, we cannot see. All those ones are old-fashioned now. We want new people to come and govern us, and that is why I like what we're doing here. We're trying to talk to people. We're trying to educate people. And see, to me, I feel it is time for us to go home. We cannot talk from afar. We have to go there, play the game they are playing. If they want it anyhow, rough, we do it. Get in there.
Obiora, that guy, that Dele fellow to me, that guy.
Yeah.
he's a Showore supporter. I hope you know that.
I
Before
know
Obi.
him. I listen to him all the time.
Yeah, he's a very ardent Showore supporter. But there was one thing he told Showore that Peter Obi presidency will be an easy way for somebody like him to get into the governance of Nigeria. He said that to him on an interview.
Yeah, I
I
understand.
don't believe that Peter
Do
Obi
you know why?
will. I don't believe Peter Obi will change Nigeria overnight. But he will give leverage, a chance for strong men like Showore to have a say, not even to become the president of this country. So, and that was the advice Dele was giving to him. I watched the interview. He was trying to dish out that to him for him to understand that, because that Dele is also Showore supporter, very ardent Showore supporter.
Quick question: when Obi ran, did
So
you ever imagine that he could win that election?
No, you see,
I don't know.
You know one thing. You know
I
one
don't.
thing that worked for Obi.
This is here.
One of the things that worked for Obi is this. You see, Obi came in when everybody was tired of the system. We were tired of all this APC, PDP. We were just tired. So I know he was a former PDP man. We cannot take our abgaf to a typical Nigerian politician. But the thing is that people see him as somebody that could rescue, even do a little for Nigeria. You understand? Because every other politician is lording it over everyone. So people saw Obi as kind of a little redeemer to the situation. It's not like Obi will transform the country overnight, but the thing is that Obi will come with all sincerity. At least there will be, how will I put it? There will be sanity. He will put at least
there will be some
start
sort of
working,
reform. There will be some sort of reform that will accommodate every Nigerian.
Exactly. That was why Nigerians went for him. It was not because of he was going to transform the, but at least we will not be hearing dog swallow money, snake swallow money. This one is not working. You see, all this, we will not be hearing it again. You understand? And it's somebody that listens to he's somebody that listens. That is why he listens. But to me, when you now talk about who to govern Nigeria at the moment, it is Showore. Because do you know why
I think hold on. I think we are going too far here, because when I reviewed Showore's security policy, that for me, once I look at that and I see that you are not about to change the dynamics of things on the continent or in Nigeria, forget it. Don't bother, because everything you do is still going to fail. When I saw, let me just finish what I'm saying. When his security policy, because Showore is supposed to be for the youth, isn't it? That the youth are the ones he called to, do the revolution and all the rest of it. And he's a young guy, and he tried to inspire the youth. But his security policy was to go and hire mercenaries in other words, create jobs for foreigners to come and kill Nigerian youths. And for me, if you can understand that yours comes first, how about the youths on the street that don't have jobs? Why are you not recruiting them, training them? That tells me something about the psyche of the person, that the first instinct is to get another foreigners to come and help us clear our security problems. I didn't like that at all.
Jonathan did it.
And I didn't like it when he did it. And look at where we are today from what he did.
To Niger, do you know something? Let me ask you a question. Why Showore was saying that? Do you know? Do you recall that Jonathan said that his military is compromised, that there's Boko Haram in his government?
Yes.
So based on, remember, Showore was covering Jonathan very carefully and has even published articles talking about how the Nigerian military is compromised. This is not a secret. So if Jonathan did that, that was the reason why he had to go get those South Africans. Because remember, wait. If you remember, I don't know if you can recall, they were having problems trying to flush Boko Haram out. And even the Americans, when they came, the reason why they left early was because they said every time they would identify where Boko Haram was, by the time they get there, someone had leaked the information to them and they were running out.
They were
And you
getting
believe them,
information.
and you believe them.
Okay.
Man, you're
Wait,
gullible. Hold on. Let me
wait,
make this point. Because you people have been
wait.
talking. You people
No,
have been talking. Let me make my
to
point
Nigeria, wait
so
now,
that
wait. Let
I
me
can
just say
add
this last piece.
texture to what
Let
you're
me say
about to
this
say. I
last
will add
piece.
texture. I'm not
Let
going
me
to go
say
long.
let me say this last
See,
piece, and I'll stop.
in
So let me say this
Haiti,
last
no,
piece.
I
Let me
think you
say
need
this
to
last
hear what
piece.
I'm saying. So before you say
No,
what
no,
you're
no,
going to
because
say,
you
otherwise
don't
you're
want
just
to
going to
listen
say
to
something, and I'll say something, you say something again. In
no, you don't want to listen
Haiti,
to the fact that these
no,
people
you will hear
that we
it.
have,
Oh, you're not
we've
listening.
had a problem. Our former president said
You are not
Boko Haram is in
listening.
his government. And
I
then the
know he
Americans
said that, so
corroborated his
it's not
story.
all the government that is Boko Haram. Stop making excuses. See, in Haiti, they have this mercenary mentality that they did in Haiti. So we know an example of where this has happened in the black community before. And guess what happened with that Haiti? This thing, the people that the foreigners trained and the mercenaries they kept bringing into the country resulted in a case whereby some people came to claim that they're DEA in the presidential residence. They let them in. They killed the
They
president in his own
assassinated the
house.
president.
They assassinated
Yes,
the president,
I'm aware.
Jovenel Moise, in his own house, and he left. And that country is riddled with divisions right now. When you bring a foreign entity that is more powerful than you into your country, every single person they contact, there is an opportunity to compromise you. The idea that our people don't understand this is just mind-boggling. That he said he was going to hire mercenaries to come and kill people in Nigeria. You think they will just kill people and walk away?
No.
They're not-
In what context? No.
He said it in the context.
Wait.
Tunanja is exaggerating the situation. He said it when he was asked the question, how
Hold
will
on a
you
sec.
deal?
Hold on a second. I mean, even at that, even if he said that, what is wrong in bringing missionaries? Because your military seems not to be doing the job that it's meant to do, right? For the last 20 something years. Would
Because
you
mercenaries will compromise you further.
would you rather him just sit tight and allow the Nigerian military, do their job?
Because he refused to see the true problem. That is why
Oh no, hold on
let me
now.
tell you what the true problem is. As one soldier, can you defend 1,000 people, over 1,000 people? You can't. That's what our Nigerian military is doing. It's a simple problem. Recruit your youths that have no jobs to go into the military, go into the security services, go into the police, customs, defend your country, and stop losing $50 billion of GDP every year.
But recruiting youth is not just one. It's not just one single. So it's a multifaceted approach to this.
That is how other nations did it. It's
You
very
understand?
simple.
Look, listen. Even if Tinubu today, right, employs all the youths on the streets of every state in Nigeria. I mean, the 36 states we have in Nigeria, right? If they don't fix the fundamental problem with regards to security, it's still going to linger for the next 20 years. I'm sorry to say.
You see, when a security is security, is good on its own, because what security does is it preserves your people. You can worry about corruption, you can worry about political instability, you can worry about all kinds of different issues when your people can be preserved. And this is what other people understood for a long time. And to be fair, I'm not necessarily blaming our people. I've explained it before. Our leaders and our elites were groomed, and they never had the chance to be ungroomed.
To Niger, look, you misrepresented what Showore said. It didn't. He put a context to it. He said if it required bringing mercenary to fight this war and win it, he would do it. He didn't say that, I'm going to use mercenary to. He put a context to it. But look at the way
I
you are
asked
saying
him
it.
directly. So no, hold on.
What do you have?
There is, he was on Dr. Damages. I asked him directly
said,
about it.
Yeah, I was there too. I mean, I listened to him. Even other than Dr. Damage, I listened to him on other platforms.
And
too.
he ended up calling Nigerian military mercenaries.
He put a context to it. If it require us to use mercenary to win this war, he will do it.
But that is his
you are
policy.
not saying
That
it.
is
You are
his manifesto policy.
What he said.
But that is also in his manifesto. Can you defend that one now?
He said if.
What is in his manifesto policy?
It's
what are you
the
talking
mercenary now
about?
to use mercenary to secure this in deal with instability too.
Read it
but
out to us.
there's nothing
Can you read
wrong.
it out to us?
There's
Read
nothing
it out
wrong.
to us.
There's
Read
nothing
it. He
wrong.
put a context to it.
Look,
I don't know.
I
Let me
mean,
see if I can find it.
I mean, what is wrong with you today? You, this guy, you
Stop it.
doing
Stop
all
saying
sort of
that. Let me see
nonsense
now.
all night long.
Mercenary. you
To
are
You be talking
Naija,
crazy.
be
You be
careful.
talking
To
up and
Naija, be
down.
careful.
if it
You
brings in,
don't really know what you are saying.
if it brings in
What you are doing.
mercenaries, listen, if it brings in mercenaries
What
to
have you
supplement
eaten
our
all day
military,
long today?
I think he's going the right direction. Okay.
He's
Now
just
let
zigzagging
me find his
and
let
up
me
and
find his
down.
comments on mercenary now. You
Why
and
you
your
find it? Let me just say this.
qualifications.
Let me just say
I'll
this.
find his
Why you
comments
find
online
it?
on
Let me
mercenaries.
just say this. You see, Tunanya, you see, you need to understand the Nigerian military is compromised. If Jonathan, who was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, could be saying that way back in 2014 or 2013, that tells you a lot that you need to know about the our military. Our military is no longer the way it used to be way back in the say 70s, 80s, or 60s, 70s, up to like before Abacha died. Our military is no longer that anymore. So one thing you need to understand is that to clear that rot, because you need to understand that we are fighting a non-conventional war, kind of warfare, in the kind of war we fight with these insurgencies and these pockets of troublemakers that are everywhere that are forests. You need to understand that it's not a conventional warfare. It's going to take him a long time to bring about some kind of reform into the military. But in the immediate, for him to be able to suppress the rebellion within the Nigerian state, he would need some kind of foreign help. The only way you can criticize him is that if he continues hiring them, as in when I mean hiring them without no attempt or no effort in restructuring our military, flushing out those bad eggs among them, that is when you can say, okay, yeah, this is a matter of national security, or it's a threat to the national security of that country. But in immediate, if that is necessary, for me, I don't see that as a problem. If he needs that help, external help, for him to be able to read those troublemakers within Nigeria, because right now in that country, somebody was talking about production here. You cannot talk about production when the very, very, very core of what will bring about that productivity is not being addressed. One of them is bringing security that is in no way compromised in any way, that is non-aligned to any clans, that is no respect of any tribe in that country. If it's a Yoruba man that is making the trouble, that made the troublemaker, get rid of him. If it's an Hausa man or Fulani man, get rid of him. If it's an Igbo guy, get rid of him. So that's the kind of person we want, that kind of military that we want, that is no respect of any clans or any ethnicity. But it's going to be an Herculean task for him to do. You can't expect to just come and say, okay, military go. This is the same military that people that were there before him, no matter how he fire all the whole high ranking. Because one thing is this, you cannot fire all your high ranking military top brass. If you do that and you're bringing in some people, you have to, even though you have to bring in the lower cadres, the ones in the bottom, you have to go through some kind of training to be able to be at par as to manage an army for you. So if you say you're firing all the generals, firing up to the colonels, then you are looking at people like captains to come and take over. I mean, what kind of army are you going to build that? Because these people, they need to go through some kind of training to be able to manage the people under them. So it's not going to be something you can do within not even 1 or 2 years of his.
Rational mind.
Let me land the point. So my point is that, but in the immediate, because you want your people to go back to farm, you want some form of stability in the country, you will need this external help. I mean, the U.S. government too, when they were having problem in Iraq and in Afghanistan, they brought in Blackwater. They brought in
they need external help overseas.
Hold on. Yeah, we understand. We sometimes I know some of our analogy might not be not. What the point is this: we want security. Your army cannot do it. For how many years they've been doing it? to tell you that there's
I
a
mean, needs to
compromise,
be overhauled.
compromised.
You notice
It needs to be
that
overhauled.
Wagner works overseas, not inside Russia.
Oh,
How
fine,
many
I
times
understand. I
would they?
understand.
How
No,
many
they
times
do work
would
in,
the
yeah,
army
they
be
work in
overhauled?
Russia.
It's been overhauled for as many times as
Wagner works in
Obasanjo was
Russia.
there.
Hold on, let me address this guy. Sometimes you just say something. Wagner works in Russia. Yeah,
What
in
do you
Russia.
mean
They
they
were
work
trained
in
in
Russia?
Russia.
They are trained in Russia, but their
Okay.
main operation is overseas.
No,
Because all the wars are overseas.
Hold on.
That's why
Hold
they don't
on.
have
This
an
Ukraine
internal
war.
one.
This Ukraine war that they are fighting is not from Russian soil. That's not where they used to enter into
Overseas,
Ukraine.
they are not using it to fight the war inside Russia.
We're not saying
there's no war inside Russia.
And to be fair, they are even
There's no
Russian.
war inside
They are
Russia.
even Russian. But if you use
There's no
foreign
war
mercenaries
inside
your
Russia.
country,
What difference does it? What difference does it make?
There's no war inside Russia.
Okay, because you people don't understand statecraft.
If there was a war inside Russia,
if Ukraine green
if there was a war
ground
inside
now,
Russia, they'll be
Wagner doesn't
fighting
help
it.
them out. If Ukraine green ground enter into Russia, will Wagner not come and help the army? What are you talking about?
If America not helping the Israelis today,
To Nigeria, military contractors are not an anomaly in today's warfare. A lot of people use military contractors. If you don't like the name mercenaries, we can use military
No, they don't
contractors
bring it
because that's
into
what
their
they are.
territories. No
Because they don't
self-regulation
fight. They
between
don't
their
have wars
territories.
in their territories. If they
and
had
even to
wars in their
advance on that point,
territories, it would be different. Now, let me make one point I was trying to make to
just because it's
Rational Mind
mercenary
earlier.
doesn't mean that it has to be outside the country. It could be local. Do you know that?
That's what I was just saying to him. So,
Yeah, but that's not what he told me when I asked him.
Rational Mind. I recently looked up what happened in the history of what was happening and how it was executed in Darfur in Sudan. The scary thing is when you look at the attacks in Darfur and the way the Janjaweed militia was attacking those people, it is very, very scary because it exactly resembles the description the victims in Plateau gave and the victims in southern Kaduna gave when those people attacked them. Almost the same tactic, almost the same driving off the land, establishing themselves in the land, changing the name of the town, and then later on trying to establish themselves in that place, creating IDPs. Same thing in Sudan, no difference. Same thing. In Southern Kaduna, there are like 30 or 40,000 IDPs. In Plateau now, we have IDPs all over the place. And in Benue, goodness, over 1 million. Same thing, no difference. And the Sudanese government at the time was indifferent, did not address it, did not intervene. And that's why you saw the whole big thing about Darfur and international pressure and recognition. And that's how they eventually got it to stop. And the country eventually split. So now you see what's happening in Nigeria. We're talking about insecurity, and the places they are attacking are the places that are part of our food basket. And it's in the same exact way. Ethnic cleansing, land grab, Nigerian government turning a blind eye, not attacking the problem, not addressing the millions of IDPs, not trying to get them sent back home. It's the same thing. It's almost like it's the same playbook, if I was to use a sports analogy, that they're using right now in all these places. So I don't know what's going to happen, but if they don't fix this soon, it's just going to be total chaos and oblivion in those areas. Is that because that's where it's going right now?
What I see is that the way we look at security is that we look at other people as benevolent actors often. And when you are dealing with security, you should never generally bring people that are more powerful than you, they are soldiers, into your territory, because you run the risk of being compromised and probably being invaded even. Because I see, when I reach this conclusion, is just from observing history, including Israel too. Israel, as much as they love America, they are very, very suspicious of America. They won't let American soldiers into their territory. If the American soldiers are coming there, they are coming for specific purposes. Finish what you are doing, you're out. You don't stay there. Americans even volunteer to, lead the force to protect them against the Palestinians. They refuse. They don't want Americans near them, because you can't let powerful forces just come around you, because sooner or later they will be dictating what happens in your country. This is something that should be common sense. Yes,
I understand that. So what do you suggest, right? Let's assume for 1
But
second.
they can accept American weapon, right?
Yeah, they are
Yeah,
smart
look at
enough
you.
now. They are smart.
Let me ask you
Take
a
the
question.
benefits and kick out the dangers. What is wrong
Let
with
me
that?
ask you a question. Let's assume for a second that what President Jonathan said, Goodluck said, is true, that the military is compromised and there's Boko Haram infiltration in our armed forces. How would you fix that?
Boko Haram within our armed forces. How you fix that is, like I said, first you recruit in a reasonable size of security forces, because that's not the reason why they are failing. You can't expect one soldier to protect more than 1,000 people. It's unworkable. First, you give them that fighting chance. Our Nigerian military, I believe they are very, very capable. Our people are willing to make the sacrifices. And secondly, you have a very, very strong.
Fighting chance. How? You said fighting chance. How?
You have to have a fighting chance by having enough people in the first place.
Enough
because
people.
if you don't have enough people, if
the military is compromised,
hold on. Hold on. If you start from the premise of one soldier not being able to defend 1,000 people, you have that first problem.
Hold on. The issue is not quantity.
Oh, stop saying that. Can you defend 1,000 people? Can you?
Hold on. The issue is not quantity.
No, answer the question. Can you defend 1,000 people?
Quality, not quantity.
Hold on now. Why is he saying that? I asked him a straight question. Can you defend 1,000 people if you're a soldier?
Can I answer that question?
How many soldiers are
it's not a number of. It's not a number of soldiers. It's not a number of boots on the ground.
See, my point is that even America, with the most advanced technology in the world, the ratio is one soldier to around 150. Most countries are in that same bracket. One Nigerian soldier that is barely paid is expected to defend over 1,000 people. How is that even fair?
Why I agree with you partly. Another problem that you are skipping, right, is the political will, okay, from the politicians. You get my point. They've been doing this since I believe Yaradua or Jonathan. Yeah, they have been deliberately suppressing the military, okay, against carrying out the job they are meant to do. But because if they've given the military the right, support, okay, if they are not playing politics, putting politics, if somebody is not benefiting from this, I'm sure with all this issue of we need one soldier to ratio this, we will not be talking about it. I'm telling you right now.
The question was about what would I do? I said, you take care of the first problem that is very obvious. And they say it all the time. The security chiefs say this all the time. The police head was saying it the other day. Now, the criminals know we don't have enough people, so they are messing about with us. The idea is that if you don't have enough people, you take care of that. One, because you have the people in the country. Secondly, they are jobless. They need jobs. Because military jobs are better than a lot of civil servant jobs out there. They don't give most civil servants property. They don't give them uniform. They don't give them a lot of things. People have to bribe to join our security forces. Secondly, if you want to deal with the compromised ones, you have a sizable.
That's because there's no job. That's why people are dying.
Exactly, but that's why you need to give them the jobs. Why should Nigeria be losing $50 billion in GDP every year when people are jobless? It's crazy. And secondly, if you want to take care of the compromised one, you go and recruit people into the security services, like the other security services, like DSS, NIA, all the other security services that are capable of flushing out this in fifth columns. Every nation have them. Let's face it. Every nation that is functional has fifth columns in their.
So your solution is
recruitment. We're not disputing that. You're yes. Every nation we can agree.
Your solution is flood it more with more people.
Yes, because you have to have enough to secure the country in the first place. That is, see, I don't know why you
have broken wheels. No. Wait. You have broken wheels on the carriage. You have broken wheels on the carriage.
Also agree that the political
class is part of the problem.
So Nigeria, can a new person contribute to your?
We don't have enough people. When you see Egypt, that we double in population, have 1.3 million soldiers, and Nigeria is making do with 100 and something thousand. That is ridiculous situation to put our people in.
Contribute?
Egyptian military are not fighting on the side of terrorists.
Let someone contribute now. Because I came.
Sorry, you came with nobody even paying attention.
Because of you and Ison, and it seemed like everybody.
Don't mind Ison. I'll kick his backside there, and by the time this is done, let's see where we are.
No, both you and Ison. I came purposely because of you, because
there's this thing that you'll be saying, and to me, it sounds funny to me. And on this, the issue of Tinubu being compromised. See, whatever fear you want to spread, a president of any country needs not be compromised if the external forces want to show their interest in that country. There are several ways. So now the fear that France has a medical record of Tinubu, we've said this thing over and over. You just have to be very explicit in what you think they can do with the medical record. This big word of, they can hold them to ransom. What ransom? During our lifetime, Yar'Adua record, even if this medical record was not personal, it was still private, we even knew everything that was happening to Yar'Adua. How did the Western countries use that against us? When Abacha was alive, he dared the Western power, even though you can say he suffered the consequences. But how did that? What was the implication of that? To me, I think we exaggerate a lot and try to be like a Nobel professor in international medical sciences or international diplomacy or whatever, and we create some kind. Someone should tell me today the record of Tinubu in the hand of the French government. What will they do with it? Is it not the same France that those people they colonize under their nose, they've been able to take power away from them with the backing of other countries? Everybody fight for his own survival. Whether medical record or whatever things, it doesn't matter. You can be as clean as snow. Maybe you don't even have any dent in your life. There are several ways that the countries that are bigger than you will find a way to limit you. Tell me the medical record of China when the Western world brought them down to their knee.
Oh no, I get your point. I don't think it's a record that they can use to compromise you even. There are so many other ways to compromise it. Like
what are those ways? We are exaggerating.
Oh my God. See, one, they can bribe you, they can threaten you.
We are talking of the president. We are talking of the president.
Okonjo Iweala's family was kidnapped.
Forget that story.
Of course you will say forget it.
No, listen. We are talking
that's not anywhere related to.
No, it is similar in the sense that if somebody has more power than you
they
have a way of incentivizing you to do what they want.
It's not a valid comparison.
The record they have on Tinubu, what will they use for?
I don't believe that a letter should be the reason why they will have anything over Tinubu.
Can I answer that question?
Tinubu is the commander-in-chief of our forces of Nigeria. And
hold on. Ola, you said, what would they do with it? You want me to answer that question for you?
Please go ahead.
Okay.
I'm making credible.
Now, you know what it is. If in a Senate, I think Nigeria is a sane country where everything that works in another climate, it works there. If you have a dirt on your opponent during an electionary year, and you show that out, that he was involved in some kind of extramarital affair, he was married at the time, he was seeing another woman. If you bring that, I mean, we've seen many people stepping down in a Senate climate like where you and I live in Europe. They will step down. If they're already in office, they will resign. And if maybe during if they continue remaining in office in the next election, most election they lose it. Such candidate they lose the election. So if they could bring it up, maybe there's a real debt on his earth and on his health that is really not showing up to Nigerians, and that health is a concern. Maybe it could be cognitive, that this guy maybe his doctors have already said, cognitively you're not doing well, sir. And it's on his medical report, and these people have it. And he could show it to maybe like Peter Obi or Atiku, any other person that run against him in the next coming election. That is enough to really bring him down. That is, if Nigeria is a sane country, which I don't believe Nigeria is a sane country, we'll see how people that will come here on this platform and other platform, and they'll come and spin it and justify it, make it look like trivialized as if it's not a concern. So,
do you know
that Imran Khan,
Can I respond? Can I
that's why I
respond to that?
said it doesn't work in Nigeria because Nigerians are not sane.
Let's allow other people to talk. Rational mind, calm down. If Imran Khan can say that, come on, man. You just been talking.
So when you know the environment, our environment of Nigeria,
we see that. I don't know if it's going to work. You don't know. You can't even say if it's going to work or not.
I've cited an example.
Ola, what if Tinubu's medical records show that he's terminally ill? Do you think that's something he wants everybody to know? And the French have access to it. Let me tell you what they would do with it. Wait. Let me tell you exactly what they would do with it. They would tell him that on this ECOWAS situation, here's how we want you to take a stand on it. And if you don't, of course they
Nigeria
can.
is a sovereign nation now. Come on now.
What are you talking about? What do you mean Nigeria is a sovereign nation? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You think our people? You think our leaders act in a vacuum? Nigeria is a sovereign nation. Sovereign nation that multinationals own. Man, wake up, man. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. No. Let me tell you something. Do you think for my friend saying Nigeria is a sovereign nation, do you think Nigeria's decision regarding ECOWAS and the countries that had the coups, do you think that was solely our decision? Do you think?
Let's come to your house.
Hold on.
Do you think Kamala Harris calling?
Who is this person that refuses to be quiet? See,
Kamala Harris
I'm trying to share
calling
something
Tinubu
here. Who is this person?
And telling him how.
This guy refuses. You are looking for my trouble. See, Imran Khan, a nuclear power state, head of state, is being threatened by the US to remove him from office, and they succeeded in removing him from office.
Why was it threatened?
Because he's not doing their line. IMF. Let me go back now. Because he's not doing their line. He wants to cooperate more with China and do other things. Strike out on his own. But now it's
my friend. Do you know how many orchestrated coups they have been in Africa? This guy, I don't think you understand what's going on. He's over here talking about sovereign nation. You don't understand what's going on, do you?
Do you know how many coups they attempted on that?
I follow the trend very well.
And Ola is over here talking about if they have his medical records, they can't do anything with it.
I mean, it's invalid now because at the heat of the whole thing, they didn't remove it. So why now?
Completely broken down discipline on this panel.
With respect to Nigeria, Nigerian record, as long as it's not doing anything against the Western country, it's one thing. But with respect to the Nigerian situation, what all these things you are saying, they are just fable. You understand? Even without any record against Tinubu, if he want to start nuclear weapon today, just because of Boko Haram and some insecurity around us, everybody within the global community will pay detailed attention. That has nothing to do with the air record.
He cannot do that even if he wanted to.
How as compromised as he is, they will remove him from office.
He cannot do it if he wanted to.
You are not.
Ola, if you believe that he can, you are living in fantasy land. He cannot do it if he wanted to. Let me tell you something. Right now. Tinubu is a foreign agent.
You are not.
You understand me? Do you know what that means? Let me explain to you what that means. That means let me explain to you what that means, because I don't think you fully understand. I don't know.
Ola, hear him out, then he will hear you out. Let's go, please.
Okay, listen to my question first.
Okay, so you said you should hear me out first, Ola. You should hear me out.
Ola, hear him out first. Then he'll come to you. One after let's Aizo go, then he will speak. Please go ahead, Aizo.
Ola, that means
my question is speaking.
Ola, that means I should talk first, and then you talk second.
Let me ask my question.
Ola, let him land his point. Ola, let him land.
Let me answer my question. Let me ask my question.
You still insist on going first. Okay, please go first.
Okay, ask your question.
The question is this: assuming Peter Obi, they don't have anything on, that they don't even have his medical record, Or maybe
we're not talking about Peter Obi now. We're not talking about Peter Obi. Yeah, why you?
I think he's giving an example. Please let him finish.
Now we are making it
You're trying to
difficult.
spin here. He's asking you a valid question. You're trying to spin it. Just hold on.
Now, if Mr. Obi, without any dents today, want to start nuclear weapon, they don't have anything on him. Now, are you saying the global community will not react just because they don't have anything on him? That's the question.
I think you
Ola, can
misunderstood
I
me.
come in here?
Wait. Okay, Jesus. I think
Remy has come with his own this level.
wait.
Let Aizo answer.
Wait. So let me recap your question, just so I understand it properly. You're saying that if Peter Obi was leader today and they didn't have anything on him and they wanted to start a nuclear weapon, don't I think that they would say something about it? Is that your question?
We they fold their hand and be looking and say, okay, go ahead and build a nuclear weapon. We Americans.
What does nuclear weapon have to do with being a president that's compromised? I don't understand your
I think
question.
you do not understand Ola's question. First
I don't. Wait.
If you understand
Iran tried to start a nuclear weapon. They weren't compromised. The international community came out against them because they thought it was in the worst interest of the world. That had nothing to do with compromisability. What I'm talking about is our president is clearly a foreign agent that's compromised. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I am talking about.
I think there's some truth though. You never see this guy near the Chinese, near the Russians. How many times have anybody seen Tinubu near Chinese or Russian or any other people?
The Americans have his whole dossier sitting in front of them. The French have his whole medical record sitting in front of them. At any given time, they can pull his string. He is their boy. Make no mistake about it. And if you don't believe that, that means you truly do not understand what's going on.
I think Aizo is closer to the truth than most people would like to agree. Yeah, please, Remy. Yeah, let's allow Remy say something. He just came in.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very interesting topic you guys have been talking about. It's quite lively. First and foremost, I want you to know that we live in a global village. And as a president of a country, you need a lot of bilateral agreements, so many agreements to deal with other countries. No any politician, I repeat, no any politician anywhere in the world will not have one dent or the other against him. Because before you can become a president of a country, you need both external and internal supporter. I mean, big people. I do not mean ordinary men in the streets. I mean, people that control state or control community. So you need finances all over the world that will support you. Even in America, they get finances from the rest of the world when they are going for election. I mean, the presidential candidate. So when you talk about Tinubu and agent, you forgot that this man has been a governor.
They did just say even in America they need the president financing all over the world.
Yes,
That's
foreign country also support your presidential candidate. I repeat, foreign countries financially they also support. You might not know. Yes, they do. They do one way or the other.
That's not true.
Okay, let me finish. Okay, let me finish and then you can.
That's not true.
You can debunk it. So when you are saying that this guy is a foreign agent, blah, 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 you said you live in a civilized society, in the modern world, why, what do you call it? Information is very important. Even as an hospital, you cannot disclose the information of your patient to anybody because they all sign confidential agreement. So you cannot just say, okay, if we are looking at it in that direction, let's be factual with ourselves. I don't think if I live here and go to any hospital in America and they sign a confidential agreement with me, then they'll just go and give it to their government just like that. So why is the institution? America is known for great institution. And because of this great institution, that's why that country continues to thrive to today. And that's why the rest of the world still hold them, that even if you are nobody, when you get to America, you can ask for your right. But remember, right is also limited one way or the other. But what I'm trying to say is that as a country like America and the Western world like Europe, they cannot just release your medical record to anybody like that. Just because he went to France for medical something, then they will now hold it against him. They will have other things, other leverage. That, okay, if you don't do this, we're not going to invest in your country. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. We're not going to.
Do you think they would listen to their press?
To you, just like what before Trump. Who was there before Trump? Is it Obama?
Okay, first of all, foreign election campaign laws in America prohibit foreign nationals from donating to anyone that's running for
That's what you
federal,
say.
state, or local elections.
That's
So that is false. That is false. That statement you just made is false. Okay, let's get that out there first. Second of all, any foreign government that wants to release his medical records, all they will do is leak it to their press. And their press will then go through all the press channels in the world and then release it. If he doesn't do what they want, there's something they do called blackmail. It's a thing, it's a real thing, and it's used to leverage people around the world every day. So what you are saying makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, hold on. Let me hold on, please. Please hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. See, they have different ways of doing it. I don't know why we're arguing over this one. They could use letter, they could use blackmail, they could use all kinds of things. I think Remy has a point that they could use contracts and all kinds of. There are different ways to pressure people. The point is that I want to move the conversation forward. The point is that when I look at the way Nigerians behave, Nigerian leaders behave, this is why I say that there's something else to it. It's not just blackmail. Because yes, the blackmail people, Nigeria has not been under sanction, but yet Iran, that has been under sanction for about 50 years, seems to be doing better than us. And you have to ask yourself the question: if Nigerians were just afraid of blackmail or all this stuff, they can see Iran, that is fine. So why are they so in kind of, they are incapable of thinking outside the box, of doing something different? Why?
Another thing is this. In the couple of last months, this UN, this foreign this thing, we are giving directive on how much Nigerians should be selling there, giving Nigerian price, the price they should be selling their petrol. That the Nigeria is still selling below price in terms of petrol, depending on our exchange rate. So what right do they have?
Is a member of OPEC now. What are you saying here? I don't understand.
What do they have that right to be giving directive on how?
No. The question is
Nigeria.
Give me a second to respond to Ekene. Let me respond to Ekene. You see, things like crude oil, they are what they call tradable. Tradables, they are not determined locally. They are determined at the international pricing rate. So that Nigeria is even a member of a monopoly, or if you like, you can call it oligopoly. You understand? Make it even more interesting, because OPEC intentionally ration your output so that they can control the international price. Nobody outside OPEC dictates how much Nigerians sell. So all those things, if anybody is telling you, that's one of those propaganda. Like Ayuzon and Nigeria have been doing the propaganda now, as if the health record will have made Tinubu lost that election in 2020.
But Nigeria already changed his stand immediately that they have.
Don't mind Nigeria, they are obedient. That's why they are trying very hard. You think?
Ola, what's the current state of Tinubu's health?
See, it doesn't matter.
What is the current state of Tinubu's health?
I will respond to you.
What is the current state of Tinubu's health?
Let me respond to him. Let me ask you a question.
What is the current state? Is he healthy?
I will ask you a question.
Is he healthy?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Oh, it does. Let me tell you why. No, let me tell you why it matters. Do you want to know why it matters? Let me explain to you exactly why it matters. Because he is running the country of 200 million people that is filled with problems up to the neck. So if he was the last time Trudeau went to America or went to France. So for you to sit down there, and say that his health records don't matter means one of two things. Either one, it means that you're so blinded by your loyalty to this Agbado thing that you don't even want to see the truth in front of you, or two, you don't understand at all the dynamics behind an international politics. So
I think
either
it has
one
a
of the
problem.
two.
The fact that you have to reduce this to
Yeah, but other
politics,
people they always
I
get
don't even
problem.
know. We are
They
talking
all
about
of them.
compromised leadership here.
You have been making a lot of allegations. Let me ask you some.
The Agbado people, all of you have problem. I don't just know.
Mr. You need to reward hatred.
No, you are not coherent in what you are saying.
What is the current state of Tinubu's health? What?
So that's
I think King Charles made public
exactly. Ekene, thank you. Thank you. What is the current state of Tinubu's health? Is he healthy?
King Charles released his own status. King Charles himself released his health status. So what is happening to our own leaders when it comes to their health status?
Can you give me this floor to speak for just 30 seconds?
No, let
me respond. No, he asked me.
30 seconds respond there so that
the person who asked the current state of Tinubu's
has been trying to
health,
say something.
asking from the angle of bias, right?
Can we just one at a time talk? Okay, Ola go, Remy go, and Kinzo, if you want to say something, you can go ahead. Okay,
definitely. I said whatever decision you are taking, you have to consider your environment. Nigerians are not Americans. We are not Britons, and we are not. We are not.
When it's convenient for you, we're not American. We're not Canadian. When it's convenient for you, hey, people, you like bad.
Let him talk now.
If you want to listen to yourself, I will allow you to listen to yourself for rational mind. The question is this: you have to look at your environment. We all know story that about this. We need deter people from Ekiti, people from Lagos, and those people that vote for Tinubu. It will never. That is what I'm telling you. Look at your own environment. Stop saying medical. Go and release a medical record now, and see when and come back here and let us debate. Also, you had a shake. He shit for pants. Everything.
Can we leave that out of it? Let me, please go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say is this: he is the president of a country, and he has a right to go on private visit or medical issue anywhere in the world where he can find the best.
No, he doesn't have the right actually.
No, you said I should talk now. Okay. Unless if you want to go ahead and
go ahead. I'm just
so
trying
he has
to
a right.
that point.
He has a right, even as an individual, as a citizen of a country, you have a right to seek medical something anywhere in the world you feel like. So when this guy is asking for medical report of Tinubu, he is being very, how to say, I think he's looking at it from the negative angle, probably because he supported another candidate and his candidate lost. This is the man, since he became the president.
Let me ask you.
Let me finish. This is the man that, since he became the president of the country, he has been to several occasions. He has been in Nigeria, tendering to Nigerian problem. Maybe they have not totally been solved now because they are generational problem that has spanned for decades. It's not easy to deal with it in 1 or 2 or 3 days. So all you guys are talking about health or no health. This is a guy that came into Nigeria 2 or 3 days ago, hale and healthy. You saw him on TV. Why are you asking for
How do you know he was hale and healthy? You see medical records.
No, eyes on, hold on.
I put it to you that you are not also medically fit.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question. Hold on now, Remy. You are not going to get away with it because you want to try to get away with this one. You said he can go anywhere to just go and be as a private citizen, just do whatever I like. One, he's not a private citizen.
I did not say a private.
Hold on. One, he's not a private citizen. Then, as a president, he doesn't. One, the reason why I say that, because if he went to Boko Haram hospital somewhere, you are not going to find that funny. If he goes to ISIS hospital somewhere in the desert of Afghanistan, you're not going to find that funny. But yet, if he goes to people that colonized and enslaved you, but it's okay. For you, that is fine. It shows you that your mentality is wrong.
I think you guys are
Hold on. This goes to the crux of our problem. We perceive things the wrong way because we are not seeing it. That's why we're having this conversation in the first place. That I think some of these leaders don't even have to be compromised. They sell us out. They are willingly selling us out. Because look at what he just said. He's okay for this your leader that is supposed to represent you to go to the countries of the people that colonized and enslaved us. It's okay for you for that, but you are not okay with him going to ISIS.
I want to ask you an hypothetical question. Let's assume your father, your biological father, is the governor of Anambra State or Edo or Delta. I don't know where you come from. And he happens to be sick. And the only way they can take care of him is to fly him to UK, America, Canada, Saudi Arabia, or wherever to seek for medical something. What are you going to do? Because there's no facility
those people are my
in
enemies,
Nigeria.
I'm not going to go there. If they
So,
if I run a risk of being
So you allow him to die. So you allow him to die.
because that is the death of one person, than the death of a whole nation. Don't you
So
understand?
you allow your father to die because you
Hold on. There is a reason why. There's a reason why when you are personally hold on now. See, no, I will answer you directly. Let me answer you directly. There's a reason why when you are personally involved in anything, you are compromised, so you are excused. This is why doctors don't operate on family members. The question you're asking me is irrelevant because I wouldn't be allowed to make it. Hold on. I won't be. If anybody is objective, I won't be allowed to make that decision.
He has a family too. He has a family. He has
but
wife.
the family can make that decision, but he ran to become president.
Everybody around him. Do you think because he's the president of your country?
I'm not making it personal to Tinubu. Actually, if you are a president, you are representing the people. You are not a person anymore.
What I'm trying to tell you is that President Tinubu has a wife. He has children, so they'll just put their hand. If he has a medical issue,
then they treat him in their country. 500 years ago, there is no Igbo country. 300 years ago, there's no Igbo country where you go for treatment. You treat yourself in Nigeria, or you die in Nigeria. It's very simple. Why do you have to always
allow
go
your
back
father to die? In a nutshell, you allow your father to die if he's the governor of
that is not my decision. Nobody should allow me to make such a decision because
I'm
I will
asking
be
you, as
biased.
the son of a governor. Let's say you are the son of Tinubu and he is ill. Are you going to allow him to die? And
why would I allow him to die? But if my father is a president, hold on. But if my father is a president, the nation has the power to stop him. They should stop him. Even if I want to save my father, but the nation should stop him because he ran to become a president.
I think you guys are just being actors.
I gave you a direct answer. The nation should be able to stop him because he's not an individual anymore.
All the Nigerian citizens should say, stop, don't go, stay and die.
There should be a law that prevents that from happening.
What kind of law is that?
See, that will suddenly make sure that your healthcare system in the country, your healthcare in the country will improve automatically by doing that. It shows that your people are thinking for yourself. How many leaders have you seen go overseas for treatment? Even UK.
To Nigeria, I will ask you, I'll put something across to you now, and I want you to tell in all honesty the truth, and everybody here. Cuba is known as a country that have a lot of medical doctors. Cuba is also known that a lot of people go to Cuba or India to seek for medical redress, whether as a private citizen or as a government official. Even Americans do go to Cuba to do medical surgery or operation. No country is an island on its own. For example, we have a lot of medical doctors in Nigeria.
Not their leaders. I don't know where you're going round and round.
I'm saying the same
thing. I wish you luck, man. I wish you luck.
Like a Maradona everywhere.
This Agbado could get it sweet, I swear.
Let me finish.
You don't drink and finish.
Let me finish. Please, I beg you, let me finish. That you have to look at it in several angles. Fine, it's your president. But would you wish your president to die? Most people will say no.
I don't wish my president to die, but I wish my people to be alive.
I wish my president can fix the hospital at Asurok so he can be treated in my country.
Exactly.
That's what I wish.
I want my people to die.
That's what I wish for him. So my president is not open to security threats by going to a foreign hospital where a French
can open his chest in a foreign country. Seriously,
that's okay with you.
Medical that if they want to fight you, they will fight you. These are superpower. If they want to fight,
it's not about fighting. It's not about fighting us.
In your neighborhood,
it's not about fighting us.
Are you afraid of a fight? What is?
No.
When if you fearing fight, you are going to get fight.
I will ask you some simple question. The headquarters of all the financial institutions in the world, where are they?
In the UK and in America.
Who controls them?
Americans.
The Anglo-Saxons.
So America.
So what's your point? What's your point?
Who are the major allies of America? Can you tell me the major allies? The major
Europeans.
allies.
West European.
What is your point? What is your point?
And they control the financial institution of the world.
What is your point? Get your point.
My point is that they use this instrument to make sure that this is what we want and you must do it.
Oh, you mean like Iran is doing? Iran is basically becoming a superpower while Nigeria is not even being sanctioned at all. Look at how poor we are.
A superpower. Look.
Yeah.
So Remy, your argument is wait. Your argument is that because they control the global financial system, we should put our leader vulnerable.
Experience today.
My God.
One of my colleagues when I still work in Shanghai is an Iranian. If you see the way they talk about their own country, you even think that we Nigerians we are not even the way the people there are suffering. They suffer more than you Nigerians. They don't have freedom of speech in that country.
Meanwhile, this same Iran has put Nigeria on a list of countries that would allow visa and need visa to come. Listen.
Left and right.
You won't allow
bouncing everywhere. I mean, I don't.
They have 24 hours electricity in Iran.
He's going around.
Remy, you know they have 24 hours electricity in Iran.
Let me finish. What I'm just trying to.
You know they have 24 hours electricity in Iran.
I don't know.
Okay, they do. They do.
Don't know that now.
You know Nigerian soccer players go to Iran to go and play because they get better salary. Did you know that?
I don't know about that. It doesn't matter.
Okay, well that happens too. That happens too. Just so you know. So this thing. So the Tinubu that's best friends and doing boy for these Western countries, they don't even take care of it. The Iranians that they are sanctioning have a better economy.
I want to talk to you objectively, not just.
No, we're talking objectively now.
Mere rhetoric of being hatred.
Are you seeing countries that have not been sanctioned? Look at Iran that has not been sanctioned once. How many? Iran is 14. Where is Nigeria on this list?
14 what?
Nigeria, that's in terms of military strength in the world.
We
14. That's why when I said that they are about to become a superpower while they are sitting at home in sanctions, you refuse to believe. Hold on, let's
while we're willingly giving up our president's medical records to the French.
Exactly. Look at let's keep going down. Let's keep going down. Where's Nigeria? Nigeria is still not even there. Okay, this is where Nigeria is, number 39. That's where we are. See, my point, I'm making a very simple point, Remy. You have to start putting your people first. The idea that you compromise your national security because it's available out there. The question you have to ask yourself is very simple, really. Why are other people not doing it? Why are other nations not doing it?
The matter of health of a president to me is immaterial. What really
Don't
matters
you think
is
that
policies. It's policies.
Hold on.
How we can solve the economic.
Of course, it matters because if you have them go to a more powerful country, they will compromise them. Even America taps the phone of this in German chancellors. Okay, look at the UK now. Do you think American healthcare system may not be more advanced than the UK's to an extent? Do you see them traveling to America for treatment? No, you will not see them doing that.
Because the medical facilities is good. Nigeria own is not as good.
It's the leader's job to make it good, not to be traveling and compromising their national security. And when you say the healthcare system in the West here is good, but some are better than the others. Some could save lives, but yet they don't even go overseas to save their people's life. They are in terms of their leaders. Their leaders would rather be treated at home than go overseas. So that is the point I'm making. You can't keep having your leaders go overseas for treatment.
What I'm trying to tell you guys today is that you talk about health of a president. To me, is immaterial because this guy we have as president today is still lucid enough to continue to churn out policy day by day, continue to administer your country.
Policies that are destroying the country. Tell me one policy that has been positive so far. Please give me one. Please, I beg you.
Can I ask you a question?
I will give
you a question.
I will give you a lot. You ask the question.
Let me
give me one positive one now, so I will see that has shown results.
Tunanja, let me ask him. Yeah, the question you're asking now, I want to rephrase it this way to him. Now, Remy, can you tell us what was the reason? Partly one of the reasons that Buhari failed in his government.
Thank you. I will be objective with you, and I want you to also be objective. The major problem of Buhari is that number one, he does not tackle that insecurity very well because of tribalism and because other factors which he himself knows. The second one,
we know that.
Let me finish.
I said besides many reasons. Hold on. I said besides many reasons, which is one of them is what you just said. Or what is one other reason that you knew? I don't know. Maybe you want to. You understand what I'm trying to say. There's another one major reason why he wasn't successful in his as a president.
Yeah. So I will give you the second reason. To me, I think he does not handle the economy of Nigeria very well. Unfortunately for him, there are so many turbulence during his regime, the COVID setting, and he does not also plan very well. So those two are the major problem. The major problem that affected
It's junketing every time to United
Russian man, can I answer that? Russian man, can I answer that? Russian man, let me answer that. Russian man, let me answer that.
Hold on. You cannot answer it because it's not a question that I know you. I know you can answer it, but I want somebody who's an Agbado person to answer that question.
Okay, so you in your own mind, you thought because he was jumping.
No, I agree with you that some of the things you mentioned were some of the reasons why.
Can I help you? Can I help you with some of the answers? Can I help you?
No. Are you an Agbado person? Are you an Agbado person?
No.
You cannot call anybody an Agbado person.
No, hold on a second. Let me help you.
I'll call you a name now that will make you cry.
There's no problem now. Go on now.
Can I help you with at least two of the answers?
No, you can go ahead.
You see, no, dude. I don't want to overflog it. My point is this: I understand there are other reasons. Like I said, one of the reasons I didn't say just one major. So there are other reasons. Now we just mentioned some of them. I know you might have another one. You are king, but one of the major reasons was that he could not concentrate on governance. He was junketing, going to taking care of his health. He said, hold on. He said, according to
initial 6 months.
Hold on now. According to Adesina, in one of his in the excerpts of one of his book, he said he was so sick as dog.
Yes, of course, you are right.
So when you have a president that is so sick as dog, hold on. When you have somebody that is so sick as dog, cannot take care of his health. Is that what?
I don't understand. He was so sick for the first.
He's a human being. Anyone can get sick.
Anyone can get sick. And so because he gets sick, and then
was it once he was sick for nearly 1 month, you didn't come to this platform. And when you came one day, you said you were down with flu. So you are sick.
So what are you talking about? You're talking about me or you're talking about yourself?
No, I'm talking about you. Nobody knows what's wrong with you internally. Can I not?
These are the people reason. Am I a president? Am I a president?
They keep telling you don't understand the difference between a president and a normal individual.
I'm trying to poke a joke at him also.
These people are irredeemable. These people are irredeemable.
Trying to poke a joke at you.
You cannot redeem
your wife will not allow you to.
You know, Remy, you can support Tinubu and still agree with us on this point.
No. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. I have a friend in UK. When he was sick, he was so sick, he went to the hospital. They could not diagnose what really went wrong with him. Our brothers now advise him, go to Nigeria. He went back to Nigeria, and to spiritual mean, he was okay. The Yoruba people cannot know what happened to him. So he has to go back home and find solution to his problem.
Remy, if you don't mind, please give me a minute to respond to rational.
Go ahead, yes.
Rational mind. When you try to make propaganda, you know not everyone here was born in the 90s. I was alive when Buhari messed the economy up, not the same way he messed this up. That was when even Buhari was in his 41, 42. It's what happened to Buhari was total incompetence. It has nothing to do with his medical record. Don't change it. In the 80s, Japa syndrome started from Buhari. In the 80s, Buhari destroyed our middle class. In the 80s, he started messing up with our currency. But the only difference this time around is you gave him more time to destroy that thing extensively. It has nothing to do with his record.
But to be fair though, Buhari didn't encourage the jackpot syndrome. As a matter of fact, I remember those times when they used to make
I don't know how
you know this Andrew adverts now. I know the Andrew adverts. I don't know how. Now this leader is not even discouraging it. It's encouraging if anything.
That's not the point, guys. I know all of you have a point. I agree with you guys.
No, that's not my weight.
It's grossly. Hold on. I believe that
one thing is for you to say don't japa.
Hold on.
Another thing is for you to use to destroy the economy.
Hold on. I agree with you guys. Listen. I agree with you.
Babangida is the one that destroyed the economy.
Hold on. Let's not go this jump around. What my point we're talking about
now is Babangida.
Well,
during that last in the 1980s,
let's not go
it was
to
Babangida that destroyed the economy.
It's okay.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much for letting me on. I appreciate the time. It has been fun. I hail everyone.
Who is that talking? Sorry.
Kinzo.
Oh, Aizon. Okay, thank you for coming in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so everybody.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. This guy was grossly incompetent. I understand. I agree with every other reason that you can give. But one other reason that this guy had was that his inability to sit down and sit down and govern the country. Even when he was sick, transfer power give you a deputy. He was forced many times until he gave it to him once. And once that guy tried it, which was the deputy, his vice then, he tried it, and we saw a little bit of difference. But when he came back, he dabaru the whole thing again. So the point is this, is that I believe that the guy is grossly incompetent. But my point is that his inability to sit down. Because when we talk about governance,
I would like to be Buhari's devil's advocate. Finish.
You can't be his devil's advocate. If you don't know what happened,
come on.
So my point is this: it's an inability as well to sit down as a healthy person, sit down in that Aso Rock, and we're talking about this one that went to France. I mean, if it's your not regular something, we can believe that, but this is just the beginning. We're going to see more of him going to France every time. So actually, they swear for these people. When they go Europe, go take care of themselves. The point is, you can be sick. Do it in your country. We know you are gay. Everything is taken care of there. But the point is, go out and do it. You're not in the country. The country is burning. Several times, the country burned many times.
Rational mind. Many times we talk through both sides of our mouths.
What are you talking
today,
about?
We want institution to work. Wait now, I will tell you. Today we want institution to work. And tomorrow we want presidents to come and micromanage everything. Now, why do you say wait now?
You know how long Buhari was gone for? You know, he was gone for more than the time was gone for almost 7 months.
Let him say something so that I can add to it too.
It is not because Buhari traveled. It's just because Buhari refused to delegate power properly. It is just because Buhari failed to delegate power properly. That's just the main thing. Now, when he was going, and he allowed Oshibajo to take over, he did very well, right? But he came back in Dabaru and handed back to his guy. What does that tell you? It's just his decision making. It's not because he traveled. So if you really want your country to be okay, the president should not be the one that will be managing your Ministry of Finance. It should not be the one. He has already delegated. His so is to make sure that an incompetent person is what we are supposed to substitute as at when due. So let's forget about as if the president will be here now and he'll be the one now going to the bush inside the kitty to be flushing the criminals out. No, we are just trying to build case. You know what? That's why I love Nigerians, because there are so many people that are talented and educated. So anybody cannot come out and bamboozle with that kind of with the end of the cock and bull story. So
let me just add something to this quickly. See, regarding this in Buhari, I think he's not very good at some intricate stuff.
Economy.
When he got into office, when he got into office, he had a lot of headwinds, and sometimes the circles of economy means that's what you inherit. A lot of things didn't work in his favor, and but he did some fundamentals, given all the things that were handicapping him, from crude oil prices, insecurity, and then his health on top of that again, then COVID-19 on top of it. If you combine all those things together, you can see why, if Buhari was healthy, I think maybe the outcome would have been 10-20%.
I said stop this. We experienced Buhari in the 80s. What do you want to say?
No, the 80s is the reason why they elected him now. That 80s, people wish we had that now.
Because people
he was quite disciplined.
Is that what Tinubu said in one of the campaign? Hold on. If a country when France was one of his stomp in one of his campaign stomp that Tinubu was selling Nigeria, selling people to us. He said when France was going through war, what did they call shadow go? What did he say? Shadow go. I mean, like, it's not the same Bobo they said.
We all know that. Tinubu,
so you all know that. So you know that. So you know that.
No.
And then you're telling us that he was grossly incompetent.
Ola, before I go, I want to ask you a direct question before I go. Are you giving us assurance with every argument you have made concerning Tinubu that in the next 4 years he's going to deliver in his mandate? Are you giving us that assurance?
And I stand my ground that he has been the best among the 3 candidates. So I expect.
No, I'm not saying because are you saying that he has achieved something now, or because for me, market women are threatening to beat him if they see him on the road, though. Shebi, you know that. So you never see that one for paper. What I want you to say, what I want you to tell me.
The local market economy, or what you call it.
Tinubu's government is so bad.
Let me ask you a very quick question. You start a building today. You start a building today, right? Do you see yourself finishing it the next month?
Thank you.
You lay a solid foundation.
8 months going.
My problem is that I've not seen any building that he has started. I've not seen any foundation.
I mean, something that has been destroyed 8 years, and you're expecting to fix it.
Okay. Let me ask Akin. Akin is saying something now. He's making a point.
What point is he making?
Tell me, Akin. Hold on, Remy. Akin, tell me what policy that Tinubu has that you think is going to bear fruit. Please go ahead.
No.
Which one?
But this, none of you are
It's a straight question. Let him answer now, because he's trying to say if you build a house, it's going to be completed.
We are on the same side.
My question. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. Hold on. But I need you to answer this question for me. Ekene, you bought a land, you started a foundation today, okay? And you're projecting the house to be done within a month or 2. Is that possible?
Akin, see, my problem is this. Let me say something to Nigeria. My problem is this: Tinubu has not bought a land, and he has not even mowed a block, as I'm seeing his government. So that's the problem. So when you're talking about buying land, where is the land? Where is
flooding the land?
That's the issue.
He's flooding it on top of it.
Thank you.
He's even taking us to rentage. He wants us to begin to live in rent. So that's my problem. You are saying he bought a land as if he has already bought a land or he has already mowed a block.
I'll give you a very good response. Alex Otti is the governor of Abia. Yes or no?
Yes.
Alex Otti. What does Alex Otti?
No, let him come. Let him come. Let him give me the response.
People are irredeemable. Yeah. You just like bad people are already irredeemable.
Let him speak now.
Calm down. So, according to you, Ekene, I was listening to you. I did not join the platform, but I was listening to you some few weeks ago, or few days ago, I should say. You said that the governor of that state is doing wonder in that state, building road, doing a lot of stuff, blah, 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 blah. In fact, you seem as the best governor. Can you confirm that, yes or no, please?
Not even can confirm that. It's in the news. That
so
even in the last...
Can I ask you a question? Do you know the allocation that your governor of Abia is collecting from the federal government?
What are other governors doing with their own allocation?
No,
is he the only person collecting the allocation?
If you don't know, say I don't know. It's better to compare with other governments.
I said, is he the only governor collecting allocation in Nigeria?
Do you know or you don't know? I don't know.
You're not answering the question.
Do you know or I don't know? If you say I don't know, I will understand. Do you know or I don't know?
Tell me, I don't know. Tell me. Explain to me very well, yeah.
Now, I will now tell you one of the things that most of these governors are enjoying, that the people in the state, they are not really holding their governor accountable very well. Before the removal of subsidy, most of these states, their allocation have dwindled from the federal government for a long time. But after the removal of the subsidy, most of these state governors have been getting more than double allocation that they are getting before. That is why some of them were able to do wage reward. That is why some of them were able to pay 13 salary, apart from the 12-month salary. Your so-called governor that you said is the best, that I'm trying to tell you, if not because of that policy, where do you expect him to get that kind of money from? Because he has gotten more than double. That is one thing. That is one policy that has really made.
Can I come in? Can I come in here now?
Let me quickly finish. This is one policy that allow all the states in Nigeria to still continue to pay salary to today without owing their workers any money.
Okay. Can I come in? First of all, any governor receiving, let's say, 100 billion of allocation every month in the past administration, you don't expect that governor to be receiving such allocation now because of the inflation and the valuation of the Naira. So you can't compare 100 billion with 300 billion now. It's almost as the same thing compared to our exchange rate. So that is not double of anything you are trying to explain to me. So it's even worse. Yes, let me finish. You have made your claim now. Let me make my own claim.
It doesn't work.
Let me make my own point now. You have made your point.
It does work like that. Let me hold on.
Oh my goodness, Remy.
Let me make my point now.
It's very difficult to.
You have already devalued the Naira to 1,500, and you expect a governor receiving. You expect 100 billion to be the same thing as of today. It's not.
Less than 1 year.
In less than 1 year. So what are you telling me? Yeah, you are telling me that governor is receiving a triple of his allocation. So you expect to give a governor 100. You give a governor 100 billion in the last 4 years, and you come now. You expect to give a governor the same 100 billion.
Okay.
Is it done anywhere? With the current exchange rate? Okay. Apart from that, Tunaja, let me finish. Tunaja.
15 seconds. I wanted to tell Remy one other record Tinubu left. Tinubu had left another record whereby ECOWAS has lost half of its landmass within a year of him getting to office.
Let me finish with the Governor Oti that he's talking about. Another thing is that check the record of Governor Oti. Himself only, Abia State, is the only state that have attracted the highest foreign direct investment in the whole Nigeria. Yes, the record is there.
Oh my God, I laughed to the
both local and international. Both local and international.
Remy, let me respond to Ekene. Immortalized mill. Is it a local investment? Immortalized rice mill.
Which one?
Know how many immortalized mill in Lagos?
Thank you. It does not know.
I'm not talking about Lagos. I say in the country today. In the country today, Abia State is. Go and check. The record was released there. We talked about it here now. I think apart from Lagos, he is the only state that has started foreign direct investment in the past few months in this current administration. So you don't say that Tinubu give him a triple of what he's receiving before and all that. What are you telling me? And you compare you see the way we think in this country. You compare somebody receiving. Are you comparing this 100 billion naira 4 years back? The same amount in this current administration. Is it the same amount?
Tripled under this thing. Tripled cost of petrol.
You crippled the economy and you try to meet up with the expenses of governors. You are telling me that you have tripled the allocation. What kind of thinking is that?
So I want to debunk your claim. The state that attracted the highest foreign direct investment in 2023, as of December 2023 in Nigeria, is Lagos State.
It has to be Lagos now.
Go and Google it.
I'm not talking about Lagos State. Yeah, Lagos State is standard. Yes, Lagos State is standard. Just Google it. After Lagos State, Google it. Abia State.
Go and Google it with yourself. I've already Googled it.
No, the record is there now. The Abia State is the last record that was released that Abia State is fast developing apart from Lagos State. Apart from Lagos State, Abia State is fast developing as I'm talking to you now.
Let us respond to Ekene. Ekene, I say what you
respond to me, Ola.
Don't say. Ekiti State alone attracted foreign investment under the last regime. So what are we talking about?
I'm talking about the current regime in the past 8 months. You are telling me the past regime. I'm saying for the past few months.
It's not Abia. What
situation?
Talking about that. Yeah, try
You can't Google it now. It appeared on the news.
Abia is not in top 10.
Remy, wait, you know, Remy, wait.
Abia is the second apart from Lagos State. Google it. In the past few months. Abia is the second apart from Lagos State.
Google it. This thing is not.
There is nothing to be done. It's just that you don't want to see the way in the direction of the truth. And I asked you a direct question. Like, you should have not been able.
Allow Allah to say something, please. I think he wanted to say
Allah
something.
has not answered me. Oh. I said the assurance is giving me for the success of this government in the next 4 years.
No, they've not provided any sustainable.
They have not provided any answer. And the direction we are moving and what we expect to meet at the end of the next 4 years.
The man already asked you a very simple question. Build a house today, and then you want the house to go up in the next day, tomorrow. What kind of question are you
But there is no house he's building. Tell me which house he's building, because it looks like he's flooding the area. Tell me
That
what
is it.
house
I'm
he's
telling you,
building.
where is the house and where is the land? They give me where is the house and where is the land, and you bring Alessoti in. So tell me where the house is and the land, so that we maybe those of us that didn't see it, we see it from there.
Remy, please let me get to Remy now. Remy, I hear your analogy, but tell me, because it looks like he's flooding now. He's flooding. Which house is he building? I would like it. I'm quite open. I'm not being mean. Give me something that Tinubu is building that is sustainable.
Dance around everywhere.
Thank you very much.
House
You have
around
to
everywhere.
Calm down and let us respond to you. Now they are formulating different policies from different ministries.
They are formulating for president.
Let's hear him now. What policy are they forming that is going to benefit us?
Rational mind.
Go ahead now, Remy.
Okay. The guy they are formulating policies from different ministries to other ministries. Some of them have started working. If you don't know, as we are talking today now, there is an agricultural framework that they want to embark upon, in which they are going to create more than 50,000 acres of land all over the country about to farming. And then we are talking about road construction. All over the country now, they are doing rehabilitation, and soon they are going to build a super highway from Lagos State to Abuja that you are going to travel within 4 hours, and they intend to complete it before 2027. So you can check David Umahi program for that.
Okay.
Super highway. You see, super highway.
You ask it.
Hold on, I'm asking. Yeah, that's what I want to ask.
You ask, and I'm trying to give you point by point.
Yeah, you have more to say, or you're finished?
I have more to say, but if you want to
go ahead.
I can let you interject.
Okay.
So in terms of education, as you know from the budget, they just started releasing money to various ministries. The educational loan policy for the state for the student in higher institution will take effect as soon as possible in terms of education, and they are trying to find a way.
It's in January now, as soon as possible.
Hey,
right?
That one I know that very few people will get it, but let him carry on, please.
So on that one, and then recently, the Tinubu administration released money owing to. I'm talking about sports now. They receive all the money owing the national team. I don't know whether it's only about football or any other national team. They released about 3 billion naira to that effect. And then they are looking at it again. How are they going to intervene in poverty alleviation? Because as you can see, they have a scandal in the humanitarian ministry. They have already created a kind of commission to start to look at it and have a very robust plan. How we are going to distribute money to the poor people without using an intermediary, maybe directly from the federal government to various accounts. But how are they going to know who are these people that really need this money? The poor people. That's what they are working on. They also set up a new police commission, set up of different Inspector General of Police about new police reform. Well, for me, I would still go for state police instead of saying we want to reform the so-called central policing system. I still want them to delegate it so that we have a state police. If we cannot have state police, then let's have regional police. Whatever they want to call it, there must be decentralization. So they are taking it bit by bit. I know that the country is not in its good stand today because of economic downturn and because of insecurity.
Thank you. Let me address. You see, most of the things you listed, the only thing that stands a chance of actually being I don't even know whether it's even possible.
Remember, anything we say here is our opinion, right?
Yes, but I'm
Okay,
trying to
go ahead.
analyze it
Yeah,
from my
go
own
ahead.
point of view.
Yeah, go ahead,
That
please.
the 50,000 acre, which is something that has not even happened yet, and they give us promises all the time that they never ever actually fulfill. And there is nothing about power generation strategy there. There is nothing about security, serious security changes there. So especially that part of the security in a country that is hemorrhaging $50 billion in GDP every year.
The police are recruiting 30,000 people as at present now. They are recruiting about 30,000.
I saw
I think you know about
if you
that.
have
I
a
think
link
you
for
know
that. No,
about
I saw a link that they said
they have started.
So Naija,
hold on. Please now, let's just get somewhere. Give me 1 minute. 1 minute you can come back. 1 minute you can come back, please. The police, I heard that they were recruited. A lot of people applied. And are you saying that, Remy, that they have there's a progress now, the way they say they are recruiting?
There's a program on the second stage now. You remember that time there was a program one day was saying
let
that
me start
Lagos,
for it.
people from Lagos State, only 1,000 people show interest. And then where people like Kaduna, Kano, and the rest, they have about 30,000, 40,000 people showing interest. Our people in the Southwest, they did not show interest. They don't want to join police. Lagos State 1,000 plus, Ogun State is now up to 3,000 or 4,000, and the rest state they are not showing interest.
Where did you get this this
30,000
number?
This is true. I got this
to Naija. I really want to say something because I want to go. It's already. I want to finish my final thought because
we're gonna be rounding up soon actually.
Yeah, because Mr. Remy has told us is the building that the APC is setting for us, which we were expecting. But I want to start from the one that Tinubu has assured. First of all, the wage award he promised the workers. They received only 1 month. The rest is nowhere to be found.
They will pay. They will pay. Don't worry about that.
They will still pay.
Look. Listen. They are dusting their book because
when
they want
was
to.
it due?
Listen. I want you to know one thing for sure.
I want to you can conclude on that. Let me finish what I want to say. Maybe they will pay, but let me finish. If they will pay, then let them pay. I will be happy if they pay. There is no problem about that. But I just want to remind you that it's only 1 month they have received, and the other
Yes, they will pay.
And let me finish. Starting from the first of this administration, the statement that the president made himself on the national television is going to be giving out 50,000 naira to all these small scale businesses and all that, which he has made allocation for that. He said it in that national broadcast. He has made allocation about I don't know whether 75 billion for manufacturers and the other and all that. And let me finish. CNG buses and all that. So this is what is fresh and it comes out from the mouth of the president, and that I believe in more than what is written on paper. And I want to tell you, since he made those promises up till now, nothing to show for it. If there is any place for it,
can I respond?
You can tell me.
10 seconds.
So I don't know whether to believe you that he's speaking for him now, or the one that he made himself, which he never fulfilled. Which one am I going to believe?
Calm down. I want to ask you a question. Do you know how government or ministry, do you know how they get their allocation? The money budgeted for this ministry, do you know how they get it? Do you know how the government pay them? Are you aware? Do you know how they get this money?
I don't know. You can still explain to me.
So you don't know. So when these are all things that they are going to do, the government need money. That is why you have to look at your how much money is coming in from your crude oil sales, the loan you source outside, and so many other stuff. And money will not just be paid directly to the ministry like that. It has this process, have to pass through or some ministry or something. I mean, they have their own ways of doing things that before the money gets there. I was listening to Fashola the other day. He said that by now, or maybe next few days, most of the ministry will get the first allocation. Maybe for the first 3 months, maybe January, February, March, and so that they can now commence work on their various projects or things they have set out to do. So don't worry about that one. The CN buses we
So,
talk about.
so let me
Listen,
let me let me
the
let me come
conversion
again.
of
Let me
the
come again
CN.
before you conclude. Let me come again before you conclude. So you mean the government will come and make a declaration without finding out if they have the financial muscle to accomplish that?
They have the financial muscle to do it, but it does not mean that if the president say today, this is what I'm going to do, and then tomorrow, then it will start coming to reality like that. It takes a while. Everybody know how government work.
Remy, he gave us a date. He gave us a date, and that date has passed.
Which
The date
date
he
did
gave us has
which
passed.
date? Can
Go
you
and
tell us
listen
which
to that
date?
interview.
Okay.
Go and listen to that interview. Go and listen to that national broadcast.
Guys, I'm going. Good night, everybody. I'm going now.
Yeah, good night, Rational Man. Thank you for joining us.
Good night,
your
thank
time
you.
here. Yeah, Ekene, you too. Thank you all for joining us, Remy and Akin
bye-bye.
Kinzo. Yeah, we are. Remy, please hold on. I just wanted to because I looked into the policing numbers you talked about. I didn't see the 30,000 one, but I saw one where they said they screened 100 and something thousand people, and they they say they are going to subject them to physical and this thing. I think educational.
On the portal to Niger, when they announced that the people who want to join the police should send in their application on the portal. They break down the numbers state by state.
Okay.
Most of the southwestern state, only few people applied, like 1,000 plus. This is the website. It's not about most of the northern state, they apply in large quantity. But most of the western states, Lagos have the least number, about 1,000 plus people.
Yeah, about south, east, and south. I think they too are quite low.
Southeast does not even apply a lot, but better than southwest. And South too did not even apply a lot too. They did not show interest in joining the police. And I made mention of it here in this platform that in 10 years' time now, you said you have been shortchanged. When
that is another point again.
Yes, so you said they are being shortchanged, but now they are saying you join the police, you did not join. So that is why I think that maybe it's better we have state police. Because when we have a lot of young people, if we can have a state police and every state can now fashion their own security outfit as they did.
See, my concern with state police is that the center is too weak. The governors are already too powerful, and then when you put it in states, the money they have now, they can't even barely be able to use it.
But what can we do when the central policing system is not working too?
They don't pay their staff. They don't pay their staff, and now you have people that carry guns that you are not paying in the states.
Okay. To Nigeria, what can we do? The central policing system is not working. There's
center,
kidnapping over there. How can we do it? What can we do?
I think in 4 years, if Tinubu was a serious person, in 4 years you can transition to state police. First, you need to make the center strong, recruit heavily into the security forces in the central area, and shift to state.
They are trying to recruit 30,000 this year, and maybe by next year they are going to recruit.
30,000 is too little. They will need at least 50,000 to 100,000 per annum.
Another thing we are having is that Nigeria, we don't want to get money. We don't want to get loan anymore. I am the advocate that maybe our National Youth Service, the first 3 months of our National Youth Service, we should just pull all of these guys into fund.
Nigeria needs 100,000 police per annum.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking
everything
about
around.
Food, I'm talking about food sufficiency. Maybe Tinubu should enforce it. State, create land by yourself. Create at least 10,000 acres of land. Everybody posted into that.
I think that's what they are doing now. Isn't that what they are doing now?
Use our youth copper. Let them work there 3 months. We have four streams.
That's true.
Yeah, 4 streams. The first stream.
Gentlemen, I have to go.
Yeah, Kinzo, nice one. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in.
Have a good night.
You too.
This way we can at least improve our food sufficiency. I think whether Tinubu like it or not, he has to find a way to restructure that country little by little or step by step, so that because it gets to this point, the central policing is not working anymore.
I think the country is being restructured. It's just that people are not noticing it enough.
Yeah, it's been like the other day we are hearing that some states, like Oyo State, even surprised me, telling us that that state will be energy self-sufficiency soon. So and they are looking
Yes,
at it to
maybe there is something happening that hasn't.
because we are not there. We are not there, and we only
See,
hear stories from our
Remy,
people.
I said earlier on that Tinubu has it because of the omens and the things surrounding his time coming into office. He had the chance to be the best president Nigeria has ever had.
Do you know why?
Seriously, I'm
Do
not
you know
joking.
why? Do you know
But
why
I
I
fear
also
that he's
like?
going to squander it all.
You know why I also like what he did? It's not going to squander it. It's better
Let's
for
hope
you.
not, for the sake of the
What I
country.
want to say is this: it's better for you to have troubled days in the beginning than to have troubled days at the end. Have all the
That is
troubled days
from
now.
the political point of view. My own problem is that the troubled days from the beginning are unnecessary ones. There are
No,
real
you
troubled days we
cannot
should
say
be
that.
having.
Okay. Let me ask you a question too, Niger. Before Buhari left, they already signed it that they are going to remove fuel subsidy.
Yes.
The country does not have money to be subsidizing it anymore. Whether you like it
Yes.
or not, that one has to go.
You see the beauty of that. The fuel subsidy is not the problem. If the fuel subsidy went, then he didn't mess with the currency. We'll be in a better state. He messed with the currency heavily.
The currency was because I and you we are not there. Unfortunately, the problem we are having is what we call the speculators and the racketeers. And there's a lot of money
And he
stolen.
opened the
There is a lot
floodgates
of
for them.
money stolen that people hide somewhere in Naira form, and they will convert it to dollar one way or the other in connivance with our
How many times have you had your president say, stop hoarding dollars, stop using dollars in Nigeria? How many times have you had him say that?
But of course, you don't expect him to be talking that way. Maybe
Of course, you should say that because
it's
if
ministers
you want your
or
currency to be strong,
CPN,
you have to discourage your people from using dollars.
Is minister or is what do you call it? Is what do you call it? Is
CBN or
CBN.
finance.
But what I know is this: I don't know how he's going to do it. If I want to follow what the Chinese did, although it's like also find a way, they first peg it and then later they let it flow, they control it a lot. There are three different ways that you can control currency. There is the floating one, there is the marginal floating, and there's also the fixed rate. The Chinese first do the fixed rate. They do like Nigeria also did before, where you can exchange your dollar in the street anyhow. But then later they see that these people are speculators. They cancel it. They now make sure that only bank alone, you can exchange your dollar to.
That is the way to have done it in
The
Nigeria.
second,
That is the only
listen,
way.
they now fix it. For you as a foreigner, you cannot exchange more than $500 in a day. For
Imagine
you
that.
as a citizen, you cannot exchange the equivalent of 20,000 renminbi. That time it was about $1,200 a day. So that way they were able to control. But remember, China is also a kind of superpower also, because I have been there, I've lived there, so I know how powerful that country is. But they are so smart; they play their international policies very well. China will never go to war with anybody. They don't want their country to be destroyed. When it is time for them to start going to war with that country, they know when to start. Because now economically the country is not good also now.
They follow the art of war strategy.
So
now.
if
They don't
Nigeria
went to war,
wants to
they
do
can
like
win.
that, if for example, Timbuna said you can only change dollar, any currency in only the bank alone, all their bookies all over Nigeria. And as a politician, you also have to.
Yeah, but you don't see Tinubu doing that. Tinubu opened the floodgates for all of them, and
No,
Nigeria
it
currency
does not
depreciated
open
massively.
the floodgate for all of them. They have seen their handwriting now. Now they are controlling them. Now they are even afraid to speculate like before, because they put a lot of plainclothes security people around them, so these have already started arresting some of them.
The speculation is not going to stop if you don't outlaw it. Like you said, make it so you can get only the currency in the banks.
If we can outlaw it, but at the same time, if he's going to outlaw it, first I want him to first make the currency to reduce, the exchange rate to reduce first. After reducing, then you can find the way to outlaw it.
See, there was something, let me add this. There was something somebody said. That man really said something. That's why I talked about Singapore today. He said, Singapore, when the guy wanted to shift the countries, he said there are only three things that they are allowed to import into the country: machinery for industrialization, medication, and I think one other thing. I've forgotten what that is. But so those things are strategic for the nation to be able to improve, but not
I
all
think
the useless stuff
I
we
totally
import.
agree with you. But let's look at our Nigerian mindset. Our Nigerian mindset, we do not really appreciate what we have. We always look for imported induced something most times. When I was growing up, I know that if I want to wear a good shoe, I will go to a place in Ibadan to buy made in Italian shoe. That is what we often do. But
Was Bata Italian?
uh, no, Bata is Nigerian. But I'm just when I was growing up as a teenager, at least I want to wear a good shoe. I would go to where they're selling imported shoe. But when I was in the secondary school, my father would buy Bata for me. We know we
Yeah.
can wear it for 1 year. That shoe is very strong. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that our people we cherish imported stuff more than the local one.
So in other words, we are the ones doing it to ourselves.
Part of the I'm saying the leaders have problem too, but our if our followership, we also have a lot of big trouble.
That is exactly what I'm saying. This is why I said before that when we say they are blackmailing our leaders, I think it goes beyond that.
Yes, of course, but people
It
will
goes
not
beyond
say
that.
that.
Our people are happily compromising themselves.
Yes,
They
but
allow
people,
this thing to happen to us because they don't understand the value of defending your own things and supporting your own products and stuff like that. This is why you've not had Tinubu say people should not use the dollars. This problem shouldn't exist. It really shouldn't exist if
but
any leader is responsible.
I have to go. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I know. Thank you for coming in, Remy. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you. And let me thank all the people that are on the chat. Oscar Blackstone, I see you there. Heavy. Wow, that's an interesting name. Heavy, I see you there too. The progressive NG, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Prince Daddy, I can see you there. You are there. Oga. Oh, Oga didn't make a lot of trouble today. Thank you, Oga, for coming in. Adewale Olusegun, I see you there. Mike Oluwale, Olawale. Thank you for coming in, Mike Olawale. Yeah, I've said Prince Daddy already. Eyo Adio, thank you for coming in. Boaz Biggie, thank you for coming in. I see you there, Boaz Biggie. AB, thank you for coming in too. Let's see what else is there. Yeah, I've seen AB. Adesina John, I see you there. Rea Boa, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Oh, who is that? Kezo, what's Kezo doing here? Bushman, how did he make it in here? He just broke into the stream. Rea Boa. Kezo, what's up now? Long time. What's up with you? Long time, man. What have you been up to now, Kezo? Adewale Badejo, I see you there. Adeyivi Badejo, I see you there. Chioma, thank you for coming in, Chioma. Yeah, so yeah, I'm closing out this thing, Kezo. What's happening now? What's up with you now? What's going on? Stop it. What's going on with you now? You see, I've been trying to come on your stream, but I've always missed it somehow lately. I've been trying to come on, I just keep missing it.
Oh, it's because I took some time off. I only just started streaming 3 days ago again.
Yeah.
So it probably didn't keep coming up on your feed because before, even if you missed it, it was the whole day, so you could come anytime.
Yeah,
and find the streams going. Yeah. I've been focusing on bigger, better things. And so I have my case obviously going on. Well, actually, it never
seriously,
started.
that's still going on.
Oh, it never started. The hearings they never turned up. So I asked the court to to withdraw their case. So I'll find out, not dismiss them, to withdraw the prosecution, to withdraw their case. So we'll see. In 2 weeks, I'll have an answer for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been, in Africa, instead of people admitting that they're wrong, that they know they don't have enough evidence, they just keep, in Kiswahili you say zungusha, pushing you around in circles. I'm not going to talk more about that, but instead of just admitting wrongness in Africa, it's so difficult. They just keep, anyways. Yeah. So anyways, we'll see in 2 weeks. I'll update everyone. Yeah, so I've been mostly working. I'm working on my app. It's a anti-corruption app. So using blockchain technology, it prevents Africans from being corrupt. So from voting, meaning every vote cannot be stolen. all the way up to buying and purchasing land and everything like that. So this will revolutionize Africa and make me a millionaire. I mean, that's the main part.
Of course, the capitalist, the capitalist has to get paid. So, but
Hey,
give me
yeah,
give
go
me a
ahead.
breakdown again. You said this blockchain is going to
Okay,
be at the heart of it. It's going to
so
allow for.
yeah,
Are you going to? Okay, go
let me
ahead.
break it down. So the technology is blockchain based, meaning there is a ledger that is not centralized. Now, the government can sort of centralize it, right? But they won't have control over the data. All data will be recorded. So think of it like a ledger, like any book with accounts. The problem right now with the centralized systems we use is the administrators have administrative control, so they can literally delete things and kind of fudge the numbers, right? So what that means is, let's say Kenya takes out a Eurobond. There's so many ways that this technology will be employed, and it already works. It's not like I'm inventing anything. I'm just creating it, which is a slightly different different thing. So perhaps Kenya or Nigeria takes out a Eurobond, right? A loan from I don't know, Germany, and they get given $2 billion. Okay. Right now, what happens is that money just gets stolen and sent into various Cayman Islands accounts by certain politicians and also governors and anyone related within that whole field. And of course, what I'd realized with Kenyan corruption is they use escrow accounts. This is, by the way, you guys are probably wondering, oh, how come they just don't put them in prison? Because they use escrow accounts. What that means is they use an unsuspecting, or whether they suspect or not, it doesn't matter. But they use a middleman to approach corruption. So the money doesn't go directly into Tinobu's account. It goes to like 5 other random people that have no connection with each other before it goes. Then it gets out into cash. Then that cash gets, there's a lot of corruption. But the point is, with this blockchain system, and money can't move without authorization. And the person that authorizes it has to be there. And every authorized money has a history to it, a history that cannot be fudged, meaning it's like an NFT, non-fungible token. So every transaction has a token attached to it. It cannot be changed. So if you, to Niger, authorized something, it is you who authorized it, and there's no one else, and it will beep up in the system if it's above a certain amount, so people look into it. So what that basically
Well, how
means
do you
is,
know I'm the one that authorized it?
oh, because you have obviously a government ID that is attached to the system. So any time that it gets authorized, someone knows exactly who authorized it. And of course, it won't just be a code. It will have to be biometric, meaning your life is attached to this transaction to Niger. Meaning if someone wants to frame you, they have to kill you. And of course, what that means is framing people will reduce because you're not going to kill every single person you want to frame. You get the point, right?
Yeah, some people get sophisticated and copy your bio data that the system
Oh no,
requires and puts it there.
right. There are there are technologies that exist where you can't just copy. You have to be physical. It's both physical and the
Yeah,
digitized data that exists. Like that little orb thing. I'm not saying we're going to
yeah,
use that, but that's just an example that actually takes into account biophysical data. So anyway, so
yeah.
basically meaning if you want to steal money, your name is on it. Or if someone wants to frame you, they have to actually kill you for it. Again, this
Okay,
reduces
so you
corruption by
said that it's not only for transactions. So what other
land also.
use does it or to buy land?
Land.
Is that what you mean?
In Africa, property law is one of the weakest law because even if you have the title deed or other valuable information that allows ownership of your property, someone can just go to the land registry office, get pay someone off that they know and they trust to basically print them a title deed that predates your title deed. And there's no way to verify which one is the original because they're both originals. Because the administrator has the ability to actually go and do this.
Mess with it,
That's now
yeah.
the issue with the centralized system. You're trusting the administrators and the system within the administration to comply with the rules and regulations that you have espoused. And that's the issue in Africa. We're corrupt. So what this app will do is prevent all of that, literally remove it. So no more corruption, right? If you to Niger go to the land registry office, you purchase some property, doesn't matter what property, and you register it, that has a timestamp to it within the blockchain system, meaning there's zero way, it's impossible for someone to, in the future, print another title deed, give to someone else, and then they claim that that is their property when it's actually yours. Yours has a history. Plus, also, every transaction of that property will go and basically be tracked. So we'll know who owned what person. Also, when it comes to fractionations, when you're now turning that land into smaller pieces, this allows a much more seamless process because you can actually hard code the data into kind of creating smaller tokens of this land piece. It has the GPS, the location, and all of that, all kind of satellite sort of distribution land system. It's again, this one's going to take a bit longer to implement all the functionality, but I already got the baseline for it. Working. It's going to take me like a year and a half, realistically, to complete it to the level that I want. But in the next 5 months, I will have a version that I can show to investors.
How many people do you normally need to develop this stuff anyway?
Usually you need at least 5 or 6 people. There's me and I'm thinking of getting like a couple other people, but we've actually we're working with some other African developers already, like black and African.
Are you doing the programming yourself, or you're just hiring people to do the programming?
I do. I'm a genius, Niger. Don't disrespect me like that.
I'm just asking. No. The idea is that I was thinking that maybe because you are busy with your own career, that you will hire.
That is what I'm busy with. That is what I'm banking my money on. Right? YouTube is a pocket change. This is barely making me survive.
I didn't think
I'm earning $2 a day tonight. I'm earning $2 a day. What am I supposed to do with that?
I'm sure you done the calculations. No, I don't think you are $80 a day. You do get some serious donations sometimes, and
but $2 a day, like yes.
No, I get where you're coming from. That this is not your career, but because for me, I have this idea of the app that I wanted to develop too, but I was looking to employ people to do that because I didn't want to do it myself, because I will be choked up with what I'm doing right now. So
but
that's
you don't
why
do
I'm
anything.
asking.
You just talk on YouTube to Niger. That's hardly anything.
Don't mind me. It's a little bit embarrassing, really. Just stay on YouTube, but I'm trying to figure it out because if I can get I need at least like about 4 developers to put this system together. The idea is to have.
Niger, what I recommend is, if you're serious about this, you can reach out to me. I have a company. My company is it's literally my name. My company is a consultation company. So what we do is we engage Western business owners with African workforce. So instead of paying a Westerner thousands, like 50,000 or 30,000 a year, you can pay an African like maybe $10,000 a year. Right? I take my $3,000.
Kenyans are too expensive now. I have Nigerians.
No, Kenyans. No, not Kenyans.
I keep telling you that I have Nigerians that are working for me right now.
Niger, those fake Nigerians are not being. I've not gone through my company check. You see, you're not just paying for workers to Niger. You're paying for guaranteed workforce. I hope you understand what that means. There's no issues. My workers are always delivering. My workers are reasonable. They're intelligent. So you're paying my ability to select people that will work for you at a reasonable price and they will complete their job. This is not a scam. I have some Nigerians working for me every month. They tell you we have this problem. We need more money. No. None of that will happen to Niger. So if you're serious, reach out to me, and I'll find you, affordable workers when you're ready.
Okay. If Kenya is one of those countries that definitely would like to be to visit anyway when I get to Africa. But Kenya is far from Nigeria, man. It's far. It's like traveling from Nigeria to UK, from Kenya to Nigeria. It's really far, and I don't know how much does it normally cost anyway. I don't know. From Nigeria to Kenya, I don't know how much it's going to cost. I really £400. It's not that much then. If it's £400. It's not that expensive from that point of view, because I really want to go like Kenya, go towards Southern Africa. I really want to see Africa a little bit, and I've not really had chance. If I don't do it this year, I'm going to definitely do it next year. Because
if you're ready, when you're ready, let me know, man. Prioritize whatever's happening in your life. I know your wife almost gave birth, and you guys had that
you don't know anything. What's wrong with you? There's nothing like that too. People just because Kesu said that doesn't mean it's true. It's nothing like that. Is that your nice babe?
Is that my what?
Is that your girlfriend? Or your
My
wife?
fiance, yeah.
Hey, are you serious? Oh, that's nice. That's cool.
Yeah,
She's good looking.
mine must go on multiply.
Clearly, you do like the European looking ones. It's what it is.
Oh, okay, Niger. European. This looks like a European.
European features. No,
European
to be
feature.
fair, she's mixed.
I mean,
She doesn't have
she's
purely
not
European
mixed.
features.
She's African. She's a Kenyan to Niger.
And she's a Kenyan, eh? You know,
Yes,
there's
yes.
this Kenyan that I met on this dating app. You know, she was like in Kenya that if you come to Kenya, then we can meet up. And I remember you guys were talking about people that do those things. You know, like white guy goes to Kenya, and you know, if you don't have money, things go wrong and stuff like that. So I was like, wow, why would I leave all the way in the UK to go to Kenya to go and start, you know, chasing women anyway? I just felt like that was a little bit too much of a hassle.
Chasing tail.
Yeah, what can I say? It is what it is. Yeah, that one I couldn't, you know, carry on with the conversation. But I still think that the idea that you have in terms of these things, I think you mentioned it last year. It's a good idea, but you didn't add the payment. This thing you talked about the land one first. So that land one, I really think you should, you know, get it going.
So,
you know.
So all the apps are just different iterations of the same core technology. So I'm mostly a back end engineer, right? Yeah, a backdoor, get it? Because I'm a homo. But I'm mostly a back end engineer. So for the front end stuff, I do need to obviously employ some people when I'm trying to make a product that looks marketable, right? Right now, I'm just focusing on functionality. Once I have the functionality, then I'll bring in more people. Now, and here's the other thing to Niger, right? The reason I'm doing this myself is right now I'm still a newbie when it comes to Web3 development, you know, using blockchain and stuff. In the next year and a half, I'll be one of the best in the world because I know myself, right? If I focus on it, and you know, I'll be pretty marketable. So I'm doing multiple things at the same time. One, I'm earning valuable skills in a market that is definitely the future. And also I'm building something that will make me millions. So I like being parallel with things rather than just sort of being sighted towards one perspective. So that's the main thing that I'm really doing is
That's quite
diversifying.
good, isn't it? That's quite good that you mentioned that because it's good to, I don't know whether you call it parallel, but I think it kind of ahead the curve so that the future is coming towards you to an extent. So
Definitely.
and
Because
I think
remember,
somebody,
Niger, this kind of blockchain technology it is being used in everything. Patents, for example. You know, when you sell a patent, but you don't want to sell 100% of it, so you can fractionalize it and be like, okay, I'm selling 95%. Shares in companies, all these things, you can hard code it because right now, think about it. Apple might actually. There was this black engineer on TikTok. He is he's a great engineer because he creates interesting products from movies, like you know the little, I don't know, thing that squirts water from Aquaman or something. Highly pressurized stuff. Apple offered him $5 million, right? But with this kind of technology, you can even like teach hard code teaching people that okay, you don't have to sell 100%. You can sell 95% of that technology. Then you leave 5%. And you don't have to be like, oh, 5% of anything. No, 5% of any profits that they make. Meaning, even the Apple doesn't lose anything because Apple can do whatever they want with that technology, but you just get your 5% if they make money. You get it? So you can hard code certain contractual agreements within any contract. So really, this is how any contract is going to be manifesting. Yeah,
I
think
think
of
it's
it
good.
that way.
I
So
think
it
it is good when you have the software or something physical, so that or visual, so that people can see. Because explaining it just by words,
Okay, I
sooner or
do have the
later
app
it will
actually.
lose a lot of people.
I do have
So
some parts of the app already created, but I can't show that to you guys because, you know,
yeah.
NDA and shit. So
Yeah, take your time. Take your
that's
time. Once it's ready, you know now you will be able to promote it yourself. You come here, everywhere will promote it, and I'm happy to promote it. And yeah, it is what it is, and I hope you really succeed on that because I think it's a good thing that the land issue. I think Nigeria does have that land issue too. Actually, that's CSO nonsense. So if they have a way of doing that, even in Nigeria, you can see that the benefits that you could have from it. You know, you could sell some of the intellectual property, like you said, or whatever. You can. You said you want to start with Ghana, from what I remember. Was it Ghana?
Ghana
Or,
is where we
yeah,
have connections. Yeah. with
So
governments
yeah,
and stuff.
mate, but you really need to get it going, because one thing I know about these things is you don't
Oh,
want it to
actually,
die
hang
of
on.
old age. You don't want it
There's
to die of
actually a
old age.
Nigerian company that's already got their app out. Just letting you know,
Nigerian company.
like a week ago. A
Yeah,
Nigerian
what did
company
you
beat us
expect?
to the release 2 weeks ago.
They're always like that. They're always in the
Yeah,
hurry,
yeah,
Nigerians. So you
yeah,
need to move quick, man. Those guys, they
hundred
always
percent,
ruining the
100%.
party for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
because I
yeah,
think
it's okay
Nigeria and
anyway.
Kenya, these are the biggest tech hubs right now in Africa. It's kind of crazy. Nigeria first, Lagos, then Nairobi, Kenya.
How did that happen? Because you would think South Africa should be one of the biggest ones too. At least
South
I know it's one of
Africans,
the
the
biggest
issue with
ones,
South
but
Africa.
mm,
No, the issue, it's like Lagos, Kenya, then like South Africa and the other countries. The reason why South Africa is not bigger than Kenya, I think, this is my opinion, is South Africans still have this sort of mentality of they can rely on the government or things like that. With Kenya, it's more, and like Lagos, it's more of a dog eat dog world. You know, people, young men and women, they're really trying to change their
yeah,
lives and they know they can't rely on the government. So there is that more hunger, I believe, from Kenya and or rather Nairobi and Lagos.
yeah,
And if you look at the
yeah.
IQ, this is
That
why I always come to you with
entrepreneurial
the
spirit, isn't it? That
yeah, and this is why I always
entrepreneurial
come
spirit to
to
strike
you
out
with the
on the
whole
gun.
and this is why I always come for you to Niger with when you keep mentioning literacy rate, and I'm like, bro, who cares if you can read a tissue paper, right? What matters is education rate, not literacy rate. Literacy rate is basic. What matters is are the population actually now educated? Sure, you can read a toilet paper, but how's that going to change your life? Can you understand, math at a high level? Can you understand the spoken
Mm,
language enough to communicate ideas? To me, education rate is more important when it comes to now development. I get it. Literacy it's necessary for low level functioning of a society, but when it now comes to the high level stuff, is you need to be educated. When you're educated, shit moves much more seamlessly.
I agree with you on that one. I'm not sure what the complete, but I get your definition of education is anyway, to be educated versus to be literate, isn't it? So yeah, but I'll leave it at that. I was closing out when you decide to jump in like a this thing. How do I put it? This thing, what the gate crasher, as they call it, gate crashing. So but Nigeria won the match. Hey, what can I say? I didn't think I cared about the match, but
Oh yeah,
when I
I mean
when
that
I
was
was watching the penalties, I was like, ooh, I hope they win.
Tinaja. That was obvious. You guys are gonna win. I mean, Nigeria is a better team than South Africa.
It wasn't. You know what? When they started taking the penalties, I just got the feeling that Nigeria was going to win, because looking at South Africa, you can tell they didn't have enough experience playing penalties.
Yeah.
They just didn't have enough. But I'm surprised they even got 1-1 out of Nigeria in the first place. So yeah, I'm glad we won. I don't know. Nigeria needs a little bit of good news to an extent. So they've had so
I
much bad
see.
news lately. So
Yeah.
let's see whether they win the tournament anyway. Do you have any predictions?
I think Ivory Coast is gonna win, and that's why I put my money on. I put like
Ah,
£50 on them.
yeah.
So
Ouattara. Hey God, is it not Ouattara's state? I hope they don't win. Nigeria. So
they will. They
Ivory
will.
Coast and Nigeria play. I don't know. Are you sure Ivory Coast will win? Nigeria should
Yeah.
crush
I
it.
mean, look, Tinaja, how many times has Nigeria got to the semifinals, and how many times has Ivory Coast got to the semifinals in the World Cup? I mean, quarterfinals. Sorry, not semi.
I think they've gone. They won it before, haven't they? I think they won it before with Drogba now. If I'm not mistaken, I think they've come close to winning it before, so they may have
Yeah,
already
the
gotten
the
there.
Conquerors. Yeah.
So are you trying to say that because they are, they've not made it to the top before or as much, they will be hungry or something?
Ivory Coast has almost won it before, yeah, but with
I don't
the
know. Nigerians need good news. I think maybe for that reason, the Nigerian players will fight a little bit harder. Because I don't think they even saw them second year. No, most Nigerians didn't even see it coming. Nobody literally gave them much of a chance to get in here. And if they can go ahead to win it, that is something that is an ingredient that Nigerians need at this stage. Something to just pull them together now and again. But then again, good thing is a good thing. I think they should win if they get it. If they can, they are the better players. Right now, I don't
Yeah.
like that one. I'm not liking Cote d'Ivoire right now with the way they are acting in West Africa. I don't like them at all. They are one of the
Cote
cheerleaders
d'Ivoire.
for Nigeria. Yeah, Cote d'Ivoire. They are one of the cheerleaders that was encouraging Tinubu to invade Niger now. They are one of them, and I didn't like their action. So, and
Interesting.
yeah, it's not. They are one
Yeah.
of
So the
those
whole
countries.
Niger situation, you know.
Look at the mess
Yeah.
it's
So actually,
creating
you
now.
mentioned this, and shout out to you. You can hear me well, right?
I can hear you now. Oh, it's gone again.
Yes. So this whole
It's going in
Niger
and out.
situation, oh, it's going in and out. I
Okay, I
guess
can hear you now.
you're
I
getting
can
it.
hear you
Yeah.
now. Go ahead. Go ahead. I can
Okay.
hear you now.
So this whole situation with Niger, what do you think is going on there? And also, to everyone watching and listening right now, make sure you click on the link of the chat. That is my channel. If you want to hear the most intelligent black man on the planet speak, click and subscribe right now. In fact, the first people to subscribe, I will give you £1. So go ahead right now. I promise you, go subscribe, and I will give you £1 each person. Right? I know you're
Out
African,
of the two
so
parts,
go
it
and
makes
help
my
an
day.
African person.
He's gonna give you one part of the two parts. It makes my day. Okay, so you were saying something about West Africa. Well, go ahead.
Yeah. So what's going on with ECOWAS, man? Why are you guys and Niger fighting and stuff?
Actually, because the president tried to invade them and put sanctions on them, wasn't cooperating with them, so they was like, enough of it already. We are going to go and make nice with Morocco, and so that's what is going on. I think the Nigerian president completely fumbled it, and this is why sometimes you need to act earlier. When there was a coup in Guinea, also one of the first ones, that's when they should have acted. They shouldn't have waited until you got three of them to gang up together now, and now they claim to want to leave West African this union. That is, I think, if that happens, that's a disaster for West Africa. So it's a problem.
Okay, I see where you're coming with this, and also Chioma, just because you don't want to go and subscribe does not mean we don't want to say I don't want to. You must understand it is not a we situation; it is a you problem.
You don't know, yeah, you're dusty. She's even using the dusty one. She's probably had enough of it already. Oh my goodness. I think because you've been off for a bit, the temperature has calmed down in that this is space. Our Somali brothers are not showing up as much anymore. I don't know. Where is
No, there's a
Mo?
reason
A
why.
lot of people have disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a reason why I stopped making shows geared towards them. Because they like Somalis and Kenyans are similar. They like people mentioning their names.
Yeah, they do. They do.
And also, at my channel, I purposely rebranded it. Because when you're if you want long-term sustainable growth, you can't have it around dust. You need to have content that is easier to do. You don't have to think too hard, and also it's more palatable to the algorithm. So, what I realized, for me changing from dust to more, geopolitical analysis, I was able to make way more money. When I had the Somalis, I was making like $200 a month. At some point, I was making 2,000. So with the no rebranded stuff, right? So I am definitely I understand how money works, because I can't be earning $2 a day, man. Come on to Nigeria, that's insane. I'm an educated man. I even have one whole degree.
I would have thought now, because when you think about some of all those people that go and dig those lake of this is salt in Kenya, actually, no, Uganda. Was that Uganda? I saw a video of some women digging those lake of salt for salt, but they make about $3 a day, and for you to be making $2, that would have been a shame, really. But I guess I knew it was a joke.
No, from YouTube, not from our businesses, just from YouTube.
So you have multiple businesses going now.
Of course, you cannot rely on one thing. What if one thing collapsed and then you don't pay rent, and then your girlfriend leaves you for to Niger? That's not good.
I have to give you credit. You are literally on the ground on the continent there doing your thing. It's not everybody is doing that and surviving it really just fine. So I have to give you
Yeah.
credit for that. I'm not
Actually,
even.
I'm about to go meet up with Brandon now.
You see. Yeah, Brandon, I was on the channel yesterday now. Yeah, he was really going at this thing, African American women and some of their behavior. And in short,
Yeah.
the kind of issues that they have in there, how those things roll now. So I was talking to me. He did say that he was there, but he also said, "Do you know where David Hussein is? He in Kenya? I think he said something
Who?
about David Hussein. David Hussein. I
Who's
don't
that?
know. He's a
From
Nigerian.
South Sudanese? Oh, is it
No,
Nigerian? Okay.
South Sudanese. Where did South Sudanese come
David
from?
Deng. Deng sounds like a very a Luo name from Ethiopia or South Sudan.
Yeah, Hussein. He's a Nigerian guy. I
Yeah,
thought
not
he
for
was saying
tonight. I
something
found out
about.
my middle name literally means praise God. My middle name is literally Oba Igwe, literally.
Oba
Like
Igwe.
I swear,
Okay.
yeah. You must be. Why do you think I call myself an emperor? It's because I am the Oba Igwe. You must praise the king.
Oba Igwe, show offs. It's all good now. If you are a king, it's all good. And to be fair, you've carried yourself quite well. You manage yourself online just fine, and you've grown, and you are doing some work on the ground. So for me, I have not been in Nigeria for 3 years now. 3 years I've not been in
But it's
Nigeria.
okay. Once
So.
you have your papers to Nigeria, I know you'll go back, right? Like it's fine. I
That's a
know
good
why
one.
you don't
You
go
look at
back.
this one. Look at this one. You are not even allowed into a civilized world anymore because you are deported.
Okay.
they deported you, never to return again. At least. Oh my.
Tonight, we know why you're not there, right? Because we know you tonight.
Yeah, we know why you're not here too.
Like I know you never even sent £1 super chat, but I know you. I don't think you're poor, so you can afford £400 return ticket from UK to Nigeria. But the only reason is you're waiting for your papers.
We know why you're not here too now because they deported you, never to return back to the UK again. He has now stuck in
Oh, you
Kenya.
see, this is self-hate. You think that a black man, an African man, cannot return to his country unless he's deported?
Exactly. Exactly. Deported you. Yes, now. Yes. So yeah,
Oh,
that's all good. That's all good. That's all good. You really came here to keep me here. I was supposed to be closing out by now. Well, by now already. I've already said my thank you to all the people, including Chioma, of course, and all the great people that came to the show today. I just thought I should jump in for this thing. One man, he was signing off. So yeah, it was an interesting show today, though. Yeah, you do more shows, and obviously, if I catch you online, I will join the conversation, and it would be nice to laugh at Lucy for a bit. With this football loss that they suffered, I have to try to rub.
He was there the other day.
Yeah, I have to try to rub.
Oh yeah, he was there yesterday.
Yeah, all you have to do is mention South
Africa.
Oh,
you want to rub something on his face?
Yeah. It don't start now. You are a proper British person, with your innuendos all over the place. Jesus Christ. Your head is always in there. Constantly. You are proper British.
Okay.
All right, man. Let me close out. Otherwise, I'm not going to go today. All right, guys.
Okay.
Till next time, let me close us out with some of the speech of, let's see, where is the good music that this guy got here even? Let me see. Adeleke is dancing. It's not a good one. Igbo fights. Oh, goodness. No, that's definitely not a good one. Nobody needs an Igbo stuff here where it's good. People are just going to get angry. Let's see. Hassan finds this. What's that? What something just changed? Let's see. What's that one there? I don't know. You know what? I'll just play the.
Welcome to the Kaizorian experience. Over here, we're going to be talking about everything African. We're going to be having debates, discussions, entertainment, as well as learning about business, art, history, and everything in between. Cultural, tribalism, and everything. We're going to be out here debating with some really interesting stuff. So like the video, share the video, and make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. Subscribe for the best experience ever. This is the biggest channel on the Afrosphere. So come and join the team, become a Kaizoran, and join the Kaizoran Empire. Universally exist within myself, within this premise, and I exist within this bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like the blue in the sky. I'ma fly like bird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma throw my bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma soar like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fly like bluebird in the sky. I'ma fight like bluebird in the sky. I'ma eat like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free, bluebird in the sky. I'ma be free like bluebird in the sky. I'ma be like bluebird in the sky. Back again like the second coming. Strumming my vocal cords like the hummingbird in the sky. Y'all can't deny this. Real rap lyrics, it's like I ain't got no rhyming through the sky limit. What is skin tone, shade of color, but a parallel form of frequency like a ringtone on your phone. Melanin expression, tied up in the universe, feeling like God's. Is really
I thought that the stream was supposed to end.
Is it really wrong to be diverse? It is. This last song.
Okay, are you gonna end it?